there was a big go live button I needed to click on. You think that'd be obvious? No, it says you're live. Okay, fantastic. Okay. So I think it's working.
Excellent.
There is a slight delay.
That's okay.
When I say slight delay, it's a fairly substantial delay. But that's fine. We don't have to deal with that. If can I see the chat somehow?
Oh, I see. There's my face. Hello, everyone.
Okay. Yeah, hello everyone. We're still figuring the technical aspects of things. I would just like to... Maybe I just need to click on the link I've been sharing everywhere, instead of trying to get YouTube to give me my own link back. What happens if I can go here? Does everything explode? No. Okay, cool. Oh no. That's annoying. Apparently there's no chat. This is very annoying because seriously reduces the yeah, live chat is enabled and anyone can send messages supposedly. Okay, this is a problem. Okay. Let's try this again. Oh, now there's a chat. Okay, and awesome. I can pin messages and I can do stuff. So we'll pop out this. Okay. I can close that. Close this. Sorry, it's my first time streaming on YouTube and it's not as straightforward as I imagined. But I think it's all going to work. Did I jinx it? If someone's watching, can you try to post something in the chat or something? Just say hello or tell us where you're watching us from. Can I type hello? Remember to guard your privacy and abide by all community guidelines. Okay, I can do that.
Might have to make sure it's not switched to YouTube Kids.
Well, that's the thing I just changed, which is how the chat started to work. But I'm not seeing any other messages in the chat. So, oh, I'm seeing another one. Fantastic. I think everything's working. Because if they can hear me, it means the sound is working, which means the previous problem has also been solved. This is fantastic. And we're only about 9 minutes late. Fantastic. Okay, so hello everyone. My apologies for the slightly late start. This is going to be a long day. Hello Harry. How are you this afternoon? I think it's afternoon for you. End of the afternoon.
Yes, wonderful.
Yeah.
Yes, good and ready to get started. Excited.
Great. Okay, so to our viewers, I can see there's 8 of you now. If you don't mind telling us where you're watching from, just so that we can sort of have an idea of how global our audience is. And yeah, so what was I going to say? Yes, so if anybody in the audience has questions, feel free to write them in the chat. If you start your comment with a capital Q, I think it should highlight them here, so it makes it easy to find the questions, although I'm not suspecting millions of messages, so it should be fine. But yeah, so Harry, whenever you're ready.
Once I can share my screen, will be...
Oh, yes, I did forget. I need to just sort that out as well. Sorry about that.
That's all good. Hello, Evelyn from the US.
Slightly longer interruption, but
Oh, Estonia. That's cool.
okay. So it looks like this is going to be very annoying because I can't change the meeting settings while it's running, I think. So I'll
Oh
need to
dear.
make everyone co-host whenever they come in. It's fine. Okay. So Jasmine already did that for you later. So we'll save some time there. Okay.
Excellent. Well, I'm sharing my screen now, so it's
I
looking good.
believe it's working. Yeah. There is a delay with the YouTube link, obviously, but it should work. Yeah.
Okay.
So I've gone back full screen. But yeah, now I can see it on YouTube. It looks fine. Yep.
Awesome. Great. Oh, Pakistan, the UK, New Zealand. This is awesome.
We've barely started and we almost have all the continents already.
That's
We've got
amazing.
more than half of the continents. Not bad. Cool. I can tell that's not an Australian bat.
It's not. It's not. I love the photo though. I just couldn't help myself.
Yeah, it's a very cute grey long-eared. Yeah. Long-eareds are very cute.
They are very, very sweet looking. Well, if we're ready to go, then I'll begin.
Yes, we are ready to go.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. My name's Harry Rust. I'm a bat researcher from Adelaide, South Australia. I'm really keen to tell you guys about the work I've been doing around my hometown. This is a project that's been funded by Green Adelaide and is also being done in collaboration with the University of Adelaide. This is the first time a comprehensive bat survey has ever been conducted across Adelaide, so it's a really awesome project to be a part of. So I'm going to talk to you guys about the aims of my project and how I've done it. I'm going to talk about what I've done so far. This actually is a work in progress. So I'll show you some early results, but do note that this is subject to change at a later date. Please do feel free to send any questions through in the chat. I've got half an hour with you guys, so it can be pretty casual, and then there will be a question time afterwards. I'm going to take you through some of the bat species found in Adelaide and how they're identified. I find that very interesting, and I'm sure you guys will too. I'm going to talk about what I plan to do in future with future projects I would like to see go ahead, as well as what I'll be doing within my honours program. Honours being similar to masters for those who are outside of Australia. So I've used GIS, satellite spatial mapping, to identify a number of sites around my city which fit into different urban habitat types. You may want to turn the volume up, Nils. Just looking at the comments.
Yes, I'm trying to do that. But yeah, the Zoom sound solution is not very elegant, so we might have to deal with that.
I'll speak up. So at these sites, I've conducted bat surveys where I'm assessing the species diversity and functional diversity of microbats at this site. And I use bat call ID to do that, which I'll explain in more detail later in this presentation. I'll also be looking at which sites are being used for foraging and which sites or at what time sites are most active with bat activity. So this will help Green Adelaide, who are a government-based program, to better facilitate conservation and evidence-based disciplines within their urban planning, as well as identify areas within my city which need further research, and just to spread awareness, spread the love of these microbat species and build awareness to the greater community. So Adelaide is a pretty unique city. It's a national park city, so it's quite built up with vegetation. It was settled later than many other cities in Australia, so it's quite young, but it's still very much feeling the effects of urbanisation. This urbanisation When I say urbanisation, I'm talking about the building of infrastructure for residential areas or business areas, etc. Basically, the building of cities over natural land. And this city has quite distinct districts. So industrial areas versus residential areas are quite distinct, and that affects how bats assemble themselves throughout the city. Something very notable about Adelaide in comparison to other Australian cities is that it doesn't have caves in the inner city. So every bat which I am dealing with is a tree-dwelling species as opposed to a cave-dwelling species. And I will mention too, we have the grey-headed flying fox, but that species is not included within this survey because it doesn't use echolocation. But every other bat species found in Adelaide is included. So there were 60 sites that I went to in total. You can see the map here. I hope you can see my mouse. I started all the way up in Gawler, and it goes down to Aldinga. So for people outside of Adelaide or who don't know the city, that's about 100 kilometres from top to bottom of the survey site. And within these sites, there is 9 different types of habitat, ranging from, this is highly urbanised, which is sites in the CBD, the Central Business District, more industrial sites, large patches of remnant vegetation, so old vegetation, typically found in national parks such as Belair, which is a very old national park, peri-urban sites. So these are typically backyards in more vegetated areas such as the foothills, which are a bit cooler as well. There's suburban sites which are more leafy, and there are more dry, treeless suburban sites. There was a number of agricultural sites that were assessed, typically vegetable crops, as well as urban parks and reserves, which have a bit more protection, and coastal/wetland sites. These were both assessed over summer and autumn, and they're going to be assessed over spring. So the data was collected using devices called Anabat Express Autonomous Bat Detectors. They're about the size of a brick. I've got one here. If you can see in the webcam, they've got this little microphone on them, which allows them to pick up on ultrasonic frequencies. So every time they hear an extremely high-pitched noise, they will make a recording, and typically that will be a bat call. Oftentimes there'll be interference from things such as construction or power lines or things like that, but they will get all recorded and come out. They'll be left on site for a week, and at the end of the week they'll have a number of recordings of them, which I will have to look through to assess which bats are in the area. So for some of these sites you'd get several hundred recordings, but for some sites you'll get over 20,000. So to deal with all these recordings, I had to use a semi-automated process of looking through these calls. In most countries, at least most Western countries, there are auto ID systems for bats which can be used through programs such as Kaleidoscope, but in Australia we don't have that. So I've had to make my own auto ID system. And it's quite simplistic what I've done. It's a computer script that will filter out any call that doesn't look like a bat, will just get pushed to the side, and then any call that does look like a bat, it will take a rough guess at what species that bat might be. And that's based primarily on the frequency of the call. So then I will have to look through every bat call and identify which species is present, and I make a species list for each site. So in total, so far, over 800 nights of data have been recorded. It's all been very successful, and there's more nights of recordings to come. And the results so far are looking really good. There have been at least 8 microbat species identified as being present in Adelaide. Potentially 10. Some species look extremely similar and very hard to differentiate from calls alone, but at least 8, which is very good considering that we don't have caves. It's not as much as places like Sydney and Melbourne, but they all have caves present throughout their city. And it was it was great to see there was at least there was an average of 4 species per site. So at literally every site I went to, at least in summer, there were bats present. And that was really cool to see, because a lot of people said to me at the start of this project, I would ask to do surveys in their backyard, and they would say, yeah, you can have a look, but I don't think you'll find any bats. And all of them got proven wrong. So it's really cool to see, and it helps with that community engagement when I can say, yeah, if you have a backyard, you probably have bats. It was still very much affected by urbanization. The very urban areas had significantly less bats on average than sites which are further away from the city. There was one site which was right in the middle of the CBD, 18 stories up in an apartment, and even that had bats flying over, which again is just really great to see and great for engaging the community. There were significantly less bats around the coast, which is something that's quite unique about Adelaide. Most Australian cities will have a lot of coastal bats, but I believe it's because Adelaide doesn't have as many caves as other cities. We just don't have a lot of coastal bats facilitated by our ecosystem, but we still do have bats visiting there nonetheless. But inland wetland systems were a lot more diverse in their species and typically had a lot more bats than their surrounding areas, which weren't as much of a wetland environment. Now, the areas with the highest diversity on average were peri-urban sites. And that was quite surprising, because most of these sites were just people's backyards. And these sites were on average getting more bats than national parks. But I believe the reason for this is because these peri-urban sites have a good amount of vegetation and a number of layers of vegetation, but they also have a lot of open airspace, which is good for the bats because it gives them a lot of space to hunt for all their various bugs. There was also a lot of bats around the River Torrens, which is a large inland wetland system. I'll show you a map now. This is coming from my data from summer, and you can see up in the northern part of the map, there's a lot more bats up here in the more agricultural areas, which are less developed and less urbanized. Off to the north of Adelaide, you have the Flinders Range, which is a large desert, arid lands eco. And then you also see a spike in the bat species diversity around this area here in the foothills. And this is that peri-urban site I was talking about, where it's a lot more vegetated and a bit cooler as well. You would notice a lot less here along the coast, as I mentioned, and a lot less in these industrialized areas. If you can see my mouse, the River Torrens comes through here where I'm tracing out, and you can see an increase in bats, especially in these areas which are adjacent to the river. So I'll take you through some of these species. The white-striped freetail is definitely one of my favorite bat species. They have these little white stripes where they get their name from on the underside of their wing. They are quite commonly occurring throughout the city. They've been visiting a lot of sites, and that makes sense because they often will change their routes every 10 days, it's thought. And these guys are cool because they have this low-frequency call. You can see this a photo of the call pattern. They have a very low-frequency call compared to other bats, and they're the only bat in Australia which you can actually hear with the human ear. It makes like a ting-ting sound. It's like if you hit 2 spoons together. And that's cool because when people say to me, oh, I hear these bats echolocating in my backyard, I can say, yeah, that's the white-striped freetail. So it's cool to see them in a range of ecosystems. This is a very common bat, the Gould's wattle bat. This was found at every site in summer. They're extremely adaptable and don't seem to be as threatened by urbanization as perhaps some other bats are. They travel a great distance, often traveling 10 kilometers for moths, cockroaches, and other insects. And these guys have a call which is around the 30 kilohertz range, which is a lot more common than the 10 or 20 kilohertz range of the white-striped freetail. but it has this up-down pattern, this high frequency call followed by a slightly lower frequency call, and that makes them quite distinct and makes them able to be separated when identifying them from other bats around that kilohertz range. This is a comparatively much less common bat, which is the chocolate wattle bat, who's a cousin of the Gould's wattle bat. And these guys are very interesting in how they behave in Adelaide, because in most parts of Australia, they'll be found roosting in caves, and these roosts will have easily 1,000 plus bats. But in Adelaide, it's very rare to see them in roosts of more than 10 bats, and they'll always be roosting in tree hollows or other vegetated roosts. So it'll be interesting to see if there's a genetic difference between these varieties of chocolate wattle bat. It certainly seems like they are just the same species adapting differently in different areas, but it's very interesting to see. These guys have a very high pitch call. Their call sits around the 50 kilohertz range, which for an Australian bat is very high. This next bat is the Nyctophilus. Nyctophilus joffrei, or the long-eared. And these guys, when doing bat ID, can be very frustrating. That's because these guys have this sweeping call, which is very, they do very rapidly, and it can look very similar to a feeding buzz produced by any other bat species. So when I say a feeding buzz, when a bat is flying around, they'll echolocate in a search call. You know, it'll be a ting, 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 and like a radar system, when they get close to something, when they're going in for the kill for these moths and insects, it'll get a lot faster. That ting, 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 ting. These guys kind of look like a feeding call normal, but they are noticeably distinct, and there are ways of separating them out. But what's also frustrating about them is that every bat within the Nyctophilus family looks extremely similar in its calls, to the point where many of them can't be differentiated at all. Luckily for me, I don't have to deal with that, because there's only one type of Nyctophilus in Adelaide, and that's Nyctophilus joffrei. And these guys are cool. It's cool to see them appearing at a number of sites, because they're very reliant on vegetation. They use dead logs as maternity roosts for raising their young, and they also will roost between the crevices of trees and barks. So they're a bit more picky, but it's great to see they've appeared across the whole city. This Ozymops petersi, or the inland freetail bat, is a bat typically found in arid lands, in deserts. I expect that it has been coming and visiting from the Flinders Ranges. Again, that's north of Adelaide. It's quite hard to differentiate these guys from a bat I'll show you shortly, the southern freetail bat. So I would really like to see trapping be done in these northern sites, just to confirm that these bats are visiting, as I believe, but I'm quite confident that they are coming and visiting some of these agricultural sites and northern sites. This is the bat I mentioned, the southern freetail bat, and these guys are super common, super adaptable, and making themselves quite happy in Adelaide. These guys again have that 30 kilohertz call, but it's much flatter and more consistent than the Gould's wattle bat. These guys are great to see because they, as many bats do, they feed on a lot of agricultural pests. In particular, these guys feed on the Rutherglen bug, which is a common agricultural pest, particularly in Victoria. Good to see these guys appearing in a number of sites, and it looks like they're perhaps not as vulnerable as other bats, to urbanisation and perhaps climate change, but we're yet to see. The Vesperdalis species are these tiny little bats. They're very agile and found in forest areas, in very vegetated areas. This guy's called the large forest bat, but as you can see, he's not actually very large. In fact, he's quite tiny and very adorable. These guys are interesting. They're the only bat found on Lord Howe Island, which is an island off the coast of Australia. And they have this call, which is about 40 kilohertz. These guys, again, get quite hard to differentiate. They're not as difficult as the Nyctophilus, but as you'll see, their calls look quite similar. Here's the call of a southern forest bat, and you can see these two, they both sit around 40 kilohertz, but they have a kick at the bottom. And this kick occurs around 45 kilohertz for the southern forest bat, whereas it's about 40 kilohertz on that line for the large forest bat. And these guys too, they've been found in a number of sites, particularly around the foothills. These guys have a call which is extremely similar to another species called Vespidolus babistocki. And babistockies are typically found similar to the Ozymops pedicite. They're typically found. So I think it would be unusual to see them visiting Adelaide City, but it's entirely possible that they are visiting the city. So I would like to see trapping, as I mentioned, be done before. Someone in the comments has cleverly pointed out that these photos do not include gloves. These aren't me. This is another researcher who was being very, very naughty. So do not follow their example and wear gloves always when handling bats. And this last species I would like to show you is the little forest bat. As you can see, he's absolutely tiny, adorable little creature. These guys are often found in decaying eucalyptus trees, and often the males of this species will be roosting completely in isolation on their own, a bit like Batman. They're very cute little things, and these guys have a very high-pitched call, much like the chocolate wattle bat, which we saw before, which is around the 50 kilohertz range. So, for the future of this project, as I mentioned, it's a work in progress, and there's still plenty of work to be done. I'm in my honours program as well as its contract work, and I will be ranking these bat species based on their vulnerability to urbanisation, and I'm going to be doing that using remotely sensed data to understand a range of variables at each site. Just looking at the comments. And I'm going to be looking at things like heat, light, noise, potentially air pollution, vegetation levels, proximity to water, and the degree of urbanisation, so that being how many buildings are around. And I'm going to do that using regression analysis. I'm going to use a technique called OLS modelling, which is based in satellite mapping and geographic mapping. And this will allow me to make a mathematical equation that shows the relationship between these variables, heat, light, noise, etc., and species diversity of bats at each site. So I've done a bit of a trial run of that process, and I'll speak to you guys about that on the next slide. In addition to this, there's going to be more surveys done in spring, as I mentioned. I'm going to be looking at the feeding buzzers and finding out which sites bats are feeding at, and assessing which time the bats are most active at each site. So this test run that I did using OLS modeling, it was using data that's perhaps a bit less precise than I'll use in the final product, and it only looked at a subset of my sites, specifically during the month of December. So this is quite specific to that month, to this area as well. But it shows a lot of promise for this technique to be used on a grander scale across Adelaide. So it did show that there was a significant relationship between urbanisation and bat species diversity. And within that, there were a few notable variables. One of those was light pollution. Light pollution appears to reduce the diversity of bats. And that was quite interesting, because some people think that an increase in light, an artificial light, will cause an increase in bats because artificial light attracts moths. And of course, some bats will exploit that and eat the moths. And some of them seem to be doing that, potentially the Gould's wattlebat and the southern freetail. But there are some species that are totally light averse and will avoid light. One example of that is the lesser long-eared bat, the Nyctophilus, who have very small wings and are therefore very slow flyers. So they believe if they go into light, they'll get eaten up by owls. So they'll totally avoid the light, and as a result, the overall diversity of bats reduces. There are also factors greenness and heat and higher temperatures appear to increase bat species diversity. But again, that is very specific to December and specific to these sites which I used in this test run. It may be that in a grander application of these methods that this isn't the case. But of course, there's plenty of work to be done, and I look forward to seeing how it all turns out. So thank you all for listening, and thank you all for being patient with the technical difficulties at the start. Please do send through any questions you may have. We've got a bit of a time for questions, and if you feel so inclined, do follow my Twitter, which is Harry Rust Bats. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Harry. That was a great presentation. I do have one question for you. Do you
Yes.
need a field assistant?
It's a lot of work. It really is.
You know, I know Sound Acoustics
actually-
is what I do all day, every day, but I do
Oh, yeah,
enjoy visiting different areas to learn about different species call and things like that. You do have a couple of genuine questions in the chat, though.
Oh, yes. But yeah, I should mention, I really hope that this survey continues to go ahead in coming years. It's, as I mentioned, this is the first time it's ever been done, which is pretty crazy for a major city like Adelaide. So I believe there'll be plenty of opportunities in coming years in Adelaide if people do want to get into these bat surveys. So I'm just looking at the questions now. So I've got a commenter from India who would like to discuss this kind of work, and absolutely, I would love to have a conversation. Like I said, follow me on Twitter and send me a message there. My Twitter handle is listed on the screen. That would be absolutely great to have a conversation. And is my bat library and auto ID going to be publicly available? It's kind of a yes and no. I'm still working out what to do with all of these recordings that I've collected. A lot of the notes I have on these recordings, these tags, are specifically, they're quite rough just so I can understand them. But it would certainly be, I think, a good use of my time to go and give them a more definitive label so that people in the public sphere can use them. The reference calls which I used will be published. Report for Green Adelaide is made available. Within that, there will be a reference call for each species, and there will be a description of what I look for in that bat's call to identify them.
I don't know if you've heard of KiroVox. It's a new online collaborative platform where you can publish bat echolocation sequences, and the idea is that I think they're under a Creative Commons license, so they can be used for certain things. But yeah, it would be interesting to look into that, because it was, the initiative comes from Southeast Asia, but they are trying to make this a global database, which I think makes a lot of sense because it was long overdue. And I'm sure they'd be very happy to have contributions from Australia.
Yeah, absolutely. Do send me a link. I've got a comment asking if the effects of urbanisation can be reduced by awareness campaigns and installing roofs like bat boxes. Now, absolutely, I think that's fantastic, and this project has given me a great opportunity to engage with a whole number of homeowners and landowners to raise awareness of what bats are in the area, and certainly every single person I've talked to has shown a great deal of interest. So people really do care. It's just about raising, getting a better understanding of what is around in the city. Bat boxes you mentioned, I mean, the ideal really is to preserve tree hollows. That is absolutely the best thing you can do. But in addition to that, installing bat boxes is still great, and it helps out the bats. So, and not only does it help out the bats in giving them more roosts, it's great for raising awareness and getting the local communities involved. So definitely, I think bat boxes are a great cause. But talking about the effects of urbanisation, this project being funded by a government organisation is great because the findings from this can be sent through to the people making decisions about how we plan our city and how we develop urban spaces. So certainly lots of good work to be done and lots of good things I believe will come out of this.
Thank you. Now, what was I going to say? Yes. So Harry, if you wouldn't mind, stop sharing your screen, and maybe you can stay around a bit longer just to see if there's any more questions in the chat. But if we'll move on to the next talk for now. Is that all right?
Excellent.
Well,
awesome.
Thanks again.
Thanks for having me. It was great.
Great talk, and I'm sure when I'm back in Australia, I'll be in touch about visiting Adelaide.
Yes, please do. All right. I hope you guys have a wonderful. Hope your talks go swell.
Thank you.
See ya.
So Jasmine, whenever you're ready, you can start.
Yeah. So my talk follows on pretty well from Harry's. So I'll just talk about urban bats of Greater Brisbane. I'll cover a little bit about me, safety, and what to do if you find a bat in trouble. Cobb and urban Brisbane bat species, general ecology of our local bats, why bats are important, their threats. And the theme of my presentation is just about what we can do to create safer places for microbats and flying foxes. So just a little bit about me. So I'm a consulting ecologist who specialises in fauna. And I'm also a trauma carer with Bat Conservation Rescue Queensland, which is the local bat group in Brisbane. So I first became interested in bats around 7 years ago now through my work. I hadn't had much interaction with bats before that, but bats are just one of those things where once you start to work with them, you fall in love. So I joined BCRQ a few years ago, and I now rehabilitate and rescue both microbats and flying foxes. So I'm just getting this out of the way early. So we say no touch, no risk. Never touch or pick up a bat, whether that be a microbat or a flying fox. So in Australia, bats have the potential to carry ABLV, which is similar to rabies. And it's transmitted via a bite or scratch the same way that rabies is. If you are bitten or scratched by a bat, you need post-exposure vaccination, so you need to go to the emergency department ASAP. And what to do if you find a bat? So in Australia, any bat by itself during the day is in need of help because our bats return to colonies during the day. So don't touch the bat, as I just said. Place a box or container over them and call your local bat or wildlife rescue ASAP. So what is a microbat? So although taxonomy has changed for simplicity's sake, a microbat is a small insectivorous bat. They can echolocate. They choose a range of roosts from caves, hollows to human structures. They can roost by themselves or in their thousands, depending on the species and the time of year. And we have approximately 30 microbat species in Greater Brisbane. And what is a flying fox? So flying fox are using the old taxonomy megabats. They're a large nectar and fruit-eating bat. They navigate by sight, not echolocation. Our Australian flying foxes roost together in large open colonies during the day. And we have 3 flying fox species in Greater Brisbane. So why are microbats important? They're insectivores. So they eat a range of insects, including mosquitoes, moths, and beetles. They can eat up to 40% of their body weight in insects each night, which is the equivalent to a 70-kilogram human eating 117 Big Macs. The economic value of microbats as pest controllers in the US is valued at around 23 billion US dollars. And flying foxes. So flying foxes are pollinators. They feed on fruit and nectar. So as they're feeding, they collect pollen on their face, and as they fly long distances, they continue to pollinate flowers as they're feeding. So they're essential long-distance pollinators, so they can fly tens of kilometres a night pollinating as they go. And they're really important for our eucalypt forests, which is what koalas eat. So we say that if we didn't have flying foxes, we don't have the eucalypt forests that support koalas. They also spread seeds as they fly, as they eat on native fruits, and this helps to regenerate forests. So flying foxes are a keystone species, so they are essential to the function of the ecosystem. So I'll just go through some of the common species in Greater Brisbane. So first up is our microbats. So on the left we have free-tail species in the genus Osimopsis micronomus. The most common free-tail we get is the northern free-tail. This is a high-flying species. They live in colonies in hollows, and we very rarely get them roosting around houses. And then on the right, we have long-eared species in the genus Nyctopolis. This one has his ears folded down, but they are very impressive when they have them erect. So we have 3 species in Greater Brisbane, and they're identified through the ridge behind their nose. It's a clutter-feeding species, and they live in small colonies in hollows, and we do sometimes get them in human structures as well. And we have broad-nosed species in the genus Scotorethans. This is by far our most common species to rescue. They've adapted very well to the urban environment, and they roost in many human structures. They're a really successful generalist. And on the right, we have bentwings in the genus Miniopterus. These guys roost in caves, and they're able to travel very long distances between these caves. Their roosts can have tens of thousands of bats in them, but they do sometimes get lost in these long flights, and that's usually when they come in to rescue. We have the Gould's wattled bat, which Harry talked about as well. So they're well adapted to the urban environment and a main user of bat boxes. They're a generalist as well, and they roost in hollows and small colonies. And on the right, the white-striped free-tail bat. So this is a large, high-flying species. As Harry was saying, they have an audible echolocation call, which is really nice to hear in urban and peri-urban areas. These guys roost in large stags or gums. It's really common to find colonies in big old-growth park trees. Then our flying foxes. So on the left, we have grey-headed flying foxes. These are all my photos in the presentation. So this was a baby I had last season, and that is a particularly nice-looking grey-headed flying fox. Sometimes they almost have the same coloration as black flying foxes. So this is the largest bat in Australia. They're cold adapted, so they prefer southern areas. And you can see that he's quite fluffy. These guys are federally listed as vulnerable to extinction. In the middle, we have little red flying foxes, and these are our smallest flying fox. They're about a third of the size of blacks and greys. They're the only species that's found in western, more dry habitats. And then on the right, we have black flying foxes, which are similar in size to grey, so they're quite a large flying fox. And they're more tropical, so they're found in northern Australia. So I'll just go through some common rescue scenarios, and these rescue scenarios all have learnings, just ways that we can help bats in our day-to-day lives. So a common rescue scenario is entrapment and drownings in pools. So bats use pools as water sources in urban environments. They come into belly dip. They either hit fences, miscalculate and land in the pool. Whatever it is, they end up in the water and then they can't escape. So this is a really easy problem to fix for all wildlife. It's not just bats that get stuck in pools. Lots of animals get trapped in them. So you can purchase wildlife escape ramps called frog logs, which is what the photo on the right is. Or you can just make your own out of shade cloth, rubber matting, etc. Just anything that is an escape ramp for wildlife. So the next slide does have a photo of an injury. So if it's something that you're particularly sensitive to, quickly look away. So outside cats especially are a pet hate of mine. So studies have shown that cats only bring home on average 15% of what they hunt. In Australia particularly, our wildlife have not evolved with cats, so they're really naive to their hunting strategies. This means that cats have a devastating impact on wildlife, even if they are well fed. So under advice from the RSPCA and all wildlife and conservation organisations in Australia, cats should be enclosed 24/7. That's indoor or in an enclosure. People also tend to discount the impact that dogs can have on wildlife, especially our flying foxes. Dog attacks are incredibly common. And I don't have a picture of a flying fox that I could include in this slide because the injuries are just too horrific. So dogs should be allowed to sleep inside at night. They do tend to have a large impact on nocturnal fauna. So just keeping them inside at night really reduces their impact. So any animal a cat or dog has interacted with needs immediate veterinary attention. Even if you think the animal looks okay, they're not okay. So call your local wildlife rescue ASAP, never release them back outside. So both cats and dogs have potent saliva that causes really terrible infections if left untreated, which is the photo on the left there. That little bent wing was attacked by a cat a couple of days earlier. So these animals need urgent antibiotics to have any chance of recovery. So with the resources and knowledge that we have, there's really no excuse to let cats roam or to allow your dogs free access onto your property at night. So as I was saying, both of these are cat-attacked microbats. The one on the left has this infection. The one on the right, the cat punctured his lung, and that is his body filling up with air. So both of these microbats had to be euthanized. Very, very rare that we get a viable bat from a cat or dog attack. I've never had one. So inappropriate fruit netting. So any netting that you can poke a finger through is not safe for wildlife. So on the right, we have a very clear example of unsafe fruit netting. On the left, that is safe fruit netting. So it's a finer weave, so animals can't get trapped in it. A large range of animals get trapped in netting, including bats, birds, and snakes. The injuries it causes is very severe, and it's completely preventable. Just purchase wildlife safe netting. Pool umbrellas. So one of our most common microbat rescue calls is for microbats out of pool umbrellas. Broadnoses in particular love to roost in pool umbrellas. And this is an issue when people open them up in summer and a whole bunch of bats fall out. So if you have one of these umbrellas, open them gently at night in early spring. If you open them in summer and bats fall out, generally they have young, and it just makes everything far more complicated. But on the flip side, if you want to attract microbats, get a pool umbrella because they absolutely love them. So glass collisions. So we very commonly get calls for both microbats and flying foxes that collide with windows and glass pool fences. So microbats can't see glass with their echolocation. It's because glass is so smooth that when the bat echolocates, the echolocation call bounces away from the bat, and the bat thinks that it's clear space ahead, So they fly at windows full tilt, and it causes really bad injuries. Flying foxes, which navigate by sight, they just can't see the glass at night. So the solution to this is the same as bird strike. It's just window decals or vinyls. And there's lots of different ones, different patterns, colors, everything available online. They're marketed for bird strike. You do just have to make sure that they're installed outside of the window so that the microbats can see them with the echolocation, because if you put them inside, it's not going to help the microbats. So that little long-eared bat on the left, he had a really severe concussion from hitting a window, but he did make a full recovery. Tree clearing, it's a very common way to get whole colonies of microbats into care, and that's only if a fauna spotter catcher is even present during the clearing. So many of our microbat species live in hollows and under peeling bark, and these hollows can be very small and very hard to see. I hear arborists say all the time that dead trees don't have any value or any habitat, and that couldn't be further from the truth. Dead trees are really important habitat. And nest boxes are really no substitute for hollows that can take hundreds of years to form. So that another long-eared bat, they're one of my favorite microbats. So her whole colony came into care with their dependent young from land clearing. They were all released, so they were okay. Barbed wire. So this is particularly an issue for flying foxes, gliders, owls, waterbirds, etc. I think that Australia has a real problem with barbed wire. It doesn't seem to be as prolific overseas as it is in Australia. So many entanglements happen in urban areas. It's not just rural areas. That's a misconception that people have. So we should be removing barbed wire where it's not necessary. There's nothing more frustrating than doing a barbed wire rescue and the barbed wire is completely unnecessary. It's around a vacant lot or the fence has been cut. Where it is necessary, replace the top strand of barbed wire with plain wire because most animals are entangled on the top strand. And if this isn't possible, tag the barbed wire fence with reflective tags so that all wildlife are able to see and avoid it. These are tags that we use, but there are other options for ways to make the fence more visible on the wildlife-friendly fencing website. So I have started a barbed wire tagging program with BCRQ, and I've been mapping entanglement hotspots, installing these tags to try and reduce the number of entanglements that we get. And never try to remove an animal off a fence yourself, especially a bat. Call your local wildlife rescue immediately if you find an animal in a barbed wire fence. Car strikes, so sometimes it's impossible to avoid hitting an animal, but it's what you do afterwards that counts. So if it's safe, pull over and check on that animal. I know that a lot of people don't want to face what they've done, but suck it up and get that animal some help. So call your local wildlife rescue ASAP. And most wildlife are active between dusk and dawn, so just try to drive more carefully around these times. I have a flying fox in care at the moment that I rescued a couple of days ago. She was hit by a car. The driver didn't stop, but luckily someone walking their dog saw what happened, and they were able to get her the help that she needed. All right, some other general ways to help bats. So microbats are insectivorous, so plant native species and avoid using pesticides. Flying foxes feed on nectar and fruit, so plant locally native nectar and fruit producing trees. Microbats, like most wildlife, avoid well-lit areas and prefer light within the warmer ranges, so yellow to red. So shade lights and avoid facing them into gardens or adjacent bushland, which is what Harry was talking about in his presentation as well. Don't leave outside fans on overnight, only use them when you're outside. And this is a very, very common scenario. If a microbat flies into your house, a lot of people freak out and try and catch the microbat. Don't do that. Just close all internal doors and then open all windows and doors to the outside. Turn your lights off and the microbat will find its own way out 99% of the time. And also join your local wildlife rescue. Great. Are there any questions? I haven't checked YouTube.
Thank you for that presentation. It was lots of useful information in there, and applicable to most regions around the world as well, which is great. I did not see any questions, but they might still come through. But I've got a question. How many bats do you have in care at the minute?
At the moment, I've just got 3 flying foxes. So I just do trauma care. So I rescue the bats, do the initial stabilization, get them up and running, and then they get transferred to a flight aviary. And that's where they kind of do the longer term rehabilitation.
Okay, so you sort of get to see the worst of it.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's our quiet season at the moment. So our rescues start to pick up kind of end of next month is when it starts to get busy. That's when our flying foxes start birthing.
Okay. There's 2 questions now in the chat. Do you want me to read them or do you have them?
I have them. So one question is, do all bat species in Australia receive the same protection? So technically, bats are a protected species, as all native wildlife is. But in Queensland, you can still apply for a permit to cull flying foxes for crop protection, which I completely disagree with. The government has done their own research and found that it's ineffective and also unethical. And yet they still approve permits, which is very, very frustrating. So technically they are protected, but you can still get permits to cull them, including grey-headed flying foxes, which are threatened. Have I considered attending arborist conferences? So land clearing in Australia generally has a fauna spotter catcher present, and where there is no fauna spotter catcher present, that is a landowner doing their own land clearing, like in a rural setting. We still have chain clearing in Australia, which is a whole other issue. So generally, if an arborist is clearing a tree, they should have a fauna spotter present whose job it is to check hollows and relocate fauna. How do you find local wildlife rescue contacts? Googling is really the only way that I can suggest. Australia seems to have a really good network of wildlife rescue. I'm really surprised how lacking it is overseas. So unless it's Australian, I'm not going to have any additional kind of tips to find your local wildlife rescue.
I try Facebook as well, because not every wildlife rescue has a website that would easily show up on Google, but most of them will have some kind of Facebook presence, because it's usually easier to maintain as well. So I've seen a lot of stuff related to wildlife rescues on Facebook, but I mean, maintaining a website that ranks high on Google is hard, so I understand why even I can't do that, and it's my job. So someone doing it in addition to their work is yeah. So do try Facebook as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and also just calling, like if you can find a larger rescue that's not within your area, still contact them because they might have contacts for rescues in your area. We get calls all the time for bats all over Queensland, and we know the local contacts for people who aren't in our region, so we can still help people out. And the last question is rabies transfer through cats and dogs into bats. So we don't have rabies in Australia. We have ABLV, which granted is a strain of rabies. It's just a bit different. So our cats and dogs don't get ABLV. Yeah, so it's Australian bat lyssavirus, so it's a bat virus. So it won't be transferring from cats and dogs into bats.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
If you want to stick around for further questions, feel free to do so. We are now going to travel from Australia to Ukraine. So I am very excited about this talk. Now I'm excited about all the talks, but this one is really exciting for obvious reasons. I really wanted to give an opportunity to the fabulous people in Ukraine who keep doing all their incredible work to present the work they keep doing despite the current situation. So Anton, whenever you're ready, you can start your talk.
Hello.
Hello.
Could you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello everybody. Yeah, it's very great that you invite me. And my name is Anton Vlashenko, and I'm head of Ukrainian Bat Rehabilitation Center. It's our update of our organization. It previous was Filmaneka Park Bat Rehabilitation Center. But anyway, yes, we are here in Kharkiv, and we are continue doing our bat rehabilitation work from the first days of war. And maybe I can tell a story about how the war started in our city and how we deal with bats. Yeah.
Yes, sure. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, and to be honest, it wasn't a great surprise for us that the war really started. Before, we had several meetings in our group, and we discussed what should we do in the case of full-scale war, full-scale invasion would happen, and we had preliminary plan what should we do. And I was woke up because of explosions in my city. And first, I decided that we have to take care of bats that we keep on rehabilitation. And in that moment, we had full of our office, full of bats on winter rehabilitation. We are keeping them during all winter. And here in eastern Ukraine, we have very harsh winter, and it's impossible to release bats during winter because it's mostly below zero all the time, and we are keeping them in the refrigerator. We are controlling the temperature, we are controlling the body mass of bats, and actually we had more than 3,000 individuals in captivity in the moment of war began, and it was our great luck that it was relatively warm 2 weeks. It was already melted down all snow, and it looks like beginning of spring. And because of this situation, we decided that we can release bats immediately. And it was February 24, and I just woke up, had normal full breakfast, and went to my office, and we created special cage with a tube from the cage to outside, and all the day long we are put bats in this cage, and at the beginning of evening we just open the entrance, and bats decided by themselves should they fly away or stay with us. And I think in that few warm days, these bats mostly fly out of our captivity. I hope that they successfully find some other roosting sites and they survive. But for us, it was the biggest nightmare that if all these beds in refrigerators just simply die because of electricity shortage or some other problems, because during the March we had several shellings close to our building, and some windows in office building, I mean, some windows were broken, and yeah, it was very scary and very unpredictable situation. Also, from this is from first day of this war, we saw from window of our office building the smoke from Russian tanks, and we heard the gunfire, and we really didn't know what next, and we spent the night in our office building, and the next morning we returned back to home, and like 4 people from our team voluntarily decided to stay in Kharkiv, to stay at the last moment that it would be too dangerous, or like ground invasions of Russian would happen, and we decided to stay, and it's good luck and strong Ukrainian armed forces. They protect our city from ground invasion, but still February till now we have like way by way wars or better shellings and bombardment and rocket hits, and it's still dangerous. But we decided that it's some part or some contribution of resistance from our side to stay here to protect bats. And now we have already August, and it's migration of bats, and we already rescued 500 bats that trapped in buildings that were destroyed because of war, because of shellings during August. Maybe you have some questions about the war situation, and later I will show you, as you asked me, to demonstrate how we care bats now.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any questions in the chat, but I will let you know if I see any. Yeah, no, it's very interesting to hear about all the work you keep doing. So I'll follow you on Patreon, and I saw some of the updates, and I really liked when you mentioned that you that in the air shelters, people told you when they saw bats in the winter, which I thought was, I don't know, I was not expecting that.
Yeah, we were very also surprised that people were so friendly for bats. Yeah, and exactly in the beginning of March, people start to use some cellars, some old bomb shelters, and they found bats, and they make some pictures and send us. And also, it was a picture of some soldier who found a long-eared bat, and also sent to us the pictures that he found these bats. Yeah, it really happened. Yeah, but now it's a little bit another situation, because it's already summer, and people still use some basement for protection, but mostly decided that they don't care, because it's too difficult to move from your flat to bomb shelters like 5 or 10 days during the day, because it's a number of this alarm calls that we have in our city each day.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So you have bats in care now, right? Yeah. Do you want to show these?
We have two groups of bats, and these bats from not from nature, but from like urban areas that we are keeping. during the winter, and we try to release them as soon as possible in spring. But we also have bats with some disabilities and some broken limbs and etc. They were treatment by our veterinarian, and we are keeping them for years with us. And it was for us a great challenge. What should we do with these bats? And we decided not to euthanize them in February, and later in March. We keep them for several weeks in refrigerators. They continue winter hibernation, and in the spring we decided that these bats will live with us. And firstly, we separated this. It's near 40 individuals, and in March, some of females gave birth, and during, well, maybe not in March, in April, but anyway, we grow successfully 8 bat babies, and we also use our office building for training them, and we already released them to the nature, and now all these bats are living together with us in my flat. And I'll later show you, because you asked me exactly about to demonstrate how they live. Maybe it's not okay according to some quarantine or veterinarian purposes, but it's war now, and our huge bat cage that was built especially for carrying bats during summertime. It was on the northern margin of our city in forested area, and that area was under, from the first day it was under a front line, and it's still under front line, and we rescued one day in March 1,000 bats from there, and released them in city in more safety place. And we still don't know what is going on there, because it's still not like front line. It's already Ukrainian part of front line, but it's still military zone. It's forbidden to visit by civilians, and we don't know what is with our cage now. And because of this, we are keeping these bats with us.
Okay, so there are a few questions now. One is, are there any wildlife protection groups active other than yours during the war?
Do you mean like bat protection, or like any animals or wildlife rescue?
The question is wildlife protection, so I guess it's all species.
Yeah, of course. Because in one moment in March we understand that just crazy people still continue working in Kharkiv, and it was our bat rehabilitation center. It was people who are carrying cats and dogs, because thousands of these pets will simply leave because people just run out of the city. And it was like first trains of evacuation of people in March, and the people simply leave their pets on the railway station, and these people who are carrying pets try to help them, try to create some private shelters, and it was a problem for find food for them during these first days. And yes, there are most of groups who are carrying wildlife, animals, and pets that were left by owners because of the war. They still continue working, and also they're working in frontline cities like Lysychansk, and they try to evacuate pets from frontline zone as much as possible. People also don't care about themselves, and try to keep animals.
Okay. Then there's another question asking, how have you been locating the bats? Are people reporting them to you, or are you inspecting buildings and basements?
No, we are not inspecting, because we just we visit in place when after people call us. And this is problem because of course it's impossible to inspect all buildings, and it's also forbidden because we have this like night time. It's forbidden for civilians to be in the city. I forgot this English word.
Curfew.
But any curfew, yeah, exactly, yeah. And it's for people who are working with bats, it's a problem because you cannot just simply work in the city and here where our beds are located. Yeah, and it's a problem because we really don't know the scale of beds that already trapped now, for example, during August in some destroyed it or similarly destroyed building, because it's enough just one one broken it's somehow another our family member, also cat, who was rescued from another flat. Yeah, but he's friendly for pets. He don't care. And yeah, we are visiting just when people call to us now during this war period.
Okay. That's it for the questions, but there might be more later. If you want to show us bats or how you care for them, you can do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just one moment.
Yeah, no problem.
I will move through my flat. So we separated like single, not room. It was like balcony in past, and it's okay because it's separated from our living space, and it's very good because beds sometimes very noisy, too noisy, and it's even very difficult to sleep together with them. Yeah, and we put some boxes, and it's like bag with books. It's for protection from heat waves after explosion, and one day it was too close to us, and you see this glass was broken, and because of this protection the all glass is still in the window, but it was broken because the rocket hit was just a yard behind this building, and it was the closest hit to our living place now. And so this is a big cage with noctules. They are living in these two bed boxes that was also manufactured by us, and this one is concrete one, and another one is wooden. And you can hear, I hope that you can hear how they noising inside, and they feeding already empty because they're very hungry each evening, and they eat a lot. Maybe I can open it and show you how do they live. Say hello, Betis. Yeah, they feel okay, and they have enough room for moving, and a lot of food. We try to make as much diverse their food during this time. We use mealworms, we use some cockroach, and some other insects. Try to make their food more diverse than usual, not just super mealworms before. So we have some interesting beds.
So the noctules that you showed, are they adults, or do you have juveniles as well, or what's the?
No, they're all adults.
Okay.
And most of these beds are with us for for years.
Okay.
And we are keeping them for years, and in this case they don't need some quarantine, and some already survived several winters with us, and most of them adults. We have just one new subadult Aptesicus serotin bat,
Okay.
and
Oh.
this is female of Pipistrellus gule together with this year born baby.
Mm-hmm.
It's baby of this female,
Okay.
and they live in this plastic box. And here you can see some also Pipistrellus gule. They live in this coconut, and but they're adult, and they live separately. And one of the most interesting individuals that we are keeping here, it's Tadarida tenuotis. He is always nervous and don't like when people see him. But you see, it's unusual record for all Ukraine, because it was found in Kharkiv city, and it's 800 kilometers far north from the closest known area of the species. And we still don't know how it was transported to Kharkiv, and it's impossible to release them to nature. And we are continue keeping them in captivity. It's adult male, and we will see how long it will survive. We also have some bats who are living separately here, and the group of serotin bats are living in this cage, and you can see, maybe not, how do they sitting together, and they are very happy when people don't disturb them. So maybe that's all, and this is our bed keeping room, and we try to create for them as comfortable care space, and some other things as possible. Even in the case of war, we are also thinking about how to move them to some other zoos in other cities of Ukraine, but we still don't find enough partners.
Okay. Yeah, I guess getting to the other zoos is not easy.
Yeah, because it's very delicate story how to care bats,
Mm-hmm.
and it's great responsibility. We are not have this feeling for these bats as bats. Of course, they are wildlife animals, and we don't play with them. We try to not handle them a lot, just to time checking their health status and body mass. But anyway, we still have some feeling for these bats, because we are caring them for years, and it's long life lived animals, and we know stories of each of these individual, when it was found, how it was treatment, and how did they survive, and etc. etc.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, we have to find some zoo in like more central or western part of Ukraine, and move them there, because of course it's not okay for us, and not okay for bats to take them in such like tiny space, little space. They need more space. And before, as I mentioned, we have huge this bat cage, and it was even possible to teach bat babies how to fly, and we try to training even bats with disability how to move, and each several days they trained by our bed keepers, because this hyperdynamy is one of the main problem of bats in captivity, because in nature they spend several hours in flight, and it's not 100 but tens of kilometers each night that they covers. And in captivity, of course, you have to always, I would say, pushing them to be active.
Yeah. Yeah. One question. So I know that you have been doing some research as well. It's not just rehabilitation. And I also know that your research was in the news because Russia was claiming some crazy things.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Do you want to talk a bit about the research that you do?
Yeah, but we try to do a lot of research, because first we started with I graduated biological faculty in our local university in Kharkiv, and I started at the one hand as a bat researcher, because I was working in forest a lot. I tried to find bat roost and do some bat rearing, monitoring, and at the same time we always had in our university this group of bats that were trapped in windows, and both in autumn and summer and in winter. And it was my first experience with bats when I tried to rescue bats from window. During January, it was 1999, and this like two studies, and bat caring was like all together in our development of our bat research group. And we are trying to first study this question of urbanization of bats. And we have like goal of our activity is to understand how to create safety bat space for both for bats and for people, because bats already live in cities, and it's impossible to just throw them out, and we have to understand how to create this safety space. And we also like looking to the West countries, how people in Germany create a lot of bed boxes and try to, during renovation of buildings, they try to keep some bed roost inside, and etc. etc. And we try to incorporate this experience in Ukraine. And this question of bed urbanization, how do they utilize urban space during time, like in multi-year monitoring, and also between different seasons, and we try to monitor them, and we have several publications about this story. Also, we work in like with forest bats, and we before like the war started, but it not started now. It started in 2014, and we traveled a lot in Russia, and we studied bats in like huge area from Ukrainian Crimea until like north of Russia, because we try to understand how these bat assemblages of forest bats are working, existing. Yeah. And but also we are focused about this potential epidemiological story about bats and other pets, because during our bat rehabilitation work we collected a lot of bats that were eaten by cats, damaged by cats, by birds, and etc. etc. And this story that was claimed by Russian, it was part of this project. We started to do some screening of bat parasites, and we collected samples of these bat parasites, and we find partners in Germany, in Friedrich Locher Institute, and we sent it's funny story, because it was our official project, and we sent officially 140 tubes. In each of these tubes it was like tiny bat parasite and some tick or some bat flies, and later it was analyzed for some bacterial agents, but these documents was somehow get it to Russians' hands, and they claimed that it was 140 containers with bat parasites aimed to infected some Russian soldiers. Yeah.
Oh well.
Maybe in their imagination, these containers looks like, I don't know, like training wagons full of bed parasites, something like this.
Maybe. Yeah.
Now it's funny, but before it was not funny, because I also told several times that it was real danger for me and for our partner, because in the case of full Russian invasion of our city, of course we were captured, tortured, and they would wanted some information with us, and I'm not sure that I can survive such situation.
Yeah, no, I can't really think about that. So, yeah, no, obviously, yeah, now you can look back at it as a funny story, but I can imagine it was a bit scary at the time. Yeah. Is there anything else you want to talk about, or, I mean, if you have stuff to do, that's fine.
Yeah, and maybe just a short story about our plans, because we are not stopping working, and we have some plans how to continue, how to develop our project, because we understand that before we were concentrated only in one city, mostly in Kharkiv, and Kharkiv, as you know, is the northeastern part of Ukraine, and it's just 30 kilometers from Russian border. And of course, we always know that potentially it's a danger. But before this full-scale war started, the war mostly located in Donbas region, and Kharkiv was peaceful city with a lot of international students, with a lot of IT specialists. And now the situation is changing, and we understand that we have to create the network of bed rehabilitation centers all around the country. And now we started our first official branch, partner organization. It's in Rivne city, in Rivne Zoo. And later we are continue also to create in the Ivano-Frankivsk region, and possibly somewhere also in the center of Ukraine. And we try to separate through the country, because we see that Ukraine already survived, and we will continue working in Ukraine. And of course, we accumulated a lot of stress during this time, and we are dreaming to visit Europe and to have some relax in peaceful and calm cities. But now it's impossible, and but we are full of optimism, and continue to develop the story in Ukraine, because our slogan is to create bed-friendly country, and we try to do it as much as possible. And for us, it's also very positive moment that we are still here, and we can help beds. Because yesterday we had a crazy story. It was a room, and the window was open during all the war period, and this room was full of beds. It's near 500 individuals. They were everywhere, and we just did some filming yesterday, and we are still carrying this group of beds, and we will also later share this video in Patreon and also in Facebook, because it's crazy and funny at the same time. They were on the sofa, inside of refrigerator, under the everywhere. Yeah, and it's good for these beds that we are in the city, and we can help them and release them, and it's also some kind of our responsibility. And we don't want to give. We are not giving up during this situation. That we are still in Ukraine. We continue saving beds. Maybe in the scale of war, it looks strange that you're freaks, people are fighting, and you're just saving beds. But it's all our country resistance, and even people from armed forces, they say that you have continue working if you're civilians to keep our country running, to keep our country running.
Yeah, no, I think it's fantastic work, and a few people in the comments said as well that your efforts were admirable. Now you mentioned how you help bats, but do you want to talk about how people can help you? So I mentioned the Patreon, and I pasted the link in the YouTube chat, but maybe you can explain how people can help you if you
Oh, yeah. It's first I want to say like great thanks for all people who continue helping us through Patreon, and also we have PayPal account. We have this Better Play special account for keeping some donation for us, and only because of this money we are continue be here, because at the beginning of war we lost all sponsorship people from Ukraine, and it's only way for continue to do this work. And yeah, we have our Patreon, and as I mentioned, we have PayPal account now, and you can visit our website. We have some special link how to donate us, and just a few dollars, pounds, euro, it could be enough contribution from people from all around the world to continue our existence, because it's not only the story just about bats. It's a story how to survive people who are in civilized mood and fight people who are getting crazy in one moment. We don't know why, but it's devastation situation.
Yeah. Some more people saying excellent work. I agree. So I pasted the link for your website in the chat and your PayPal account as well, so that people can.
Thank you so much.
No, it's the best I can do. Yeah, I really enjoy the updates, and I'm always amazed by the work that you keep doing. I don't know how you keep doing it, but somehow you do, and I think that definitely deserves some praise. So yeah, so thank you for presenting. It was very.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me. Yeah.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye. Okay, so hello everyone. We've got a slightly different camera angle now. So that was it from Ukraine, and that's it for the live presentations for now. We do have a few videos to. I do have a few videos to show you, so let me just figure that out. I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. If you do, please consider providing some feedback in the chat. It's always nice to hear about your thoughts. So what time is it? Okay, 1:45. Let's stay in Europe and let's watch a video from England. Oh, there's a question. Will this be available to watch later by any chance? And the answer to that is yes. So I'm hoping that it will just stay on YouTube, and that all you have to do is just go to the same link and it will still be active. I think I've checked all the right boxes for that to happen, but this is the first time I stream on YouTube, and it's not trivial, especially with the setup I have here. But I am also recording this in 2 different places, so I'm hoping that whatever is not on YouTube I have recorded locally and I can upload later. Yeah, so hopefully this should be still be up by the end of the stream. So yeah, you can definitely head off and come back later, or don't come back later and rewatch some of the bits. So yeah, this is really, you're not expected to watch everything in one go because that's just insane. But you can definitely pop in and out as you like. And do consider sharing the stream on social media. I am trying to share it as well, but your help would be appreciated. Okay, let's go for a video from England. I think this should work.
Imagine thinking you found a safe haven to raise your family, but then everything starts falling apart. This tiny group of greater horseshoe bats, one of our rarest bat species, has chosen to raise their pups in a derelict stable block in West Sussex. And although, thanks to the huge generosity of individuals and groups, we have saved the building as a roost for this rare species, it is literally falling apart.
These are just completely rotten. All needs replacing, and it all costs money.
So these are actually one of our rarest species in the UK, and this is almost 100 kilometres away from where we typically find them. Their stronghold is in the southwest of England, so to find them over here in West Sussex is very unusual. They haven't been found here for 100 years. So by safeguarding this roost, fixing up the walls, fixing up the roost, making a safe haven for them, we can help this species to recover a huge part of their former range in this country. So unfortunately there's imminent risk that the roof may collapse, so that puts the bats at grave danger of destruction of the building, but also they're very vulnerable to predators at the moment. So cats and owls can get in, they may predate the young pups as they're learning to fly. So we urgently need to A, secure the roof, but make the building secure from predators and other disturbance.
This corridor that we're stood in is the main flight path out for the bats, and at this time of year the young bats are going to be taking their first flights out into the wide world. And the problem we've been having is a tawny owl's been coming in and either perching on the windowsills or perching on these old stable stalls, and the young bats could be easy prey. So we've put these little anti-perching devices in, just to keep the owl out of the corridor area. So this is a temporary measure. We really need to make this building secure, and for that we need your donations.
So we need to raise £200,000. £150,000 of that is just to put a new roof on it. That's our biggest expense. But really we don't have much time to do this because the winter's coming and this is when the time of year that we need to do the work, so we need to raise this money quite urgently. So we are very far away from the core range of this species, over 100 kilometres in fact. And the reason that's so significant is that these species were found here for probably thousands and thousands of years, but they haven't been found here in living memory. So if we can secure this site, that's a good breeding roost for them, and then they can slowly start to disperse out and recover a huge part of the range where they should be thriving.
You've been unbelievably generous in helping us raise the money to buy the building, but now we need to raise a lot more to restore it to make it safe and secure for the bats. Every donation really will help. £30 will buy us a few new roof slates, and £100 will help us to replace some of the rotten roof timbers. So please dig deep and help us if you can.
This is a really good conservation story. There's a really good chance that this is going to work, but we only have a short period of time to get the work done. The bats will leave in autumn, and then we have a few months to get the work done before they come back in spring. Please will you help us to safeguard this roost?
Okay, so as you can see, that is some fantastic conservation work that they're trying to do in southern England, and for which they need our help. Greater horseshoe bats, if you don't know, they're a rare species in England. They're also a rare species in Belgium, for example. They've suffered some substantial declines since, well, in the past century or so. So they definitely do need some of our help to sort of fix the past mistakes. I know it's a bit early, but I'm tempted to start the video from Seychelles. So let's just do that.
Welcome to International Bat Night 2022, Seychelles edition. I'm Tamara.
I'm Damien.
We are the co-founders of Protect Paradise Seychelles. We are based on Mahe, Seychelles, the main island, and we are an NGO dealing with the rescue, rehabilitation and release of sick, injured and orphaned Seychelles flying foxes.
We'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you and thank you for joining us, and hope you enjoy our presentation.
We would like to take this opportunity to thank the wonderful bat community for all your support this last year and a half while we've been setting up the first of its kind in Seychelles. You know who you are, so thank you very much.
We come from humble beginnings and we currently set up from home. From here, Tamara is able to do all of her first responders work with the injured orphan bats that come in. At the moment we have a nursery where the youngsters go in, and from there they go into a creche setup. Tamara then gives them flight lessons in the flight aviary, and from there they have a soft release and coming back with the forwards to get some supplemental feed while they're learning to integrate with the local colony that surrounds us on this estate. And from there we're hoping to expand to our future facilities. You can go and follow our story on our website, protectparadisesay.com. On there you'll see our new facility will be based on a 2-acre plot of land, which will have an expanded version of what we currently have, which will give us more room to do a bit more work, doing some educational and conservation work, while providing the best facilities that we could possibly cater for their needs.
The new centre will include a wildlife veterinary clinic, an animal hospital, an area to house the different animals in their correct enclosures, and then of course the bat creche, the bat enclosures, and another large flight aviary that will include a natural habitat inside.
It's like a sky aviary, so it will be higher than what the tree line would be. That's the whole idea, to put it up on pylons, so it would be a large walk-in sort of flight cage. What else are you going to have?
So inside this aviary we're going to make a variety of natural habitats. It's going to include wonderful fruits for the bats to self-feed and learn.
Endemic and
introduced, but obviously bananas, pawpaws, mangoes, and then the native endemic seeds and pollens
flowering plants
they require. So the bats will have a really nice environment to learn everything they need, to socialize properly, learn all the flight skills, really exercise, and to be optimum for their release back into the wild. So we have a wonderful working relationship with the Ministry of Environment, helping them with rescues when they need and rehabilitation. But something that's really close to our hearts and that it's desperate to be done is the Seychelles flying fox has never had a complete census on its population. So together with Ministry of Environment, we'll be working on getting a team of experts and consultants to come and train local conservationists, and we're going to do a complete population census and then followed up by a conservation monitoring program that will be a yearly thing.
This is also a first of its kind. It will be more comprehensive. There have been a few studies done, but they were not as comprehensive as what's needed to be able to determine the exact populations, how they migrate between the different centralized main islands, which is Mahé, Palem, Madib, and a few of the closer located smaller islands. We have a lot of interest from the other NGOs in Seychelles that will going to help us on the outerlying islands so that we can get all the extra sensors in. And from there we'll be able to put together, as Tamara said, an awesome conservation program with regards to bats, because we want to ensure that any decisions made are actually derived from proper scientific census instead of most of the time it's sort of hearsay and not very accurate when it comes to people's opinions as to how many bats there are in Seychelles. The hunters say there are too many and they need to be hunted, and the conservationists say there are too few and there used to be. So instead of arguing about it, I think we're going to get to the bottom of it very soon.
Most importantly, the ICUN Red List can be updated with this new information so that
and
the moment
kept up to date within 5 years, which would be more preferable.
And because at the moment the foxes are status is least concern, but definitely
lack of data,
and we've seen with our own eyes population decline and bat hunting on the rise. So.
But these threats are also compounded by human activity, tourism, which is the lifeline of Seychelles, which we also take part in, and unfortunately there needs to be a balance. Human destruction of their natural habitats and colonies being disturbed, roosting sites being chopped down with little care for the bats.
So the bats in Seychelles are misunderstood. They're often seen as pests. At the moment we're encouraging school children visits. They come to our facility at home and they learn all about the bats. They're up close and personal. Obviously it's all ethical, no touching, no selfies, nothing like this. But they get to see the bats, and then we teach them why they're important for nature, their role in nature, why we need them, why they need protection, and this is very important for us.
And that program will be further expanded when we have our new facility, which includes an education area, and it will be collaborating with the ministry and other NGOs who also have the same sort of objectives. Instead of redesigning the wheel, it's best that we use everybody's skills and input and work together to create an awesome environment to stimulate the children in Seychelles. This is really true for us, because growing up in South Africa we were fortunate to be exposed to these sort of environmental centers and educational parks where school children can go and learn about how important these keystone species are and how we can make a difference in the survival of them and the rest of the biological sphere that we live in.
So in Seychelles we have 7 species of bats. Of course, with the Seychelles flying fox, the Seychelles steep-tail and the Aldeburgh flying fox, there's some data. The other 4 species are data deficient and we can't even find a photograph. So we have a very exciting project to share with you guys. In November 2023, Mr. Mills will be joining us as our scientific advisor for Protect Paradise, and we'll be doing some research on Mahé for the Seychelles steep-tail bat. It's actually the rarest bat in the world. The numbers are under 100, and So what we'll be doing is we're going to be looking for new roosts so that we can isolate them and then see what we can do for conservation, to deter human interference and habitat destruction, things like that. But then also possibly purchase private land if we do find a roost. And then, so we'll be doing the same on Praslin and Lodigue, because there were colonies of the seeth tail there, but it's presumed extinct. But we're going to go and see maybe there's still something.
Overuse of pesticides and...
Yes. So on Silhouette Island, they are already doing quite a bit of work with the hotel to get them to do some environmental friendly practices, and the colony on Silhouette's being monitored. So we're going to be concentrating on Mahe, because this strip of coastline on the west coast where we are, this is actually where there's been a big influx of development. So it's very crucial that this research happens so that we can protect any roosts. It's the rarest bat in the world, so really we need to do all we can.
If any of you got any advice or help that you can offer us to work on this, we also need to raise a bit of funding to do this project. We want to do it comprehensive, and Niels is going to bring his special acoustic monitors, and we're going to be getting as many hands on the ground here so that we can possibly locate feeding grounds, roosting grounds, and see if we can make an immediate change in the next 5 years. Because, as Tamara said, Seychelles is unfortunately developing at a fast rate, and we need to protect what's left.
Definitely. We feel very strongly about this, and in the second part of this research, it will be in collaboration with the Seychelles Island Foundation. Super exciting. The three of us will be traveling to Aldabra Atoll in the middle of the Indian Ocean.
It's a World Heritage Site. it's like a bucket list times 10. So we're very excited and looking forward to that.
And this is where the 3 species of bats that are data deficient. I can't name them off by heart, but I'll get to it. During the trip to Aldabra, we'll be looking out for the 3 data deficient species. We know that the one has been seen on Picard Island, so we'll be trying to get there. And Niels, with his acoustic monitoring, will be doing our recordings and see what playbacks we can get. And very importantly, we want to get some photographic evidence, so we'll be doing some mist netting possibly, and maybe some numbers, population numbers.
But SIF, it's actually quite timely that this research is going to happen. They would like to do a study on the effects of the varmint on bats and birds on the island. So they're going to do a cat and rat eradication program, and they would obviously need to have some data before they could start with that. So we're hoping that we could also be, Niels will be leaving some of the recorders behind so that we could do nice...
This will be ongoing, and it will be a yearly thing.
Yes.
So that the bats in Seychelles, we're really going to have a deeper understanding of what's going on, number-wise, population-wise, habitat-wise.
Human-animal conflict.
So this is really something dear to our hearts, and we can't wait for the information and the research to get in. And
we look forward to sharing it with all of you bat followers and enthusiasts. And if any of you can make a difference in any way, please reach out. We'd love to hear from you.
The Seychelles seeth-tailed bat, Cholera seychellinus, is the rarest bat in the world. It is listed on the ICN Red List as critically endangered. It has a population of less than 100. There are 3 known roosts on Mahe and 1 on Silhouette Island. These bats roost in granitic caves along the coast. The bats feed on insects at night using echolocation calls. The weight of these bats is approximately 10.2 grams for males and 11.1 grams for females. The forearm length is between 53.9 and 55.6 millimeters. An interesting fact about these bats, they have a small membrane extending between the hind legs that can be placed over its tail. The threats these bats face is habitat destruction, overuse of pesticides, and an influx of non-native plant species. In order to secure the future of this species and restore self-sustaining populations, major habitat restoration projects must be enacted. We can also control public access to roost sites and remove non-native vegetation. Moving on to Aldeburgh Atoll, we have 4 bat species. The Mauritian tomb bat, which has a weight of 20 to 36 grams and a length of 101 to 116 millimeters and a wingspan of 181 to 204 millimeters. The Aldeburgh flying fox, which is slightly smaller than the Seychelles flying fox, and the 2 data-deficient species, Charaphon pusilla and Paratrionops pollyanna. The Seychelles flying fox play a significant role in the regeneration of forest ecosystems through seed dispersal and provide important pollination services. The threats these bats face are habitat loss, collision with power lines, and hunting for consumption. Some interesting facts: bat processed seeds have higher rates of germination, and the flying fox can travel up to 50 kilometers per night carrying and dispersing large seeds. In Seychelles, around dusk, you can often see the flying fox belly dipping into the ocean. They then lick off the salt water for essential minerals that might be lacking in their diets. Here is Damien and Tamara during an educational school visit, where the children learn all about the Seychelles flying foxes and their role in nature and their importance to the environment. We are now moving over to the rehabilitation part, and here we see bat pup Angel. It's essential that the bat pups are cleaned and groomed daily. They have 3 to 4 hour milk feeds with a calcium enriched milk formula. Here we see bat pup Chili enjoying his first fruits, steamed apple. We must keep the bat pups clean, and daily we must clean their wings with a gentle wipe. They now reach the next stage of their development and they must build their confidence. So here we are exploring the garden and nature. One of the final stages of the rehabilitation process, the bats are moved into the large flight aviary where they practice and develop their flight skills and muscles. Socialization is also important, and here you can see Chili socializing with one of our previously released orphans. We now ensure the bat pups are learning about wild and native fruits, and we ensure they are foraging and are able to carry their fruits during flight. We now offer a soft release where the door of the aviary is left open and the bats may come in and out, and we offer them support food while they reintegrate into the wild. This is bat pup Minky, who was found on the side of the road during a heavy storm. Minky was very weak on admission, but she took to her milk straight away and her strength regained. So every day it's important that the bat pups get to spend some time in the sunshine to get some fresh air, stretch their wings, have a scratch and a groom, so they thoroughly enjoy this time. The pups spend most of the day sleeping, but at around 6 weeks of age they start becoming more active. Bonding time is important and the bats enjoy interactions. Minky is now going on to solid foods, and here she is enjoying some steamed apple. She has now progressed to the outside aviary, and she's enjoying building her confidence in nature, learning about pollens and wild food. And a favorite of all the orphans is of course Juicy Papaya, and here's Minky and Tintin tucking in. We also rehabilitate injured flying foxes. This is an adult female who was rescued off a hunter from a tourist. Here you can see her after her initial examination. She's had fluids and I'm applying a healing ointment. And here you can see the intelligence of this animal as she allows me with complete trust to doctor her wounds. So these bats were caught in a bat trap, which is fishing line and hooks placed over the fruiting trees. And here you can see the before and after of the wounds that all luckily healed. Welcome to the wondrous world of bats. Here you can see some wild bats that are enjoying our garden. They are pollinating our banana plants. They visit on occasion. We offer them a safe haven where we can enjoy our space together. We love to watch them. And this is our previously released orphan Chocolate. Here you can see Chocolate enjoying the favorite papaya. This is Orphan Mouse, a female. who's integrated back into the wild, and I'm sure she'll be having a pup of her own soon. And this is Big Boy, one of our previously released orphans. He's a large adult male now. He's fit, he's strong, he's healthy, and he's integrated beautifully back into the wild.
Okay, so very excited to hear about all the work that they do. So as Tamara and Damien have mentioned, I will be working with them on some of the world's rarest bat species, which is very exciting. So I was fortunate to visit Seychelles 4 years ago now, and I did see 3 of the world's rarest bat, so the Seychelles sheath-tailed. But that was a known location, and the objective of our project is to find new locations, if there are any, to protect those. I see lots of reactions about the cuteness of the bats. Yes, most flying foxes are very cute, but I don't know, there's something about the Seychelles flying fox that makes it maybe a bit cuter. I definitely spend lots of time with them, photographing them in Seychelles, and just generally watching them. Watching them over the sea at sunset is fantastic. So if you're ever lucky enough to go to Seychelles, do keep an eye out on the sea at sunset. I mean, most people do that in Seychelles anyway, because that's why they're there for. Maybe not the bats, but definitely the sea and sunsets. So it's very fun to watch the bats at sunset. If you have any questions, so I know this was a pre-recorded video, and I thank Tamara and Damien for sending it over. I do know that they had some technical challenges getting it sorted, so it's great that we did get their contribution in time. Yeah, if you have any questions, do pop them in the chat. Either I will answer them, or because I can see that they are in the chat as well. I don't know if it's Tamara or Damien, but that is yeah, maybe they'll answer as well. Right now we're going to take a break. Let me get that sorted. So I have to do this. Okay, so we're taking a break now, and there's a countdown on screen, so you know when you have to come back. Now That's a good question. Is the video available to watch separately just for the back footage for Artistic? I mean, unless something goes horribly wrong, the live stream will stay online after the stream is done. So it will just remain as a video on demand thing. I believe I have checked all the right boxes on YouTube for that to happen. If not, then there might be a week or two delay between the end of the stream and when the recordings are online, because it takes a lot of editing to upload the whole thing. Because I can't upload the whole thing in one go, so I have to split it up, and that takes time, which I don't have much of right now. So ideally, yes, the videos will be available, maybe not separately, but you can rewatch any part that you want, how many times you want it, and you can probably even screenshot it if you want to use it for artistic purposes. And then, yes, so hopefully that won't require any work on my end, but I'm not overly confident. So we'll be back fairly soon. As you might have noticed from the schedule, this is a very long live stream, so I have to make sure that I'm not tiring myself out before the end of it. So that's why we've got a few breaks scheduled. Feel free to have dinner, coffee, lunch, talk to your family, anything. We'll be back shortly. Sorry, hello and welcome back. Now you should have sound. Okay. I hope you enjoy your break. I definitely did. Got some fresh air. Now we are still waiting for the next speaker. Oh. That wasn't a very long wait. Hi, David.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. So you're not live yet. Well, you're live with me, but not with the people. But I will do that just now.
Yeah, nice.
So my sound system is a bit janky because I have to use a microphone to record my laptop, which is not ideal, but it sort of works. I couldn't find a better way to pass through the sound from Zoom to YouTube. That will be an issue for next year's live stream. The goal is every year it gets a bit better. This time we had a fancy countdown timer so that people didn't just not know when to come back. And it's easier for me as well with all the pre-recorded videos because they're all right there. So yeah, we're improving step by step. This is a learning journey.
Hey, it's work, it's evolution.
Exactly. So how are you doing?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Very good. It's great to finally talk rather than over text. It's great, and you've done a great job.
Yes, because we haven't met yet, actually.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
It's all been sort of virtual, virtual. Even though this is sort of progression as well, virtual.
Yeah.
But we can still speak direct. That's no, it's all good. It's all good, thank you.
Okay, so you're live now. So you can do whatever you want to do. Do you have a presentation? No, I can't. But also have to allow you to do that because Zoom is weird, or rather, it's me who didn't activate the thing beforehand. I can't blame Zoom because that's my fault.
So
you should be able to share your screen now.
Okay. Just guide me into.
So bear with us, everyone. While we wait, if you would like to tell us in the chat where you are tuning in from. This morning, at the very start of the session, we had people from New Zealand, the US, a few places in Asia and Europe. So it was very diverse, even in the first 5 minutes of the stream, and I'm assuming it has got more diverse now.
That help?
No, we still can't see. You need to click on the big green button at the bottom of your Zoom window.
Oh, hang on a minute, I see.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Probably one of the most common phrases in the last 2 years is, "Can you see my screen?"
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I still can't find the Still can't find the share button on the Zoom.
Oh,
Share screen. I can see your.
I can see your screen now.
Okay, right. Let me just find you.
Yeah. You just need to go full screen.
How's that?
It's not full screen. I can just see your PowerPoint window. But if you go into presenter mode in PowerPoint.
This one?
I can't see your mouse. But if you towards the bottom, next to the Zoom slide, you've got a little, it's supposed to be screen, I think. It's a small button that you need to click on.
Okay.
Got someone from Auburn in the USA. I'm assuming AL is Alabama. I'm not overly familiar with the two-letter acronyms of US states.
Apologies for this.
No problem. Yeah, you should be able to, or you can go at the top there. You can choose. I think it's in slideshow, and
then this one, custom slideshow, current slide, slideshow.
I can't actually see what you're saying. It's very odd. How do I explain it to you? Well, if you go at the bottom of your window, at the bottom of PowerPoint, you've got notes, comments, and then 4 little symbols. If you click on the one that's furthest to the right, right next to the minus from the Zoom slide. Zoom as in zooming, not the app.
Oh, okay.
Wow, people tuning in at 4 a.m. That's some dedication. Well, thank you for joining.
It might be even later than that once we found out to do the. Slideshow. No? Still nothing?
No. It might have frozen, actually. Do you mind stop sharing and resharing?
I think I've clicked everything that I can do. I've clicked on slideshow, clicked on to current window. Then from beginning on the PowerPoint.
Yeah, I suspect it might be Zoom that has frozen. So I can stop your screen share, and if you don't mind starting it again.
Yeah. Just start my screen sharing again, yeah, no?
Yes, please, sorry.
Any better?
Not really. Click there. Yeah, if you click that on that one, it should theoretically. Yeah, there we go. Oh.
Oh, you got it?
Well, we've got the presenter view, which is odd. What? Oh, yeah, display. Yes.
This one?
Yes.
How's that?
That is perfect. It has worked.
Apologies, everyone. It's probably like another 2 hours added on to your day. But
that's all right. Someone's saying it's about noon here. So a bit late. Usually asleep during the daytime. Okay. So we've got a bat in the audience, apparently. Someone who's asleep. There's someone who says they're asleep at daytime, so I'm assuming they're a bat.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. Well, thanks very much, firstly, Niels, for contacting me to allow to talk at this great event you've got on. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, from wherever you're tuning in from. Just like to give you a brief overview. My name's David White, and I'm the team manager at the North England Zoological Society, Chester Zoo. And I just want to give you a brief overview of the work that we do with bats here at the North England Zoological Society. So the first thing, this is going to be an overview of what I'm going to talk about. So the work that Chester Zoo does with native species, what is IAZA and raising awareness of bats within the zoo community, and the conservation work further afield that we do. So those of you who aren't familiar with Chester Zoo, I'll just give you a quick brief overview. We're located in the northwest of England. We're a very old zoo. We're opened in 1931. We have about 20,000 animals. 2 of those are bat species. That's not including the native species that are found further afield on the zoo site. And our conservation efforts, we main focus in 6 regions: Southeast Asia, mainland Asia, Africa, Latin America, And currently, Madagascar, mascarenes, and UK and Europe are our focus for our bats, conservation work that we do with bats. So if anyone wants to look into us even further, there's the website there. We are the most visited zoo in the UK and a conservation and education charity committed to preventing extinction. The first point I want to touch on is the native species that we find within our zoo grounds and our further zoo site. We actually have an ecologist dedicated to this, a team of people that are dedicated to this. I think Helen Bradshaw is tuning in, so hi Helen if you're watching. So we have we've confirmed that we have brown long-eared maternity roost on site. We also have soprano pips, and we're unsure of the size of the Benton's roost at the moment, but pups have been found through confirmation of these maternity roosts, so that's work that we're still undertaking. We also found on the zoo side ad hoc roosts. We get a lot of calls from visitors and other staff members of bats that have been found in little roosting spots such as ironwood posts, and even when people are open up in the morning underneath parasols around catering outlets. So we sort of educate the wider zoo teams on bats, and if they find native bats, educating them of what to do, who to inform, and the correct process and protocols so they can be retrieved safely and returned to suitable habitats and roost sites as well. So the zoo itself has a wider estate, and that's around about 236 hectares, so it's a huge site. And recently we've been carrying out bat transects this year with static detectors, and we've been able to confirm other native species as well as the usual bats that we find here in Cheshire. So that's fantastic to know, and knowing that some of our work that we've been doing with our further estates have actually encouraged bat species back into sort of make Chester Zoo and the bigger wider estate their home. So it's a fantastic conservation effort closer to home. And also up around the zoo estate, we have 70 bat boxes, and managing our estate for increased biodiversity. So our founder George Mottershead, his motto was always building, and so as a zoo and a conservation organisation, we're always evolving on site. And with that, it comes new building projects, and these could cause current buildings that are dilapidated or need to be removed. We always assess them for native bats, and if there's known areas of roosts, or as keepers, a lot of our buildings and animal houses, not only do they hold exotic animals, they also are great homes for our native bats as well. So we're always informing other keepers about signs to look out for. And so this is one example I thought I'd show you of the work that we do with mitigation. So we had an area, it's called the Stable Yard Block, and it's sort of a very old feature of the zoo, probably around the 1930s building style when we were first opened, first formed. And over time, this stable yard block's gone through a lot of different evolutions and changes of purpose. And so a survey was carried out to found that there was brown long-eared roosting in this particular area. So through work that we do with our external consultants as well, mitigation were put in place, and we've actually constructed this within the zoo grounds of a mitigation area for brown long-eared bats. And this is a few pictures of those of you interested that's inside the roost, the artificial roost. So we have bat boxes. We have you can see the central access point there, and then the picture to the right is the maternity, an area that from the maternity roost there. So yeah, it's a fantastic project and development within the zoo, and also furthermore we can educate our visitors as well to the work that we do with native bats on site. So moving forward, part of my role is working with population management and raising awareness of bat species. And I just want to give you an overview, so for those who don't know and aren't familiar, EAZA was formed in 1992. It stands for the European Association for Zoos and Aquarium. And its mission is to facilitate cooperation with other zoos towards goals of education, research and conservation. We provide funding and manpower to a lot of in-situ conservation projects aimed at animal populations and habitats. We maintain through the Stop Bippo Run for Rodrigues fruit bat to ensure viable populations for the future, and they can survive over long term, in the protected areas. I think this is the real important one as well, education. So if you think 140 million visitors are welcome to the EAZA zoos each year, from a point of view of educating people on bats, each one person of those took a small snippet or small piece of information away with them. That's 140 million people that can help preserve and protect bats, both in their native bats, but also further afield. And I think that's a really important point there. We also help support research in animal biology to understand better how survivorship of species, both in zoos, but also the work that's done within zoos helps conservation efforts further afield and in home ranges. And it's a real big organisation in helping European cities to learn and contribute to these common goals. And that's just turning up at the entrance to Chester Zoo and contributing all the money goes back into all these goals and common goals. And each EAZA zoo have these same points and goals to achieve. It's quite a powerful tool. So within EAZA, there are different tags, and I am part of the EAZA small mammal tag. And this is how it's laid out. We have a chair and vice chairs, all concentrating on different taxa. So I oversee the vice chair of the small mammal tag, and my main focus is on bats in zoos and helping raise awareness of them across the EAZA organisations. And through that, we are producing a collection plan, which this is a previous collection plan, and what that does is it we assess each of the species of bats and looking at. We'd love to be able to contribute to every single bat species, but it's very, very challenging just because of the sheer numbers. But what we can do is by using defining species that perhaps are nectar feeders, insectivores, pteropods, microbats. By having a range of different species that we can focus on, it will help educate our visitors and also target conservation efforts. So we've got a regional collection plan coming up soon, and actually if there are people tuning in that have got key expertise in species or even in areas of North America. And I know, Niles, you do with the IUCN assessor for, is it European species?
Yes, that's correct. Although there's a project going on at the minute, so I'm not doing the assessments of European species this time, but I will be involved in the review process.
Yeah, great. So that sort of those sort of expertise can help contribute in defining this collection plan. So we invite a lot of experts in the field in all different areas to come together to discuss bat species and then to create a collection plan moving forward. So one area that I've tried to take on board is I produce an online bat e-newsletter called The Roost, and I invite articles of anything relating to bats basically. In the recent editions are covered conservation, education, updates from the field, animal husbandry, native species, so anything surrounding bats basically. And if anyone would like to contribute, there's my email address. I'd love to hear from people. There's plenty of amazing talks that have taken place this morning and further on through the day. I'd love to hear from you and spread the great work that you guys are doing. So one of the focus species that one of the focus species here at Justice Zoo is the Rodrigues fruit bat. We have a colony here, and we do a lot of work out in Rodrigues Island with this species, help support NGOs out there, the Mauritius Wildlife Foundation. So just a quick overview of Rodrigues Island. It's a 42 square mile island located in the Indian Ocean, 250 miles east of Mauritius. It's quite a volcanic by origin, and it's surrounded by a large coral reef. And the conservation partner that we work there with is the Mauritian Wildlife Foundation. And some of these areas I've picked out some of the bat roosts, so you can get an idea of where the bats are roosted. So we've got Malabar, Bel Air Roost, Solitude, Cascade Pigeon, which is quite a famous roost. That's the location of where the first insurance population were collected in the 70s by Gerald Durrell. Just a pictorial guide, really, to get an idea of what the island looks like and where the bats are roosted. The picture of me stood in front of the Bel Air Roost there. That was a fantastic experience, great experience to be able to witness and observe natural behaviour. The roost was quite good because it was in quite a valley. The bats are at eye level with you. So it was just a fantastic experience. A lot of the bats you could see this sort of up in a valley really, and the bats were using these trees. It's quite secluded there as well, and you could just see in the distance the sea. So the sea air would blow up, and they seek decent protection against the valley walls there. But absolutely brilliant experience. And on the right there, that's you can see a completely different sort of habitat, if you like. This is near to the Mauritian Wildlife Foundation's headquarters. This actually a couple of weeks beforehand, there were no bats in this area. They'd all returned, and it's mainly because there was some tree work being carried out, and through disturbance they disappeared. But it showed how quickly they will return. Once all the conditions are right. So you see the picture on the left shows bats flying in urban settings. This photograph was taken at one of the roost counts, and it just shows you how far the bats come into urban settings on Rodrigues. Obviously, being a very small island, anywhere the bats are going to go into urban areas. So yeah, these were flying from their roosting areas to feeding areas across the island. And this is one of the areas where we did some survey work using sort of landmarks to predict counts. On the right, we met Commissioner Payendi. He used to be the project manager on the Rodrigues Island. He is now Commissioner for the Environment of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly. So he went down into the politics route, but he was a very knowledgeable person, very influential, and Reshad Jahangir Khan, he is the current Rodrigues project manager. And whilst we're out there, we were discussing sort of Rodrigues fruit bats, the challenges they face out in Rodrigues, the feeling of the local people and community about bats. And Commissioner Biendi, having worked with the Rodrigues as a Rodrigues manager, sort of understands the importance of the fruit bats. And he actually arranged whilst we were there, a radio interview with the local radio station, and we discussed sort of my role while I was out there looking at Rodrigues fruit bats, and it gave us an opportunity to put that message out there as the importance of Rodrigues fruit bats and how they're important in the community and what they can bring to the community. So that was really, really fantastic opportunity. Whilst I was there, visited the Solitude Nursery, and you think, what's that got to do with the bats? But basically, the Solitude Nursery, they propagate a lot of native Rodrigues flora, plants, shrubs, and once they're at a position that they can be moved to Grand Montane National Park, the work that they're doing at Grand Montane is to eradicate all invasive plant species and replant them with endemics. And over time, as these endemic plants have flourished, actually the Rodrigues fruit bats are coming back to feed on native flora. So actually, with the bats eating the various fruits, they will then help seed native plants further afield over the island. So it's a great project, and yeah, a really nice way of linking up sort of ecosystems as well, bringing them back to what they should look like. And bats, as we know, play a massively important role in doing this. Just examples of some of the surveys that are conducted on the island. This is me at the top of Mademoiselle Roost. Where one of the roosts, one of the larger roosts of Rodrigues fruit bats are found. We use a sort of a static view point, a road, for example. We get there just before the bats start to emerge out their roosts, and we count them going across these static landmarks. And this is continued up until it is basically too dark to see anymore. And it gives an idea of the numbers that are found in each route. So yeah, we do. There was a one-day simultaneous bat count at 10 temporary roosts, and then a 3-day island-wide simultaneous bat count on 10 of the permanent roosts. So yeah, these are some of the surveys that are conducted on the island. And also, an interesting thing is these are also some of the surveys are community involvement through volunteers as well. So it's a great way of bringing the local community together to the one common goal. And it's you get a lot of volunteers, and it's a great community, great community spirit. So the Mauritian fruit bat work that we do here in support at Chester Zoo is to do with human-animal conflict. There are a lot of mango and lychees grown on Mauritius, and unfortunately this comes into competition, the bats, with farmers. There are a lot of other introduced species on the island, such as parakeet, ringneck parakeets, and bulbuls, and rats. But the bats are always deemed the main culprits to the farmers. They also, because of that image, they're unpopular with the local public due to the perception as being messy, noisy, menacing creatures. And culls of this species have gone ahead in recent years So as part of Chester Zoo, we're part of the Human Bat Conflict Working Group in Mauritius, which is made up of a number of other different organisations such as the IUCN, Human Wildlife Conflict Task Force, Mauritius Wildlife Foundation, etc. So we all come together to talk about mitigation methods and priorities of what we should use as a sort of non-lethal alternative. This could include netting, for example, of orchards, which is used, but not at the time was not sort of put into practice as much as it perhaps could have been. But so a lot of these talks, it's all about bringing the community together to talk about ways of dealing with these challenging situations. So there's a lot of diversity, including the orchard farmers, and sort of chatting with them and getting their point of view. So it's a big collaborative effort in finding solutions. So I just thought I'd just finish with talking a bit about the history of Rodrigues fruit bats at Chester Zoo. As I said, the Rodrigues fruit bat was one of the most endangered bat species in the world. And Gerald Durrell, the great conservationist, he identified this, and so in 1976 he brought in a founder population, which was brought in Pascal Pigeon. They included 10 adults. They received the 20th of January 1983 from Jersey. That was where our group originated from, and that's when we started our journey with Rodrigues fruit bats. They were initially housed in a small mammal house, which was acceptable at its times, but as standards needed to be increased and as management techniques grew, we created a much larger exhibit for them. And first, they do really well in captivity as an insurance population. First surviving youngster was born in '83. And from that point on, our colony has grown. We have around 175 animals at the moment. To just give you a bit of an idea of what fruit bat forest looks like, we do also have another species which, with the Rodrigues fruit bat, the small microbat, the Cebus short-tailed bat. If you remember back in one of my earlier slides, we talked about around 140 million visitors to the Arden collections. This is these exhibit helps us talk about all the work that we do with bats, particularly the Rodrigues fruit bat and Mauritian fruit bat, and our native species as well. So this exhibit helps us to talk to the visitors, people that have got these preconceptions of bats and all these fables and tales that people have told them. We try and talk to them and clarify that what these fables and perhaps their parents and their parents' parents have said to them is all false. And actually, it takes great pleasure in talking to someone that's a bit nervous about going into the bats and walking them through, and then they really appreciate how wonderful these animals are. Actually go away and say, oh, I'm going to look up that and research that. So that takes, it's a great pleasure of ours and something that we take great pride in. Each year we do an annual census of our Rodrigues fruit bats. This is something that we need to do to maintain good records, but also we can monitor pups and we can sort of then check the health of all the individuals in our colony. And this brings everyone together from our animal team to our vets, to our registrars, to all interested parties. And it's a good training exercise as well in handling bats and checking the health of the colony. And it's a great sort of, everyone comes together for the bats. It's a really popular event within the zoo. as part of, as I mentioned before, as part of my role is managing the population of Rodrigues fruit bats. So it gives me an idea to run the census in the colony, our growth rates and population of our colony. So yeah, so it's another important opportunity. Last but not least, one of another way that we engage our visitors is in actual experiences for paying visitors. This is a really popular event. It's mainly focused on our Cebus bats, but it gives us the opportunity on a one-on-one basis to talk to visitors, to guests, to talk about our conservation work, to talk about native bats, basically enthuse people about bats and how fantastic they are, and this is such a popular experience for our visitors. It's a sort of another tool that we can use for educating. So I hope that, I know it's a bit of a whistle-stop tour, but I hope that gives you some idea of the work that we do here at Chester Zoo, specifically with bats. I've got our contact details up there. Helen Bradshaw, who is oversees all the UK and European projects, who does a lot of work with our native bats here in the zoo and in the wider zoo estate, and also Dr. Claire Raisin, who also oversees the Mascarene and Madagascar projects, and obviously does a lot of work with the Rodrigues fruit bat and the Mauritius fruit bat. So thank you very much, Niels, for taking the time to allow me to present this, and enjoy the rest of your International Bat Night.
Well, thank you for this presentation. It was fascinating to see everything you've been up to, and it's nice that you sort of combine work with native species as well as, well, obviously non-native. There's obviously a lot of work being done by zoos around the world, but I think sometimes they could do a better job of also drawing, putting the spotlight on native species. It's something I've been trying to push in Belgian zoos. Fortunately, I haven't had too much time, so my push hasn't been very successful. But it's something I would like to keep working on, because obviously a lot of people visit zoos, and like you say, it's fantastic when you're able to change their mind about bats. Because it might be a lot harder to change their mind about bats if all they see are the bats in their garden, maybe. That might work with some people, but that won't work with everyone, and sort of having different approaches to changing people's minds about bats is a great idea.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of there's a lot of zoos doing some really good work with bats, but I don't think we all, that's it's not always put out into sort of the public domain. I know there's, I think that's something that in my role as the vice chair and overseeing bats, that's something that I could, perhaps we could work on to sort of try and turn that around and actually push more of the native work to the forefront. So yeah, it was a good idea. I'm
not seeing any questions in the chat, but if anyone watching has questions, do feel free to ask them. I'm also running a poll on asking people to let me know how much experience they have with bats, just because last year it was pretty much very uniformly distributed across all sort of expertise categories, and it looks like it's the same this year, which is really nice to see. It's not just bat experts who've watched this, it's also just enthusiasts, people who like bats but may not have worked with them. Okay. David, if you don't mind maybe hanging around a little bit more, not on Zoom, I mean, but around the YouTube chat and answering any questions that might pop up.
Yeah, fine.
If you have time, if you have to go back to work, that's obviously fine. Yeah.
No, I can hang around that. Yeah, if anyone needs to contact me, or if you take me an email address down, if you want to contact me, or if you've got anything you want to put in the roost, or any questions, or any assistance, any experts that would like to potentially assist in the collection plan, that's coming up, then I'd love to hear from you.
So actually, I had a question about the collection plan. What is it exactly? What's in it?
So basically, it's so for each, in the simplest terms, it focuses efforts on for EAZA zoos. So there's a lot of different collection plans for carnivores, for antelope, for all different sort of taxa, and it streamlines focus, because we'd love to save everything. We'd love to have involvement in everything, but it's sometimes impossible. So we focus our efforts, whether it's a species that could be good for educational value, it's a conservation dependent species. So we have sort of like categories to then filter it down, so we can focus on specific species. So we've looked at about 25 species that we're going to discuss at the next regional collection plan meeting.
Okay.
Does that sort of help explain your question?
Yeah, I mean that answers my question. Yeah, thank you.
Nice one.
Okay, and so we'll move on with the rest of the schedule. So thanks again, David.
Thanks
and
very much.
I hope to see you in person one day.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks very much indeed, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, so I'm back on the camera. I'm just going to end this. So I am back, and so the next the next session is mostly videos, so pre-recorded videos, but I believe some of the people who made those videos are hanging around the chat, so you can still ask your questions in there. And let's start with, so the first video I'll be showing is a contribution from Iran. I'm very excited about that one because, well, I've heard very little about bat work being conducted there, and it's always exciting to hear about new places, at least for me. So I hope you enjoy it.
Hello, my name is Zahra. My friend and teammate Helale and I are going to a cave expedition in Hirkanian forest north of Iran, Asia. We are recording this video for the International Bat Night event 2022. Stay with us. Okay, we are on the way to the cave. This cave has a unique situation since it is located in the middle of a private tea farm, and it is somehow protected from unsustainable tourism activities.
Hi. This is a new route to cave.
Okay, let's go.
Come on. I can smell the cave.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, great.
This anjiri tree.
Ta-da! We get there. Here is the cave. Okay? We are going to get equipped in a few minutes and then go down to the cave. We have visited this cave several times, and I can say that it has a rich biodiversity. We observed a great colony of bats, including 2 species of bats and unique arthropods here.
This is first time we saw this plant in the entrance cave. In this several times we visited the cave. roads.
Yes.
Beautiful road.
Interesting.
نه آقا اون ریشش داره کم کم روش آخک میگیره. اگه بمونه همینجوری بعد مثلا چند سال این تبدیل به سنگ میشه، تبدیل به آهک، ریشه آهکی میشه.
Yes. Okay, ready to go down there?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
Always.
Amazing.
Yes, it's amazing. Welcome to underground world.
Okay, we caught a bat using a hand net, and I'm trying to release it. Here it is. It's a young Meniopterus paletus, pale.
Paletus. Hey, Paletus.
Meniopterus paletus.
Nice to meet you.
Bent-winged bat.
Nice to meet you.
And I can see some
Such a
parasites.
beautiful.
You see? Yes.
Oh, I see some. Very beautiful.
It's young. And
Young.
we can conclude that it's a maternity roost. And if you remember, we visited this cave in autumn and the colony was there. So I think it's a permanent roost. Hibernicula maternity.
It's male or female?
I don't know. Okay. I'm going to release it.
Okay. Let's. Okay.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Helale, my teammate, is searching the tunnel.
بکنم به بالا راه داره میخوای برم بزنم کنار برم
Helale is a professional caver and she's also a geologist and she studies caves. Right now she's studying the cave formation and structures. Okay. Here you can see bat guano covered by mold, and also you can see guanophile organisms. Okay, here you can see an opilion, daddy long leg. Okay, a giant cave cricket.
Okay, our study is almost over and we are going to exit the cave. Unfortunately, there are a lot of garbage in here. You never expect seeing such outstanding structure in this environment. A great cave in the middle of a tea farm.
Great. So fascinating insights from Iran. It's always fun to see other creatures in caves as well as bats. Obviously, some of them are a bit, I don't know, less nice to see. But things like cave crickets are always a lot of fun to stumble upon. At least for me, I understand some people may not appreciate cave cricket that much. Okay, now thanks to the magic of the interwebs, we can go from Iran to Paraguay just with the click of a button. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them, whether they are related to the video from Iran or just about bats in general. And if you haven't done so, please let us know in the poll how much experience you have with bats. It's not, the only goal is to sort of have an idea of who you are, the people watching, because I can't see that obviously, but I would like to know how much you have done with bats. And let's go to Paraguay.
Realizada en Asunción, renace el programa en Paraguay. Te presento a la coordinadora del programa, Gloria González de Weston, quien con Belén Barreto Belu y Elena Torres lideran el programa que busca promover la protección y preservación de los murciélagos del Paraguay y sus ecosistemas mediante 3 ejes. El eje de investigación, que tiene como responsable a Elena Torres, el eje de conservación, cuyo responsable es Belén Barreto, y el eje de educación, que tiene como responsable a Gloria González. Todo esto siempre articulado con la Red Latinoamericana del Caribe para la conservación de los murciélagos. Pero esto no sería posible sin nuestros Mbopi voluntarios. Mbopi, en el idioma ancestral guaraní, significa murciélago. Alejandro, Anabel, Analí, Aramí, Doris, Gia, Yani, José, Karen, Mae, Matías, Monse, Norma, Patti, Yanina A, Yanina D forman parte de nuestros Mbopi voluntarios. El primer Mbopi taller se realizó durante 2 días, donde los nuevos voluntarios, estudiantes de biología, ciencias ambientales y veterinaria, fueron introducidos a técnicas de campo, redes de niebla y acústica, y de laboratorio con el procesamiento de especímenes y los análisis posteriores, con la colaboración de Iván Martínez, biólogo de la Universidad Veracruzana de México, que nos ha estado acompañando. El resultado de este taller fue la incorporación de 13 nuevos miembros al Programa de Conservación de Murciélagos del Paraguay, sumándose más Mbopi voluntarios con los meses. Sin embargo, día después del Mbopi taller, se registraron los primeros casos del COVID-19 en nuestro país, y el mismo entraba en cuarentena total y tuvimos que quedarnos en nuestras casas. Pero eso no nos detuvo. El equipo del programa continuó trabajando en periodo de cuarentena desde sus hogares, organizando cronogramas de actividades pendientes, artículos científicos a publicar, trabajos en paralelo con los Mbopi voluntarios a través de líneas virtuales y otras cuestiones que iban surgiendo en el día a día. Incluso, como en varias partes de nuestro continente, la pandemia puso el foco de atención en nuestros murciélagos, generando desinformación, por lo que el conflicto generó la oportunidad para hablar a la sociedad en general sobre los murciélagos, su importancia y el papel determinante en nuestro bienestar cotidiano. Desde nuestras casas buscamos cómo concientizar a las personas sobre la importancia de los murciélagos, y así fueron surgiendo varias ideas, como por ejemplo el desafío de la Mbopi Chipa en la Semana Santa del 2020. La chipa es una comida típica de Paraguay, donde nos fueron enviando fotos de chipa con forma de murciélagos. O la Semana de los Pequeños Amigos de los Mbopis, donde los más pequeños nos enviaron sus dibujos sobre murciélagos. Y durante este tiempo, gracias a trabajos de investigación y del esfuerzo por querer conservar las especies de murciélagos, comunicamos la gran noticia de un nuevo ICOM, Área de Importancia para la Conservación de los Murciélagos, para Paraguay, el campus de la Universidad Nacional de Asunción UNA San Lorenzo, certificado por la RELCOM, la Red Latinoamericana y del Caribe para la Conservación de los Murciélagos, en el mes de noviembre de 2019. Este ICOM es especial por ser el primero en una zona urbana del país. Y llegó el mes de más esperado, octubre, el mes de los murciélagos. Por supuesto, no podíamos dejarlo pasar, por lo que realizamos Mbopi charlas con el apoyo de importantes investigadores del continente, como Mónica Díaz, Isabel Galarza, Rafael Ávila y Ania Rodríguez, y lanzamos Mbopi datos de nuestras especies por el mes del murciélago. Un Mbopi dato. ¿Sabías que en Paraguay tenemos 6 familias y 58 especies de murciélagos registradas que ayudan al equilibrio del ecosistema? 6 de ellas se encuentran categorizadas como vulnerables. Tuvimos una muy buena recepción por parte del público y descubrimos una gran herramienta para comunicar, difundir y conectarnos a pesar de las restricciones sanitarias debido a la pandemia. Las Mbopi charlas fueron un éxito, despertando el interés de la prensa escrita que hizo eco de nuestras actividades y por supuesto dándole un gran impulso y apoyo a nuestras redes sociales. Es así que en el 2021 volvimos a realizar una segunda edición de las Mbopi charlas, esta vez teniendo como invitadas también a importantes investigadores como Liamne Gutiérrez y la doctora Sandra Ospina. No tardaron en llegar las consultas sobre casos de murciélagos en el entretecho de las casas, qué hacer cuando se encontraba con una cría de murciélago, e inclusive empezamos a ser contactados por empresas de fumigación que deseaban asesoramiento sobre cómo manejar murciélagos. Este fue un primer paso para lograr un contacto significativo con la sociedad. Y para cerrar nuestro primer año de reactivación, nos postulamos al Scientific Project Grant de Wildlife Acoustic, importante a nivel internacional dentro de la bioacústica. Y lo logramos. Este apoyo permitió y permite la continuidad de investigaciones en áreas urbanas, uno de los principales objetivos del PSMPI. Cabe resaltar que es la primera vez que dicho financiamiento le es otorgado a un equipo de investigadores del Paraguay. Y sí que lo aprovechamos en el 2021. Durante ese año hemos realizado monitoreos dentro de nuestro primer icon urbano, tanto con métodos tradicionales como con vía acústica. Tuvimos que ingeniarnos un poco para poder grabar a los mopis volando, pero lo logramos. En el segundo año de pandemia, además de los trabajos de campo, siempre siguiendo el protocolo COVID, continuamos con las actividades virtuales. Aprovechamos cada oportunidad que teníamos para participar en charlas, congresos, jornadas y, por supuesto, cada fecha conmemorativa era una buena oportunidad para postear con nuestros amigos mopis. Y antes de terminar, no puedo dejar de resaltar los logros de los que forman parte del programa, por lo menos algunos de ellos. En el 2021, nuestra mopi voluntaria Doris Vera fue ganadora del prestigioso premio Carl y Jean Patton, adjudicado por la Asociación Paraguaya de Mastozoología y la American Society of Mammalogists. Y a comienzos del mes, nuestra coordinadora Gloria González de Weston participó becada como Gibanet Student Representative en la reunión de la Global Union of Biodiversity Networks, así como también en la 19ª International Bat Research Conference. Y finalmente, hace menos de un mes participamos en la Semana de la Ciencia en FACEM, en donde tuvimos la oportunidad de compartir más sobre los mopis con niños, adolescentes, adultos. Los juegos no podían faltar, y siempre es una buena oportunidad para transmitir información de manera divertida. Realmente, sin el esfuerzo de cada uno de los que forman parte del programa, nada de esto sería posible. En casi 3 años ya hemos podido avanzar mucho, pero esto recién empieza. Próximamente estaremos presentes en las jornadas argentinas de mastozoología. ¡Nos vemos!
Great. Now we'll stay in the same general part of the world by moving to Argentina.
El mundo natural es una fuente inagotable de sorpresas para quienes se atreven a conocerlo. Todas las especies poseen adaptaciones sorprendentes al medio que las rodea. Pero un grupo de animales logró una proeza singular. Mediante el vuelo, los murciélagos fueron los únicos mamíferos que consiguieron colonizar el aire. Un espacio que parecía exclusivo de aves, insectos y otros pocos organismos. En ocasiones, los murciélagos que vuelan son tantos que pueden ser detectados por radares a decenas de kilómetros.
¿Dónde podemos poner la regla para medir la población?
Hace una década que las biólogas Sabrina Villalba y Verónica Damino se dedican a estudiar murciélagos. Ahora van en busca de una colonia ubicada en las sierras de Córdoba. Su trabajo incluye el seguimiento periódico de la colonia y la captura de ejemplares. Esto es algo común en sus rutinas. Sin embargo, la colonia que están a punto de visitar no tiene nada de común.
Desde el año 2012 que venimos trabajando en este sitio dentro de una vieja cementera, la cementera Hércules, donde nos encontramos con 5 túneles que están en la actualidad en desuso y han constituido sitios apropiados para refugiar a distintas especies de murciélagos, entre ellos una gran colonia de Tadaria brasiliensis, o murciélagos cola de ratón, como se los conoce normalmente.
¿Cuánto dura ahora la salida, no? Si han llegado las crías, yo calculo que va a ser más.
Creada a principios del siglo XX, la cementera Hércules era parte de un complejo industrial ubicado en la región de La Calera, a unos 20 kilómetros al norte de la ciudad de Córdoba. La cantera sigue en actividad bajo el manejo de otra empresa. Sin embargo, aún perduran construcciones que formaron parte de la vieja infraestructura, como varios túneles para el ferrocarril interno de la cementera. Uno de ellos sirve de refugio para la colonia que buscan las biólogas.
Poniéndome con tiempo antes. Para no engorro.
Ahora Sabrina y Verónica se preparan para hacer algo extraordinario. Están a punto de entrar en el túnel que sirve de hogar a una de las colonias de murciélagos más grandes de Sudamérica. En este túnel de apenas 150 metros viven 1 millón de hembras de murciélago cola de ratón con sus crías. Esta especie es conocida por formar colonias maternales que pueden ser enormes. La concentración de animales es tan alta que el aire es apenas respirable.
Fíjate que sí, ahí se ven algunas hembras bien marroncitas. Sí, y están como más claritos los juveniles, igual.
Las hembras llegan cuando comienza la primavera y en diciembre paren a sus crías. Para poder amamantar, cada madre reconoce a su cachorro principalmente por el olor. A lo largo de 4 meses, las crías crecen, se cubren de pelo y aprenden a volar y cazar. Entre abril y mayo, madres y crías inician una migración hacia el norte para pasar el invierno. Se estima que viajan unos 1.500 kilómetros. Las biólogas capturan algunos murciélagos para analizarlos más tarde.
Parece juvenil, che. Está muy clarito.
Según los relevamientos con vecinos de la zona, la colonia tiene al menos unos 40 años. Los murciélagos vuelven al túnel cada año para iniciar un nuevo ciclo de cría. Esto indica una fuerte fidelidad al refugio por parte de las hembras.
Lo utilizan muchísimo, pasan toda su vida dentro del refugio, salen solamente a alimentarse y a tomar agua, obviamente, pero el refugio es básico para los murciélagos. Y que el refugio mantenga sus condiciones naturales de cómo ellos lo pueden percibir y de qué manera lo pueden necesitar, es súper necesario. Digamos, a cualquier alteración en el refugio, eso cambia completamente la fidelidad de estas especies, de las especies de murciélagos en general, y eso hace que justamente la conservación del área donde está ese refugio, para la conservación es súper importante.
Que se mantengan las condiciones del refugio es fundamental para la conservación de la colonia. A su vez, la colonia es esencial para los ecosistemas de la región y también para sus pobladores. Las biólogas pesan, miden y examinan a los murciélagos capturados.
29,5.
Estos datos sirven para tener una idea del estado general de la colonia.
43,9, sí. Entonces se ve que tiene el hueso completo, cerrado, osificado, y eso significa que es adulta. Es una hembra adulta. Vamos a ver si tiene las mamas que están activas, desarrolladas.
Las hembras acaban de parir y ahora están amamantando a sus crías. Su demanda de energía es muy alta y deben comer todos los días para criar con éxito a sus cachorros.
Muy fácilmente. Y tiene vagina cerrada.
Una hembra en esta condición puede comer hasta el 70% de su peso cada noche. Son unos 8 gramos de polillas y otros insectos. Los murciélagos depredadores son importantes para mantener el equilibrio natural de los ecosistemas. Además, algunos de los insectos que consumen son plagas. Al caer el sol, los murciélagos comienzan a salir del túnel para alimentarse. En esta imagen puede verse el flujo constante de animales. La colonia tarda más de 1 hora en abandonar el túnel. Cada noche, 1 millón de murciélagos salen en busca de polillas y otros insectos. Si cada animal consume 8 gramos por noche, lo que consume toda la colonia es enorme.
Una colonia de 1 millón, como esta por ejemplo, puede consumir hasta 8 toneladas de insectos por noche. Estos insectos muchas veces son perjudiciales porque son potenciales plagas de cultivo o vectores de ciertas enfermedades que pueden afectar la salud del hombre.
Pero la colonia gigante de La Calera guarda otras sorpresas. Una concentración tan alta de murciélagos en el aire no podía pasar inadvertida. En 2015 se instaló en la Universidad Nacional de Córdoba un radar meteorológico de última generación. Estos radares se usan para detectar nubes y funcionan con un método similar al que usan los murciélagos. Durante los vuelos de alimentación, ellos emiten periódicamente sonidos de alta frecuencia. Cuando el sonido rebota en un insecto, el eco que llega al murciélago le permite determinar la posición y distancia a la que se encuentra la presa y también su tamaño. Este proceso se conoce como ecolocalización. De manera análoga, el radar emite ondas de radio de alta frecuencia y mediante el análisis del eco se puede determinar la posición, intensidad y altura de las nubes en un radio de 200 kilómetros. En los laboratorios de la Universidad Nacional de Córdoba se analizan sus resultados.
Pensar que un radar meteorológico ve gotitas de agua líquida, pero necesita que esas gotitas tengan una determinada cantidad, una determinada densidad, ¿tá? O sea, si son pocas no lo va a ver, pero a medida que eso va aumentando, se genera la detección. O sea, básicamente depende del número de partículas y el tamaño, ¿está bien? Donde el tamaño es lo más importante.
Durante las primeras pruebas de funcionamiento, el radar detectó algo que inicialmente parecía una anomalía.
En diciembre de 2015 tuvimos una detección que fue un día sábado o domingo, no recuerdo, donde se vio una mancha en el cielo que no tenía referencia con respecto a la meteorología del momento.
El radar detectó claramente una mancha avanzando hacia la ciudad de Córdoba. Cuando los científicos cruzaron la información con las imágenes satelitales, vieron que ese fin de semana no había nubes que justificaran lo que el radar había registrado. Pero la mancha que avanzaba sobre Córdoba estaba ahí, y su presencia era un enigma.
Como el radar estaba instalado recientemente y estaba en proceso de calibración, lo primero que se te cruza en la cabeza es, bueno, ¿será alguna anomalía del instrumento?
Sin embargo, el radar funcionaba perfectamente y de hecho había detectado algo que los científicos no esperaban. A medida que pasaban las horas, el eco detectado por el radar comenzó a tener sentido.
Pero después nos dimos cuenta de que ese fin de semana habíamos tenido una invasión de mariposa blanca en Córdoba.
La mariposa blanca, conocida también como pirpinto, realiza migraciones estivales desde el norte hasta el centro de la Argentina. Cuando las condiciones son adecuadas, estas migraciones son enormes. Eso fue lo que sucedió en diciembre de 2015. La ciudad de Córdoba recibió la visita de una enorme migración de mariposas blancas.
Empezamos a ver los horarios y coincidía mucho con el horario que había registrado el radar, esa mancha extraña que no sabíamos qué era. De ahí surgió esta primera idea de que el radar había detectado un eco biológico, no meteorológico. Esa fue la primera detección biológica que tuvimos con el radar.
Posteriormente, se detectó una migración de langostas en el año 2017. Estos dos fenómenos culminaron con la publicación de un trabajo precursor en América Latina.
Exactamente, claro. Entonces,
inclusive acá, ahí esa sería la primera observación.
Esta información llamó la atención de la bióloga Lourdes Boero, que trabaja con la colonia de murciélagos de La Calera. Lourdes supuso que si el radar podía detectar las mariposas, también podría localizar a los murciélagos en sus largas salidas nocturnas.
De noche, esta colonia sale de manera masiva, es decir, de no salir ninguno a empezar a salir todos juntos, y estos murciélagos tienen una capacidad de acción amplia, es decir, que en sus búsquedas nocturnas se desplazan hasta 50 kilómetros ida y después regresan esa misma cantidad de kilómetros, entonces bueno, es muchísimo lo que se desplazan y a su vez también lo hacen a grandes altitudes, digamos.
Lourdes se comunicó con Denis y lo puso al tanto de la colonia y su localización. La predicción de la bióloga era correcta. Como había ocurrido con las mariposas, una detección inesperada llamó la atención de Denis.
Uno sabe más o menos cuál es el comportamiento de una nube sobre el radar. Entonces este era un comportamiento distinto al de una nube. Era un punto, donde ese punto se generaba un anillo. Entonces eso me llamó la atención y lo que hice fue empezar a ver días anteriores si se volvía a repetir el fenómeno. Y encontré que sí, que era un fenómeno que se repetía en un margen de tiempo muy corto, digamos, o sea, era alrededor de las 8, 8 y cuarto de la noche. Entonces dije, bueno, se me vino a la cabeza el tema de los murciélagos y fui a ver el mail y busqué la posición y era exactamente ese lugar. Entonces que el radar puede errarle en algunos minutos. A ver, el radar muchas veces pasa a modo falla por alguna causa y no hace una detección, entonces no tenemos datos, lo cual no quiere decir que no se hayan visto, ¿no?
La información del radar, junto a los estudios de campo, permitieron analizar con detalle el comportamiento de los murciélagos. Hoy se conocen el horario de actividad, la altura que alcanzan y la variación estacional. Por otra parte, el radar abre nuevas oportunidades. Los registros servirán para asociar la actividad de los animales con datos climáticos y biológicos. Actualmente se está poniendo a punto para estimar el tamaño de la colonia. Esta información no solo tiene relevancia científica, también es importante para la conservación de los animales.
Es una herramienta muy útil, digamos, para hacer un seguimiento de la colonia, ver si está pasando algo, si se está manteniendo constante, si está equilibrada o si está teniendo alguna alteración, digamos. Así que bueno, esperamos poder hacer este tipo de seguimiento que sea una herramienta también para la conservación.
La colonia de La Calera es una de las más importantes a nivel nacional, pero no está exenta de problemas. Los murciélagos sufren muchas amenazas, desde la destrucción del hábitat hasta la disminución de sus presas por el uso de plaguicidas. Sin embargo, su principal problema es cultural.
La principal amenaza es la convivencia con el humano y toda la problemática que tiene de mitos, leyendas y desconocimiento propio de las especies de murciélago. Se piensa que son todas iguales, que son todos feos, de que son rabiosos la mayoría, que contagian enfermedades, que son sucios, que son ruidosos, o sea, todas las problemáticas y cada nueva problemática que aparece se la adjudican a murciélagos y eso es una amenaza súper grande, que no se visualiza para nada. Esta es una de las principales cuestiones por la cual nosotros formamos el programa de conservación.
Como parte del programa de conservación de murciélagos de la Argentina, Sabrina y sus compañeras desarrollan periódicamente actividades de educación ambiental. Es uno de los caminos para que la sociedad comience a valorar a los murciélagos. Pero esto no es suficiente. La colonia requiere también una conservación efectiva.
En el 2012 se aprueba una resolución provincial que promueve la protección de la colonia y también de su hábitat. En el mismo año, dado la magnitud y su importancia, también la Red Latinoamericana y del Caribe para la conservación de los murciélagos la declaró como sitio de importancia para la conservación de los murciélagos.
Por su parte, la empresa donde se ubica la colonia no realiza actividades que la pongan en riesgo. La conservación de la colonia de murciélagos cola de ratón de La Calera está en proceso. La suma de voluntades y el aporte de la sociedad serán claves para la supervivencia de esta especie extraordinaria de la biodiversidad argentina.
Hello, welcome back. It was great to hear about some fantastic conservation work being done in South America. Now, I was going to show you some videos from Mexico now, but we're running a bit behind on schedule, so I have moved them to an empty time slot later today. Or that might be tomorrow, based on where you are in the world. And so before we take another break for so that I can eat lunch, you might want to go out for a walk or something. I would like to talk to you a little bit about the different ways you could start working with bats. And what I mean by that is talking about bat detectors and stuff like that. So first, a little bit of context. I am the owner and founder of Barbastelle Ecology. It's a small company that focuses on bat acoustics as well as all aspects of bat acoustics, so both the sound analysis itself, as well as the training part. And I just wanted to give you a short little introduction to bat detection. So that's bat detection in its widest of meanings. So I saw a title I really liked, and that was How to Become a Bat Detective. I really liked that title, but a friend of mine had come up with the title, so I didn't want to steal that. So yeah, but this is essentially what we're doing, is showing you how to become a bat detective. So I specialize in acoustics, but obviously there's a lot more ways that one can study bats. The reason I like acoustics is mainly because it's non-invasive. So what I mean by that is simply that, well, you're not disturbing the bats. You're not catching them. You're not stressing them. And that also means that you normally don't require a license or permit, even with protected species, because you're not actually disturbing them, which is the bit they're protected against. So it makes it easy as well to research bats in areas where you may not have time or the logistics to figure out the licenses and permits to study some species. You can do acoustics on holiday, for example. Trapping can be a bit more difficult if you're in an area where bats are protected by law. But then in Belgium, I can use any methods I'd like because I work with the local bat groups. So we do trapping, we do acoustics. But I mainly focus on acoustics, and what I really like is the fact that you can just continuously run devices unattended in the forest. And that means that data is collecting itself, basically. You don't have to be out trapping every night to get that data. It's also a little bit easier on the sleep schedule, which is useful when I want to do events like this one, where I'm required to stay up all day. Wake up early and go to bed late at night. Obviously, I don't do these events more than once a year because that would be insane. And then one last big advantage of acoustics is just the scalability. You're able to survey a large national park all at the same time by just using several devices instead of having to find a date where you can have multiple teams of licensed and trained surveyors who are able to catch bats all across your national park or reserve or whatever the case may be. But obviously acoustics, well, they're not the best way to study bats. They're just one of the ways. And for example, the biggest issue is that you have very little to no information on what age the bats are, of what sex the bats are. We saw in the video from Argentina that one of the tararidas they caught, they were able to say, okay, this is an adult female and it's a breeding individual. There's no way you can do that with acoustics. So there's a whole lot of information that you're not getting simply with acoustics. There's also the issue that there's species that you can't really identify based on the echolocation calls, and there can be two factors there. Usually it's just lack of knowledge of their acoustic behavior. That's true in all regions around the world. Obviously it's more true in the tropics, where not only is there more diversity, there's also proportionally less bat work. So we know less about the acoustic behaviors of tropical bats. But also there's lots of cryptic species that have only recently been described, and they can be very difficult to identify, particularly based on echolocation calls, but many of them are also very tricky in the hand. So there's no perfect solution. And then, while it might be tempting when you have lots of recordings of one species from a few nights to say, oh, this is a very common species, the biggest issue, I think, with acoustics is that you can't really tell anything about the size of the population you're working with. So you might have lots of recorded sequences of a particular species, but there's no way of telling whether they're all from a couple of individuals or whether you actually have lots of individuals making the species very common. So there's things that obviously trapping is a lot better at. Also, lots of people just enjoy trapping more than acoustics because one involves handling bats and actually seeing them. The other one involves, well, sitting behind a computer and just looking at recordings. So luckily there's people interested in both. And the last thing that only trapping allows you to do is radio tracking, which gives you information on how far bats travel to get food, where they roost, how often they change roosts, even how high in the sky they fly. All that information is really useful for conservation purposes, and catching them and radio tracking them is the only way to get that data. So while trapping causes more disturbance and more stress to the bats, it also yields a lot more valuable information for their conservation. So it's a bit of a trade-off, but obviously a trapping project should only be undertaken if it's sort of underpinned by some very clear research goals that make sense and that can only be achieved by trapping. So it's sort of be reasonable with the stress that you inflict on the bats, and obviously you follow local regulation and guidelines. Now, quick word on acoustics. Now, it might be easy to say, oh, echolocation calls of bats. Well, they're basically like bird calls. You just need to identify them by sound. Or frog calls, birds. Obviously, that's not the case. So the big difference between bat echolocation calls and frogs or birds, when they produce calls, is that these animals produce calls to identify themselves, to communicate to other members of their species, or sometimes to other species. But bats produce echolocation calls to navigate the space. So they use it to navigate, but also to locate prey species. And this means that they're not going to be under the same kind of pressure, selection pressure, as frogs and birds. So if frogs and birds start to adjust their calls based on the habitat they're in, for example, well, the other members of their species may not understand them anymore. And then the whole point of communicating, if nobody understands you, is a bit, well, you can't communicate if nobody understands you. Whereas bats will constantly adjust their echolocation calls. They will adjust it to their habitat, they will adjust it to their prey, they will adjust it to the weather conditions, they will adjust it to a whole range of environmental parameters which are mostly relevant for other species groups, because it's not communication, but it can still be used to identify the bats to species level. It's just that you have to understand that there's a lot more variation in the echolocation calls that there is in bird calls or frog calls. Now, there are social calls produced by bats, and they have exactly the same purpose as frog and bird calls. They're relatively poorly known. We don't really know what exactly it is that the bats mean when they produce those social calls, but it's clear that there's some communication about territories, about so there's social calls that are only ever recorded between a mum and her pup. So there's definitely lots of aspects of bat communication that we do not yet understand, which is a big reason of why I'm interested in acoustics. There's so many aspects that we don't know about. Now, to record those bats, we obviously use bat recorders. Now, they might be called bat recorders, but they're just ultrasonic recorders. And actually, they're not just ultrasonic recorders. They record audible frequencies as well. Well, you can filter them out, but the microphone itself is sensitive from, 0 up to usually around 150 kilohertz or thereabouts. This means that they will record lower frequencies. Lower frequencies could be, which most people consider noise, but one person's noise might be someone else's data. I'm thinking, for example, of insects. So bush crickets and cicadas will often trigger bat recorders and be recorded. And that's very useful if you are surveying for bush crickets. But if you're not, that will just fill up your SD cards and give you more work in the analysis process afterwards. And then you also record small mammals, birds usually. There's also other groups that will be recorded, and most of the time bat workers just throw these recordings in the bin, but they could well be used, for example, for small mammals. If we were able to use acoustics to survey for shrews or even other small mammals without needing to trap them, that would be extremely useful as well, to know where they're present. Now, in terms of prices, you might already be familiar with some of the prices of those devices. They're not cheap, but they do range from a few dozen dollars to a few $1,000, which is why I say spans 2 orders of magnitude. Obviously, the capabilities will be different, but I will go over some of the differences. And let's start right off the bat by saying there is no perfect recorder. So don't bother looking for that one. It does not exist. There is a perfect recorder for a particular project and a particular person working on that project, but there is no perfect recorder without any sort of terms and conditions. So here are a few devices you might be familiar with. So there's a few USB microphones on the left. I say USB in its broader protocol sense. So it can be plugged into a whole range of tablets and smartphones. It's those devices are fairly recent. They're a lot of fun, for example, for bat walks, because then you can show echolocation calls to the people who attend your bat walk. But they're also a lot of fun just to go out and about and look for bats. I have the Ecometer Touch, the small red one. It's also fantastic to travel because you're not raising any questions at airports because it's very small, it's very discreet. Whereas with larger units, sometimes you have questions. It's always legal to travel with them, so it's not an issue. It's just a bit of a hassle when your bag gets stopped because it looks suspicious because you have a box that looks handcrafted, which some of the older bat detectors definitely look like. And then in the middle, you have what's called a heterodyne detector. Now, it's a very advanced kind of heterodyne detector. It can also do time expansion. So a heterodyne system is a very simple way to make a bat audible. And that is sort of the first step in bat detecting, is just making sure that the echolocation calls of the bats flying around you are audible to you. The USB microphones on the left, they can do that, but they can also record the bats for further analysis behind your computer. And there's some other models as well. On this screen, it goes in terms of pricing. You go from a few $100s for the Ecometer Touch up to, I think it's $1,200 for the two black devices in the middle on the right. So you can see there's some substantial price differences there. But the idea is that obviously when you start out, you don't have to spend $1,200 on a device like that. So these are all handheld devices, as some of the pictures show, because you need to hold them in your hand. And that means they have to work with someone nearby. So it's sort of you have to be there. If you want to do longer surveys or just want to monitor several places at once, this is where standalone or passive recorders will be very useful. Now, these tend to be more expensive because they run autonomously for much longer. So it goes from a few days to a few weeks. You can extend that battery life with solar panels and things like that. This is where prices go through the roof. They're very useful for commercial surveys because you get a lot more data. I would not recommend starting out with one of these just because you likely will be overwhelmed just by the quantity of recordings that they will produce. And being overwhelmed as a beginner is never fun because that's when you're most likely to drop out. But I thought I'd mention them anyway, just because they are extremely useful. I use them all the time, even if it's just to survey a local woodland that no one's ever surveyed before, and I would like to know what bats fly there. And then there's that was a mistake on my end. Because I'm not showing this in PowerPoint, I can't show you the different devices. That's fine. So here are a few sort of more DIY options. So the two in front are kits that you can buy online and that you have to solder yourself. So these are heterodyne detector. They will cost you about probably $50, including some solder, maybe not including soldering iron. But I assembled the one on the right, the Francis. It was a lot of fun to assemble and to solder together. I can't say anything about its performance because I haven't turned it on, so I don't even know if it works. But it was fun nonetheless. So it might be a cool maybe school project with slightly older students because you don't want 3-year-old children with soldering irons in their hands. But it is a lot of fun. Unfortunately, hidden behind those two pictures are some slightly more powerful devices. So whereas the kits you have to solder are detectors, so you can just hear the bats, but you can't do much with that. You can identify a few species. The ones at the back are actual recorders that you have to put together. Now, there's two approaches. The one that's completely hidden on the left is called the Teensy Bat, and I do have one somewhere that I will get in a minute to show you. And that one has to be soldered together. So you buy the components separately, and then you assemble everything together to make one competent and powerful bat recorder for a fraction of the price of a commercially available solution. It's also nice that because you've assembled it, if one part of it breaks, if one of the control knobs or if the microphone breaks, you can just buy the part and replace it because you've assembled it, so you know exactly where it goes. There are some workshops. I was not comfortable assembling one on my own, so I attended a workshop where all the parts had been purchased for me, and I just had to put everything together with guidance, which was fantastic. So definitely, I'd say that's the best way of building one of these. It's as part of a workshop. And then you have things at the back. You might recognize the Raspberry Pi. It's a very well-known single board computer. So it is a full-fat computer. It's obviously a lot smaller than the one you're probably using to watch this stream on. But it is still very powerful. And it has some USB plugs, some USB sockets. And you can just plug in a USB microphone and run some open source script on the Raspberry Pi, and you have a bat recorder. It's a bit more expensive than the Teensy Bat because, well, you're not doing the assembly yourself. Well, you are plugging a USB microphone into a computer. That's all you have to do. There's no soldering involved. But it can be automated. It can be run on the network. You can have, I'm planning on using one of those Raspberry Pis to have a permanent bat recording station where I live on my balcony. And this is pretty much the only way to do that, to have it run continuously on mains power and save the recordings on a network share. So I'll just switch to the camera. Bear with me for a second. So if I cut to my camera, and you can see this is the device that I assembled with some help. It has a screen, so like the Ecometer Touch that you plug into your smartphone, you can actually see the collocation calls on there. You can listen to them with headphones. It's honestly, it's a lot of fun, this device, and the building process is a large part of that fun as well. Go back to the presentation, and yeah, so that was a quick overview of sort of the devices that you can purchase or build yourself if you want to start getting involved in bat research. A lot of these can simply be purchased on any sort of online retailer, whether they are specialized in ecology equipment or not. And they're just a lot of fun. You can buy just a simple bat detector and go out in your local woodland and start detecting some bats. If you want to do some more in-depth analysis, then you might want to invest in some kind of USB microphone, or perhaps if you're feeling a bit brave or just want something to do, you can solder your own kit together. Obviously, when you have all those recordings, you have to process them, and that is quite an involved process. I do offer a bats analysis course where I teach you everything you need to know about bat calls, how they work and all that, all the hardware, software in more detail than I have done just now, as well as where to find reference material. I try, because as you might have seen from this event, I try to always keep a global perspective whenever I do something. It started with the World Tour I did in 2019, my Big Bat year. I just got a taste for bats all around the world. And so when I offer a course, it's not centered around one continent. I try to get examples from everywhere. We go into a bit more detail about European bats because they're the ones I'm most familiar with. But I have examples from South America, from the Middle East, from Africa. So it doesn't really matter where you are if you want to learn about bat calls. This is one course that might interest you. Obviously, there's other courses as well. I'm not the only one giving courses on the subject. One quick slide I added is this one. It's the result of a survey I ran a few years ago now. I wanted to know how people were choosing their bat recorders because I didn't really know, and I thought this was interesting to share. So it turns out that 41% of the people I polled got recommendations from friends or colleagues. So definitely that's the biggest proportion. And then some other large samples here are online reviews, which is very interesting because there's, as far as I know, only one website that does that. So it's great to see that. Exhibitors at conferences, brands, product descriptions on their website. So a lot of people are just going by the manufacturer's website. And then experience with the device in the hand. So that's sort of, I think, related to the recommendation. It's just by going out with a bat group or with colleagues or friends and experiencing the devices in the hand themselves. It's not only the best way to learn about a device, it's also arguably the best way to learn about bat echolocation in general. Try to find a local bat group or just find a few friends and maybe invest in a bat recorder together and learn together. That's a great way to get started. So that was sort of a brief rundown of how to get started with bat detection. I hope you found that interesting. If you have questions, you can get in touch with me either through my website at batacoustics.com or via email. I think my email is on the website as well. Now, if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them. If you don't, that's okay. We will be taking a break shortly. I just need to find my break page. Yep. Also, if you've just tuned in, if you want to tell us where you've tuned in from, and you should see at the top of the chat box, there should be a poll running where you can tell us how experienced you are with bat work. It's all anonymous, so you don't need to feel self-conscious about ticking any of the boxes. It's just so that I can have an idea of who's watching, basically. So I'm not seeing any questions. That's okay. Okay, if there are no questions, I suggest we take a break now. There we go. And I will see you in an hour. Hello and welcome back, everyone. So the next session was supposed to be a live bat walk from Bangkok in Thailand. Unfortunately, due to the really bad weather, it's raining a lot apparently. We've decided to turn this into a live presentation instead with photos and videos of bats. But I hope you'll enjoy this as much as you would have a live bat walk. So let's get started with the with our Thailand colleagues. Yuting, can you hear me?
Oh, please wait, yeah. โอเคที่จะสำรวจค้างคาวซึ่งวันนี้เป็นวัน International Bat Day นะครับเป็นวันที่ทั้งโลกเนี่ยกำลังจะโอเค
Everyone, good evening from Bangkok, Thailand. Today not heavy rain in this area and go to batting insectivorous bat and footing bat in Bangkok. About 10 species in Bangkok and a big one and tiny one.
คุณทอมกำลังเล่าให้ฟังว่าเขากำลังดูนะวันนี้ที่กรุงเทพที่เขามาจัดจะสำรวจค้างคาวซึ่งใน
And today go batting with family at Bangkok.
คนทุกคนไม่ไปหน่อยครับผมโอเค
I'll read activity.
เดี๋ยวนี้ทั้งโลกกำลังดูอยู่นะเนี่ยโอเคการข้างนั้นเดี๋ยวไปต้องอื่นที่ไหนเนี่ยลองใช้ระบบสัมผัสดูก่อนครับมีด้านขวากับด้านซ้ายลองจับตัวเองก่อนครับจะได้รู้ว่าเราเปิดยังไง
ก็เดี๋ยวพี่ทอมพูดภาษาอังกฤษแค่นั้นนะครับต้องไปทางเสลดนะครับโอเคเดี๋ยวเราจะเป็น urbanนะครับ Bangkok นะครับก็เป็น live bat นะครับในต่างประเทศก็อย่างที่เราร่วมงานอยู่ที่ประเทศ UK นะครับ UK ก็จะมี bat conservation trust นะครับก็เป็นองค์กรที่ทำงานแล้วก็วันนี้เราชวนมาขอบคุณทั้งทางนะครับเซเลเบรต bat นะครับอย่างเช่นคุณทอมก็อย่างที่ทุกคนที่นำรถมาแล้วก็เด็กๆนะครับคุณพ่อคุณแม่จะได้นะครับว่าเราเลิฟแบทเพราะอะไรนะครับ celebrate international bat night because คุณทอมคุณเอก็เลิฟดูเรียนนะครับเพราะว่าดูเรียนเนี่ยนะครับอร่อยมากนะครับแจ็คสันหวังก็บอกนะฮะอร่อยมากๆนะครับโดยซึ่งมากๆแต่จริงๆแล้วดูเรียนเนี่ยดอกบานตอนไหนเด็กๆดอกไม้ของทุเรียนลูกเป็นหนามสีเหลืองใช่ไหมครับแต่ก่อนที่เขาจะออกมาเป็นผลให้เราเนี่ยเป็นดอกไม้มาก่อนใช่ไหมครับต้นทุเรียนดอกเขาบานกลางวันหรือกลางคืนใครทายว่าตอนกลางวันแดดมันร้อนดอกทุเรียนมันยกมือขึ้นมาเลยครับไม่เป็นไรครับลองดูได้หรือใครตอบข้อ B ถ้าเอชามนะครับตอนกลางวันทุเรียนบานตอนกลางวันตอนแดดร้อนหรือตอนกลางคืนพระจันทร์ขึ้นข้อ B ใครว่าข้อ B มั้งครับใครว่าเอยกมือครับคุณครูไปให้ว่าใครว่า B ยกมือแพทจะต้องมาเจอดอกทุเรียนข้อ A หรือ B ดีเนชามออนไนท์ชามไม่ใช่ค่ะไนท์ชามใช่ไหมครับตอนที่แพทเนี่ยแอคทีฟนะครับแล้วถ้าคุณพ่อคุณแม่ชอบกินเทคิล่านะครับก็ต้องขอบทั้งข่าวเหมือนกันนะครับเพราะว่าทั้งข่าวในต่างประเทศเนี่ยครับผสมต้นที่เอามาทำเทคิล่านะครับเราเทคิล่าแต่ว่าของประเทศไทยก็คือทุเรียนแต่ว่าตอนนี้คุณลุงคุณป้าชาวสวนก็คือเอาชัวร์นะครับให้พี่น้องคนงานเนี่ยใช้วิธีตัดดอกก็คือดอกยังบานสีขาวนะครับถ้าไปเสิร์ช Google ดูก็ดอกบานสีขาวตอนกลางคืนนะครับแล้วก็ทุเรียนเนี่ย จะมีข้างคาวมาพอลิเนเตอร์นะครับเราเรียกว่าพอลิเนเตอร์หรือแรงงานให้กับดอกไม้นะครับเชิญนะครับเชิญสอนนะครับแล้วก็ข้างคาวเนี่ยตัวใหญ่ใช่ไหมครับข้างคาวตัวใหญ่ต่อเนื่องเหมือนตรงนี้ครับแต่ว่าต้องมีข้างคาวเป็นผลไม้นะครับ
Okay, so right now we are here at the Bunglan Barn, it's a park in Bangkok. So here today we will, right now we are briefing our participants about some background about the bat. I will translate some stories that Kun Tom explaining to the participants along the way. So actually, when we are talking about that, actually, if anyone like tequila or we think about some fruits, we have to be so thankful for the bat because they are the one that doing the pollinating work that causing all those fruits and flowers to be widespread everywhere and let us have those resources for our consumption. Yeah. Another role that the bat do is they help growing plants. Yeah. For the bats, if you look at in the sky, how can we divide between bats and birds? Actually, we can divide between bats and the swift birds. Bats will have hands. They're quite close to us, more than the rats. And they also have wings, like an umbrella. So when we look on the sky, we can look for something that looks like a Batman. So the bat, like insectivorous, they're doing the job on consuming insects. Yeah, so the insectivorous bat, they're helping controlling the number of insects, and they are very good at controlling mosquitoes. Kids, do you know like how many mosquitoes you've killed or you stopped per day? Anyone? Some of the kids say she can do 1 mosquito per day. It's quite difficult for her. Anyone else? But for today, some of us also put on some insect repellent, so we might not experience some mosquitoes. For the bat, for like within a year, bat could consume around like 1,000 mosquitoes. Apart from mosquitoes, they also consume moth as well. And for today, we'll look for the bat, and the bat doesn't have like the torch or the flashlight on our head like us. Then how the bat can see things? Anyone have any ideas? So the bat used their voice, the echo, to estimate where their prey. It's called like an echo reaction to location to spot to locate where those prey are. So while they fly or when they look for food, they will use that echo location to identify those prey. Yeah, so when you're in the cave, you might be able to hear some echo. If we go to Tashalong, it's one of the place in Thailand that has quite a lot of sweet bird. We might be able to hear the echo location. as well because they are in the cave. They're not gonna like fly and hit places, otherwise it's gonna be bad for their reputation as a bat. So when we think about the look of the bat, how it looks like, yeah, we have some example here. Their faces might not look as pretty.
Left or right เด็กๆลองทายซิตัวไหนกินผลไม้
Yeah, anyone can guess which
ตัว
one
ไหน
eats
ฟู้ด
fruits.
ซิ่งตัวนี้ค่ะต้องมีคำใบ้อยู่ใช่ไหมครับนั่นมีคำนอนเขากินได้เหมือนกันแต่ว่าทั้งไอวิกราวนะครับก็คือตำลึงใครชอบกิน
Yeah, so the bat in the photo here, the bat is eating ivy ground.
ซึ่งเป็นบัตก็ตัวนี้เหมือนกันไฟฟ็อกนะครับก็คือหน้าตาเหมือนหมาที่
It's
ด
a
อกเพราะว่า
flying
ตัวเขาใหญ่มาก
fox.
นะครับ
ไม่เห็นเลยครับ
ปีกเนี่ยสามารถที่จะยาวได้ถึง6
That we extended
ตัวใหญ่
until
เท่ากับนอน
like
เดี๋ยวใน
6 meters.
ของไลฟ์เนี่ยถ้าใครกลับไปดูเนี่ยนะครับในช่วงของแบงคอกก็จะมีอินเสิร์ตนะครับกับทีมงานของเราด้วยที่ถ่ายที่อยุธยานะครับภาคกลางก็จะมีทั้งเขาแม่ไก่ภาคกลางนะครับที่อยู่โซนนี้ใกล้กรุงเทพก็มีดูดีหนองจอกนะครับก็จะมีเราเรียกว่าโคนมีรูทติ้งไซต์นะครับที่ตกกับนอบ้านแล้วตัวนี้กินผลไม้นะครับใครชอบกินยอดตำลึงนะครับแกงจืดตำลึงก็ต้องซิลิเบตเขาด้วยนะครับแล้วก็ถ้าบ้านใครมีต้นกระสบต้นหูกวางนะครับอัลมอนด์ซีทรีก็จะมานะครับเพราะว่าแต่เจ้านี้จะใช้ echo location น้อยนะครับถ้าเขากินผลไม้ใช้เหมือนกันแต่ว่าใช้ดวงตา big eye นะครับแล้วก็ good smell นะครับจมูกที่ดีนะครับไปตามหาผลไม้นะครับก็จะแวะไป
Sorry, can I ask you to stand a bit further away because we can't hear you over Utain.
เหมือนกันแต่ว่า
Okay, sure.
ถ้าชาวสวนอย่างเช่นมะม่วงสุกงอมหรือผลไม้สุกงอมเนี่ยนะครับถ้าปกติชาวสวนเสร็จก่อนเนี่ยก็จะไม่มีปัญหาบ้างนะครับแล้วก็ตัวไหนกินแมลงตัวไหนกินยุงเก่งนะตัวไหนกินยุงตัวนี้ที่บังคับให้ยุงแล้วก็มอส
Yeah, so on the right is the one that like to eat mosquitoes. As you can see, their eyes are small,
แต่ว่าดูพิษเมียนะครับหูใหญ่มากนะครับ
but they have
ข้างคาว
a big
เนี่ยนะครับสเต็ป
ears.
บายสเต็ปก็คือวาดหูก่อนนะครับข้างคาวพวกนี้จะหูใหญ่นะครับข้างคาวที่insectivorous bird แบทนะครับ
This insectivorous, but that it insects have quite a big nose,
จะยับสู้นี่เลย
and their face is a little bit mushy. They can ask why it looks so mushy.
ก็จะช่วยให้มันสะท้อน
And the reason why is that when they have big ears, it helps with the echolocation to let them locate their prey better.
เราจะลองกันไหมลองจำลองเป็นข้าวขาวกินแมลงนะ
So
ลองไหมครับ
do you want to try to be the bat, insectivorous bat?
ลองเดี๋ยวครูทำทดลองให้นะครับ
If you want, we have something for you.
ใครจะเป็นข้าวขาวกินแมลงแค่หลับตา
So if anyone wants to be the insectivorous bat, you can try by close your eyes. Close your eyes.
สมมติเราร้องเพื่อจะฟัง echo location นะครับบังคับให้ยุง
So for example, if we gonna like make some noise.
เราร้องว่าแบทแล้วกันนะครับง่ายๆดีนะครับไม่งั้นมันทำเสียงยุ่งมากเลยนะครับงั้นเราร้องว่าเป็นแบทนะครับถ้าทั้งเราร้อง1 ครั้ง
If the bat
ก็จะก้าวไปข้างหน้าได้1 ครั้งครูทำเป็นทุก
like
ครั้ง
one voice, we will step one step into the front.
ตาเหมือนบอดเลยนะครับแต่ใช้ฟังเสียงนะครับใช้หูใหญ่ๆนะครับเอามือป้องแบบ
So imagine we're a bat, and then imagine that we have a very big ears.
นะครับครูบอกว่าก้าวได้1
When Teacher Tom called bat, he will step one step to the front.
อาหารของครูทำนะครับ
So we'll have some role play here.
insectivorous bat นะครับเหมือนนั้นครูทำถ้าใครเป็นแบทเหมือนครูทำนะจะออกหากินแล้วนะฟ้ามืดแล้วนะจะออกจากถ้ำแล้ว
So if you're insectivorous, we are ready to go out for hunting. Okay, put your hands cover your ears.
มอสที่เป็นเสื้อกลางคืนนะครับ
And now we're trying to look for moth.
ก็จะร้อง1 ครั้งร้องครับ
Yeah, moth is because noise now, so that is moving in front towards the moth. Yes, closer and one step. Yeah, trying to track down the prey. And now the bat catch the moth.
ได้กินแล้วแต่ข้างเราเป็นไงครับลืมตาไหม
Yes, and that can be done by like when the bat doesn't open their eyes. Yeah, so everyone can try.
เดี๋ยวคุณพ่อคุณแม่จับมือเป็น
So now maybe the parents can make some group with the kids.
จะไม่มีใครยอมเป็นมอสเป็นเส้นเป็น
Let's make some, do some role play. Anyone wants to be the moth?
เดี๋ยวแบทอาจจะเริ่มได้ไหมนี่จะวอล์กเลยนะครับไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวเราดูกันอันนี้หาอะไรครับคนนี้เป็นแบทไม่อยากเป็นแบทอ่ะ
Yeah, some of them want to be bat, some of them want to be moth. And then trying to look for moth here. Now that catch the moth here.
แล้วใครเป็นแบท
Volunteer for insectivorous bat.
Yeah, we're looking for volunteer to be the insectivorous bat.
มอสลืมตาแบทต้องหลับตานะ
แบทต้องร้องว่าแบทนักเดินดีเองที่แบทแล้วก็มอส
เดี๋ยวคุณพ่อคุณแม่วงกันไว้ต่อยนะคะ
Okay, so now we have one bat and one moth on the stage now.
They just children learn about that and they play.
Yes. Looking for the kids to learn about bats and moths, how they hunt their prey. Now we have some equipment as well.
แล้วเดี๋ยวทุกคนที่เป็นดัดนั้นมีผ้าปิดตาให้ด้วยครับดัดครับช่วยกันนะครับ เป็นเขตหาเขตนะผ้าปิดตาของคุณเอ๋
ใครเป็นแบทมีตัวเดียวหรอคะ
Now we use the rope to cover the area for hunting
นี่
as
คือ
well.
ผ้าจะหากินในนี้นะครับ
So the bat will do the hunting within this area. We have some iPad to cover the eyes as well, so that they can feel the real experience of the bats.
โอเคทีนี้ง่ายขึ้นครับขอเด็กๆหลายๆคนมาเป็นมอสครับ
Okay, so to make it easier, we would like to get all the kids into the circle to be the moth, and we will have one bat in the circle, so that the moth can have lots of praise.
ฟังง่ายๆครับนะครับดัดเนี่ยจะส่งเสียงอะไรดัดจะพูดว่าอะไรนะครับ
So there are other bats that will make the noise of bat, and then once the moth hear that, the moth will say moth.
มอสทุกตัวพูดเหมือนกันหมดครับพูดแบทเสร็จแล้วครับแบทเราเนี่ยพูดทุกคนพูดมอสครับแบทเดี๋ยวพูดบ่อยๆจะได้จับได้พูดตามครับจับได้ยัง
Yeah, I'll try to get them to use the echo location.
พูดยังไม่ถึงเบาๆเดี๋ยวมอสตายอีกนิดนึง
Now bat
จับ
ring.
เบาๆเดี๋ยวมอสตายเบาๆได้
Try
แล้
to
ว
catch the moth now. Bat catch the moth now.
คนอื่นเขาถูกจับลองเป็นแบทบ้างครับเอาเลยดิไม่ให้เลยเนาะเอากลับบ้านไปเลยเอามาครับขยับเป็นแบทบ้าง
Okay, so now we will change take the turn from
ปิดเลย
to a new bat.
ใส่หน้ากากเลยครับมองไม่เห็นนะนี่ใครอยากเป็นมอสช่วยไหมเนี่ยเดี๋ยวทำไหม
She wants to change the iPad
กลายเป็นเรื่องลายอีกนะครับ
to better execute the
แค่
one.
นี้เอาเรื่องออกโอเคปิดตานะอันแรกถูกแล้วปิดตาเลยครับทีนี้
Okay.
ไม่เป็นไรครับปิดได้เลยเราจะเป็นข้างคาวนะข้างคาวจะใช้ echolocation
5 minutes go to bat
เราจะได้ยินเสียงมอสกลับมาบ่อยๆจะได้จับง่ายขึ้น
and this lie in
มอสไหนครับเราเป็นมอส
insectivorous so low
งั้นเรียนเชิญพ่อแม่มาเป็นมอสครับผมมอส
Online. Yes, we have the lights in the parks here as well that keep inviting all the insects around here. So it's quite a good place for bats to do hunting and find food as well. Yeah, so we will do the activities here for about like 5 more minutes, and we will go exploring for searching for the bats in this park.
โอเคเอามองเห็นนะจะโกงได้
There's some cheating now.
ที่ใช้ระบบโคโลเคชั่นในการหาเหยื่อเนาะนี่นะคนนี้นะคนนี้ชาเลยครับแต่กระทางขออนุญาตใช้หน้ากากลงครับแต่ชาไม่สามารถ
Yeah, but in fact, that cannot actually use echolocation like constantly as the kids do, but that will do it with some distance so that they can try to locate where the prey is. It's not like that all the time. It's like one at a time, one at a time.
ทุกคนได้ยินครับต้องตอบมาครับพร้อมได้เชิญเล่นด้วยครับพูดสิครับพูดไปก่อนแล้วดังๆแล้วดังๆเพื่อพูดแล้วด้วยครับต้องพูดดังด้วยครับจะได้มีสัญญาณตอบกลับมาพูดหนึ่งครั้งเราได้หนึ่งครั้งอันนี้เป็นข้างข่าวเด็กอ่อนประสบการณ์นะครับ
This is an experience that like you could so you're not that experienced for hunting yet, but you learn to be a real badminton. So thank you very much everyone for the listening. So I think we're ready. Let's go searching for the bats.
เดี๋ยวเราจะลอง walk ไปทางด้านขวานะครับ
So now we will start walking to the right of the park. We will follow the Tom, teacher Tom.
Go batting นะครับเดี๋ยวเราจะไปทางด้านขวานะครับแล้วเด็กๆ follow me please
แกมีไม้ใส่กดจอดดูไม้กับ
Okay, so we're moving now. As you can see, it's a bit dark now, but yeah, we will begin soon.
เปิดไปขายเลยก็มี
Okay, we spot something. It's a bird. It's an owl. It's an owl. As you can see the laser pointer there. There's an owl at the top of the branch of the tree. The side is about like a palm of the hand. In the daytime, they can also do hunting as well. We'll see if we can catch the photo of the owl.
เมื่อกี้ได้ยินเสียงร้องนะครับแล้วก็ถ้าตัวนี้นกเขาชัดชาติถ้าจำได้นะครับที่คุณชัดชาติผมพูดแต่นั้นที่สวนเบญนะครับสวนเบญเมื่อก่อนเป็นโรงงานยาสูบเก่าก็มีต้นไม้ใหญ่นะครับต้องตามสวนสาธารณะเนี่ยนะครับถึงจะมีนะครับตามบ้านอาจจะ
For this owl that we see here, it is the place that has only the big trees to be able to see this bird. In Thai, it's called nokau, but it's owl in English. It looks like Furby and like the birds in the Harry Potter. It's a hunter, but because it's cute, so some people will take it as a pet at their home as well. You might be able to find them in their some market as well. But that's not a good idea as well, because if you do petting or support that, at the end they might be disabled.
ก็อาจจะกินได้บ้างแต่ว่าปกติจะเป็นเบิร์ดเช่นนกกางเขนบ้านโอราเคิลแมคพายโรบินนะครับที่จะเป็นอาหารหลักจริงๆของเขาก็เป็นอินเสกนะครับก็จะเหมือนกับแคทข้าวเหมือนกันนะครับสปอตเต็ดตอนนี้เราเจอสปอตเต็ดเอาเลยที่เป็นเบิร์ดนะครับเป็นอาวนะฮะ
So look at the owl. It's a bit
yeah เอาดูที่คอมีถ้าเรามีกรงเล็บที่แหลมคมดาบ
ตรงกิ่งที่ข้างที่เลยนะคะมองเห็นแบบชัดมากเลยนะกิ่งเด่นกองเทพอ่ะบายบาย
Yeah, so it's gone now.
แต่ ยังไม่ได้ดูนะครับเด็กๆดูไม่ต้อง
If anyone can't see, we still have a photo like captured for them to have a clear look of it as well. So let's move on. We'll start planting now. All the parents, please also watch out for the kids as well. You also have that a concern, so everyone will help each other.
คุณพ่อคุณแม่เราควรก่อนที่จะนะคะตรงนี้เป็นทางลาดเราไม่ได้มีอะไรกั้น
ยิงเป็นแนวต้องระวังน้ำครับแล้วก็ให้เห็น
อยู่แค่วันนี้พอนะคะเด็กๆคุณพ่อคุณแม่ไม่ต้องลงไปที่พร้อมลงไปได้เพราะว่าคุณพ่อใส่บูทอยู่นะคะ
นี่นะครับมีมาแล้วลงน้ำนะครับแล้วพอดีถุงที่เป็นเบนๆนะครับถ้าเราเวลาวาดเป็นขาวเนี่ยก็อย่างอัมเบร่าที่เป็นร่มเลยนะครับเขาจะมีแก้วขาวนะครับแล้วก็เป็นถุง
Right now we spot some birds and some bats and mosquitoes around here as well. Beside the pond, there are also some water insects. But what we see here is the insectivoral bat. Yeah, I'm not sure if you see it, but they're flying around lively. Besides, it's around the palm of a hand. If at your home has like a young banana leaf, these bats will have like a thumb bat at their hands around their elbows. They'll be able to attach themselves to those banana leaves. They will use it for sleeping in the daytime. Right now we see quite a lot of them, more than 10, like flying around like the palm of a hand with that size. There are also lots of moths around here. Yeah, the size is around the palm of a hand, but they fly like about maybe 10 or more of them around here. If the kids want to know how does the bat's wing looks like, you can put out your hands and your arms and then make your fingers.
ก็มือจะเป็น1แล้วก็2ตรงนี้นะครับก็จะเป็นเบนเป็นอัมเบร่าเป็นรูปร่มนะครับลากยาวไปถึงตรงกลางนะครับ
Put up your thumbs and there'll be like the wings from your wrist till
นะครับแต่ว่าก็มีข้างคาวที่เราต้องขอบคุณนะครับแล้วก็อยู่ในถ้ำด้วยก็คือข้างคาวเล็บกุดนะครับมันก็คือไม่มีตรงนี้นะครับไม่มีหัวนิ้วโป้งนะครับเป็นข้างคาวเล็บกุดแต่ว่า
There's also another bat, the nailless bat, which will live in the cave, mostly in the south of Thailand, which you might not see a lot of them because they're not in the city. But if anyone here has their home or cousins in the other side, you might have seen some of them. For that, but if they fly, they will be able to fly for like further than 50
แต่ว่าถ้าเกิดเราไปสังเกตนอกจากดอกทุเรียนนะครับดอกทุเรียนนี่มันติดตามต้นอยู่แล้วดังนั้นมันก็จะแข็งแรง
If you go to the farm and you've seen some durian flowers those are some of the favorite food
ลูกตุ้มนะครับ
of
ลูกตุ้ม
the
เหมือน
bats
ไม้
as
กี
well.
ระนาดหรือว่าโป้งเหน่งนะครับโป้งเหน่งขนมที่เป็นไส้กรอกแล้วก็แป้งนะครับก็จะประมาณนั้นนะครับอันนั้นคือดอกของสตอก็จะรับ
If you know another favorite flower is called Thor,
พวกนี้เหมือน
that's also another favorite fruit of
เดินแข
the
นออกไป
bats.
สองข้างอันนี้จำลอง arm break evolution นะครับก็คือแข่งกันแบบคู่ขนานนะครับข้างหนึ่งเป็นแบทข้างหนึ่งเป็นดอกไม้นะครับเป็นทรีนะครับดังนั้นมันคู่กันมาดังนั้นมันแข่งกันนะครับก็ผัดกันแพ้ผัดกันชนะหรือว่าผัดกันโค evolution เข้าหากันนะครับ
the water thanks to the water
แล้วสิ่งสำคัญนะครับเพราราะว่าพูดถึง insectivorous
So when we talk about insectivorous, the important thing is also for Thailand we also hold the record, the world record, the smallest mammal of the world. They're in Thailand.
มันมอกใช่แล้วครับนะครับข้างคาวก็เป็นสัตว์เลี้ยงลูกด้วยกันของเรานะครับข้างคาวเป็น
It's named Kitty bats.
only flying to mammal นะครับก็คือเป็นสัตว์เลี้ยงลูกด้วยนมเพียงชนิดเดียวที่บินได้นะครับเหมือนนก
That is the only flying mammals that can fly. Some of you might know sugar glider,
หรือว่า flying squirrel พวกนั้นก็คือ
a flying
เป็นดอก
squirrel.
พวกนั้นบินไม่ได้จริงพวกนั้น
Those are not actually like flying kind of animals, but they just jumping from one tree to another. But actually using their wings, it's the bat.
ยกเว้นกวางเรนเดียร์นะครับของกระป๋องที่ติดได้
The reindeer from the Santa Claus, that's not counted.
ใช่ครับ bumblebee bat นะครับชื่อภาษาอังกฤษก็คือ
There are also the bumblebee bat.
ก็คือ bumblebee ก็คือเหมือน bumblebee ตัวเล็กๆนะครับ
It's small. They're small. The
แต่
bumblebee
ว่า
bats.
ตัวเป็นของสถิติโลกนะครับเพราะว่า
It's the world record that we have.
ไม่เข้าไปลำบาก
The
แต่ว่า
size
จริง
is
ๆสถิติโลกก่อนหน้านั้นเป็น
not even more than 1 baht coins of Thailand, of Thai baht.
แต่ว่าดีไม่มีค่ะนะครับเจ้าของสถิติใหม่พอเขาค้นพบข้างคาวคุณกิตินะครับก็คือคุณกิติทองยาเป็นผู้ค้นพบนะครับในถ้ำส่วนหนึ่ง
His name Kitty because the person named Kitty Thongaya, actually the one that found this this species
แต่
of
ว่า
the
บับเบิ้ล
bats.
บีแบทเนี่ยมันทำลายสถิติโลก world
The bumblebee bats top up the world record because they don't have tails. They can be found in this park as well. Their face might be a little bit sharpy.
ข้างคาวกินเลือดได้ไหม
There's some question whether the bat can eat bloods.
มีแวมไพร์นะนอกจากนั้นอันนี้ก็เป็นแบทแมนตัวจริงนะครับช่วยเราสังเกตดูผมจะสอนให้ผู้เรียนนะครับปลูกต้นไม้เก่งๆนะครับแต่ข้างคาวกินเลือดได้ไหมครับ
That's a very good at growing
ข้าง
plants.
คาวกลุ่มที่เป็นแวมไพร์ได้ที่
There are actually bats that actually consume bloods.
สามารถที่จะเลียนะครับตามบริษัท
They can lick bloods from the animals, from the wounds, from the skins.
ประเทศไทยมีโฟร์แวมไพร์
But in Thailand we have four vampire. They also eat like amphibians.
ก็จะอยู่ตามใต้ท่อตามโพรง
They might live around the tubes, the small timber left, or some tubes as well. But in Bangkok, aside from these ponds,
บางคนไม่ตีแบบมีตั้นเนี่ยโชคลงตัวของเราทั้งเราและทั้งข่าวนะครับในตีกลางคืนนะครับตอนหัวค่ำในก็ตีทั้งข่าวด้วยเหมือนกัน
some people might do some like badminton activities, and some might accidentally hit the bat as well in Bangkok. So here's the bats to be found here. This is what species is this?
เพราะว่ามันเป็นโคตร
This is the bat that we found.
จะทำการแบทมองไว้อยู่นี่ใช่ไหมแนวนี้นะครับแล้วมันก็จะบินขึ้นแบบเราเลื้อยไปเลย
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can see it.
ต้องเอาขึ้นไปให้ครับ
เป็นค่าเข้ากลุ่มของหนูอินเตอร์ค่ะเอาเป็น insectivorous bat เลย
Insectivorous bat.
ใน
Insectivorous bat that we told that we said that the size is about the palm of a hand. Yeah, there are quite a lot of them around here at the park that we at Gung Nong Wan in Bangkok. Yes, thank you.
มีพี่ถ่ายทันด้วย
ใช่นี่ให้เด็กๆดูเลยเนี่ยโอเคค่ะเดี๋ยวขอขึ้นมาหน่อยก็ได้พี่ทอม
ใช่ใช่
พี่ทอม
We move up a little bit because it's a bit humid around here and hard to walk.
เอาไปทั้งขวาให้นะขวามือระวังบอลแล้วก็อะไรครับใช่ครับเด็กๆดูครับเลยบอกคุณแม่คอยดับไฟให้เด็กๆนะครับโดยเฉพาะเฮดนัทนะครับไฟฉายคาดหัวเพราะว่ามดมีปีกนะครับพวกแมลงมีปีกจะบินเข้าหน้านะครับมีปีก
Some parents might have to protect their kids a bit because there might be some small insects that might fly through their kids' faces. We found some crickets. We found some crickets as well.
พี่เขาดีมากเลยนะคะแล้วพี่เขามีฝีมือด้วยเพราะมันกินเร็ว
They're a bit hard to catch too for observation.
กล่องไหมกล่องโอ้ซันสกิน
What are they? What is this?
ซันสกิน
Sunskin.
Sunskin is active in day and night.
ไม่น่าปีนั่ง
It's a night walk. Herping. Sunskin is a reptile. Some species of lizard.
Speaking of lizard.
นะครับลองส่องไฟฉายดูมันก็จริงๆมันหากินกลางวัน
Actually, there are the daytime animal. Actually, there was another frog around here that we found. Okay. จิ้งเหลนไหม
ใครที่ดูทั้งเข้าเรียบร้อยแล้วขอบคุณนะพี่วีมีจิ้งเหลนด้วยนะคะเก็บอะไรเวลาตกไฟแล้วสีสวยมากเลยสวยไม่ไปดูมากเลยค่ะจริงจังเลยจับไม่ได้อยากจับไม่มัน
ใช่ครับกระปุกจับอยู่ในดินเด็กๆมียากันยุงนะครับไม่จับลงไปนะดูในกล่องอย่างเดียวเพราะเรามีเสร็จมีแผลนครับ
อ๋อใช่มือเราทายาอยู่เราเป็นยาแล้วเดี๋ยวมันไปโดนแมลงเขาติดใช่ไหมก็มีทายาเป็นอะไรวิ่งเหล็กถึงจับได้นะเป็นที่ก็เหมือนในบ้านต้นไม้จะได้สอนจับได้ใช่ไหมคะคนที่เหลือ
So that's something that we also found in this green park at night. Apart from the bats.
ลูกเดินแถวตัวอย่าลูก
ลองได้ค่อยๆนิ้วแตะค่อยๆเก่งเป็นยังไงครับลื่นๆไหม
Especially to get to know them a little bit more gently. We are so curious about their personality.
เขามีเกล็ดเรียงกันเป็นแนววาวตรงนี้มีคังคกอยู่
โอเคเอา
ไม่ใครหาคังคกเจอป่ะ
ว้าวระวังเหยียบเนาะ
ดูแถวนี้
Found one frog here.
Yeah, it's a
toad. Is it toad? Okay, sorry. It's toad. It's a toad. Asian common classification.
ใครที่ดูข่าวมากที่เขาไปเที่ยวใช่ไหมครับ
พี่น้องผีไปเที่ยวอเมริกา
สาเหตุว่าเอเชียน
อันนั้นแหละค่ะ
คือไหนไหมฮะ
ว้าววันนี้
แย่มันยังมีอะไรนะนี่นะนี่นะครับตรงนี้ที่เป็นพิษนะครับไม่ต้องกลัวเขาทำอะไรเราไม่ได้เขาทำอะไรเราไม่ได้ทำอะไรไม่ได้
อ๋อมันไม่เป็นพิษอันนี้น่าจะเป็นตัวเมียนะครับ
มันเป็นตัวผู้จับเมื่อกี้ที่พวกเขาจะร้องที่ร้องคือเวลาแบบเขาจะป้องกันไว้ว่าคือไม่ให้ตัวอื่นมาเกาะเขาแล้วกัน
towards noise when you hear the towards noise at night it's just like a signal for preventing them from the
เวลา
hunters
ร้องมันก็จะไม่เป็นที่สังเกตถ้าร้องในกลางคืนเนี่ยถ้าคางขาวๆเนี่ย
if they make some noise at night
ถ้า
it's
คางขาวๆก็คือ
น้องอาจจะอยากกลับอยู่ที่บ้านด้วยนะ
ก็จะ
จริงน้องกลัวครับอยากที่แม่เขาจะรู้สึกปลอดภัยครับผม
the reason that they jump into some like a small corner just because they are trying to find some like safety space but they're not actually
คุณนะครับแต่บางทีเจอตัวขาวเลยครับเพราะว่าทำไมครับคุณป้าแม่บ้านทาแป้งให้ขอเลข
on this side we also
แต่ว่าใน
found
นี้น่าจะเปียก
centipede
เดี๋ยวถ้าเกิดใครดูทางโฟกได้พอแล้วทางนี้นะทางทีวีนะคะแล้วก็ดึงน้ำเข้าด้วย
เรียกว่าอะไรเรียกว่าอะไรอ่ะ
ดึงน้ำเต้า
ถึงน้ำเต้าหมายถึงว่าอะไรตัวนี้หรือว่าทั้งสองตัวเลยอันนี้อึ่งน้ำเต้าภาษาอังกฤษนี่ผมไม่เข้าใจ
พี่ก็จำไม่ได้
แต่ว่านี้millipede
oh millipedes okay we also found millipedes here they're quite big compared to we are trying to find the English name for them now but in Thai it's called อึ่งน้ำเต้า they're quite small as you can see
โอ้ยต้องอยากให้เด็กดูความแตกต่างระหว่างตัวผมเนี่ยมันเพราะว่าดูผิวที่มันแตกต่างเล่นทีมขยับทางนู้นก็ได้ครับปล่อยได้ไหมไม่ขยับนู้นก็ได้
now we are
ว่ายน้ำตลอดได้ไหมไม่ได้นะครับถ้าเราไปปล่อยกบตะปูนแล้วน้ำแรงมากนะครับถ้าน้ำวัดแรงมากเขาก็จะหมดแรงหรือว่าถ้าแพ้นะครับโดนนกยางปาดแบบเหมือนฉมวกกินได้นะครับดังนั้นบางคบเนี่ยเราสามารถไปออกลงน้ำได้แต่ว่า
so for the toad in Thai culture we actually have like a releasing some animals to the nature to like compensate for sins something like that but this we are just having some a bit of information that if we release those toads frogs into the river they're not actually going to be survive because it's too big on too much of the water that we can find some place to rest and then before continuing swimming or moving on to some other places.
ไม่ครับเขาจะปล่อย
So right now we are also showing the kids the like tiny little earlier just to show that that this kind of toad is different from the toad we found before and the skin is a bit different.
เคยได้กินน้ำส้มกับแก้วมันเป็นคนละชนิดกันที่เป็นมันแซ่บฉันเหลือคนละ
So right now we found like a water scorpion.
Vinegaroon.
Huh? What you call it?
Vinegaroon. Whip scorpion.
Scorpion.
แซ่ที่เป็นสองโซ่ไม่ถึงจับได้อะ
ก็คือว่าเราต้องมีความเจนเทิลกับเขาก็คือว่าเราไม่รบกวนเขาอันนี้มือพี่ก็เหมือนดิน
The way to catch them is as you can see, even in Bangkok, we can see lots of animals, organisms.
เข้าไปไม่ถึง
มีแค่กิจที่ว่าป้องกันตัวได้
They actually can release smell as well, right, to protect themselves. They also have
จำเป็นสัตว์หรือว่าความเคลื่อนไหวของมัน เห็นว่าเขายื่นขาหน้าไว้เหมือนเซอร์เวย์
as you can see when they move their front legs. Just to survey what's in front of them and to understand their environment and to check if whether it's safe for them to move around. So now we're gonna releasing them now.
ผมกลัวกลิ่นมันจะเป็นอะไรไม่ดี
Yeah, so we're releasing them now. We're moving on.
ไปเจอแมงป่องแซ่แล้วนะแมงป่องอามีนไปดูโต๊ะอื่นเลยไป
เจออะไรไหมครับ
เจออะไรไหม
สำรวจด้วยnow we found
ไข่ของเขาตุ๊กแกจะวางไว้ติดผนังนะครับเพราะว่า
ไข่ตุ๊กแกตุ๊กแกภาษาอังกฤษ
เกโก้ตึงแก่ใช่ตุ๊กแก
geckos eggs and
คือสีมันเป็นสีน้ำตาลอันนี้
it's still white
อ๋อ
so there
เขาอยู่ข้างในนี่ไงอ๋อ
geckos eggs
ฝั่งซ้ายฝั่งนี้ใช่ไหม
กระโดดก่อนไหม
เห็นไหมสีขาวๆเหมือนในรูปต้องขอแค่ทีเป็นลูกแกะนี่สูงกว่าเลยเลยข้างในลึกๆนะเป็นต้องดูทางนี้สิลึกๆครับผม
นี่ไง
คุณสีสูงไม่ถึงที่จะค่ะเห็นยังคะเห็นแล้วโอ้นี่ไงโอ้คุณใส่อย่างนี้เลยเหรอไม่ใช่ชีสนะโอ้คนไทยเป็นยูซีดแล้วเข้าไปดูกันเข้าไปดูกัน
เดี๋ยวทีละคนไหมครับมันมีคิว
เห็นไหมถึงที่เขาคิวจะได้มองจุดทางไงลูก
มีขาวๆข้างในเป็นก้อนเลยมีทั้งหมด4ก้อน
เดี๋ยวเห็นไหมมองเห็นไหมคะ
ไม่
ว้าวคือเห็นแล้วเห็น
ได้จะเห็นเหรอ
ว้าวคือเห็นใช่ไหมครับลูกว้าวคือเห็นนะ
อันนี้เป็นดูอะไรหรอไข่ตุ๊กแก
ไข่ตุ๊กแกอยู่ข้างในค่ะ
แตกไปแล้วอ๋อแตกเป็นข้างข่าว
ยัง
มันคืออันนี้พิซซ่าที่จากของที่เขาให้
มีเรื่องเล่าเลยไหมครับ
ไปดูเรียบร้อยแล้วนะครับไปที่ไมเอ็ดนะครับมีดูอะไรอยู่ตรงไหนนะครับ
so okay after this
ตอนนี้เป็นที่เวิร์ดที่เป็นเฟสติวัลในไอเนชั่นเรเตอร์นะครับสามารถที่จะถ่ายสัตว์ไม่มีกระดูกแล้วก็ลง
animals
ให้ดูทุกคนนะครับ
ยืนตรงนี้เฮ้ย
ให้ดูทุกคนนะครับนี่เป็น
this is another ตัวเล็กอ่ะนี่คือแมงป่อง
ซึ่งเดี๋ยวเราจะเห็นมืออาจารย์นะครับ
อันนี้ตัวเล็กนะฮะแมงป่องตัวเล็กแมงป่องแท้ครับปรสิตครับใช่ครับ
อย่าจับยันอ่ะ
เดี๋ยวเราปีเปิดรอบอะไรนะครับวันนี้เราดูนะครับคุณดีนะครับทุกคนดับไฟนะทุกคนดับไฟนะครับดับไฟครับเราต้องดับไฟไว้ก่อนครับพี่วันดับไฟนะครับนี่คือสกอร์เปียนเนาะทีนี้เนี่ยเราจะเห็นพิเศษคือสัตว์ชนิดเนี้ยคือแมงป่องครับผมนี่
เราฟังให้ดีscorpion
มันสะท้อนแสง UV ได้ด้วยครับแสง UV คือแสงสีม่วงๆแบบนี้นะครับdon't touch เพราะมันมีความมีพิษของมันอยู่ตรงนี้2จุดที่1ก็คือว่าตรงก้านครับ
two spots
แท้อย่าเพิ่งจับนะครับห้ามจับเลยนะครับมันจะอันตรายตรงนี้2จุดนะ
but do not touch because they're quite dangerous
แล้วก็จุดที่2เนี่ยคือตรงนี้นะต่อมที่เป็นแบบเป็นนี่โค้งๆนี่เห็นไหมครับอันนี้เนี่ยจะมีต่อมพิษอยู่เนาะแล้วเขาจะสายตาไม่ดีมากๆเลยพวกนี้สายตาไม่ดีครับแต่ว่าเขาจะมีขนรอบๆตัวเลยนะซึ่งเนี่ยจะรับความสัมพันธ์มากและแมงป่องเนี่ยอยู่อย่างนี้ตั้งแต่สมัยดึกดำบรรพ์เลยนะครับแล้วก็มีสัญลักษณ์แบบลักษณะแบบนี้คือเขาจะสะท้อนแสง UV หมดเลยอย่างนี้นะซึ่งจริงๆแล้ววิทยาศาสตร์คนก็ยังบอกแน่ชัดไม่ได้นะครับว่าเอาไว้เพื่ออะไรนะอาจจะไว้เพื่อสื่อสารกันเองหรือใช้ช่วยในการไม่เป็นไรครับหรือใช้ช่วยในการหาเหยื่อได้ง่ายขึ้นแต่ว่าสารเรื่องแสง UV เนี่ยอยู่คงทนมากนะครับ
the UV light that affected is actually helps them fight to be able to fight each other
ของไดโนเสาร์ที่เป็นแบบซากฟอสซิลของ
and actually
ก็ยังมีสารนี้อยู่
when we look at the fossils behind the dinosaur there might be some kind of these substances on there as well but this need to be quite careful as well because they're quite dangerous
ที่สำคัญคุณพ่อคุณแม่ถ้าเกิดเจออย่าไปทำอะไรเขานะครับ
most importantly once we found it please don't be scared of them or I mean not to hit them because they're actually try to hide in very like deep holes like in the road or
ดูครับเห็นไหม
or in the rocks. Yeah, so right now they're trying to see the hole that the scorpion actually living in right now.
โอ้ต้องดูทีละคนครับเข้าแถวต่อแถว single line please ต่อแถวเดียวนะครับแล้วเดี๋ยวทุกคนจะเห็นว่าใต้เนี่ยในรูอย่างเงี้ยมีตะขาบอยู่นะครับมีตะขาบ
So actually, underneath this hole, there's actually centipedes in here as well.
เนี่ยเขาก็หลบอยู่นะ
So always, most of the time, these like dangerous animals, they will try to hide themselves in a hole. So please don't try to
ที่จะบอกคุณพ่อคุณแม่คือสัตว์พวกนี้เขามันจะหารูอย่างนี้อยู่อาศัยนะครับแล้วถ้าเกิดเราทำลายเขาเนี่ยเราไม่ต้องกังวลแค่เราไม่ไปเจอเขาก็พอแล้วแล้วก็จากการที่ศึกษาวิจัยมาเนี่ยที่ดูมันไม่ใช่เจอคนแล้วก็ปล่อยเลยนะครับ
It's not like once they see us and they're gonna like
และพวกนี้โตด้วยการลักฆ่าแต่นั่นหมายความว่ามันจะต่างจากแมงมุมนะ
But they're quite different from the spiders as well.
แต่สกอร์เปียนเนี่ยขาขาดหางขาดงอกไม่ได้
Because if the spiders loses their legs, they for the spider they
แล้วก็ให้คุณพ่อคุณแม่ช่วยดูต้องคุณพ่อแม่รับนะครับแล้วทุกคนค่อยๆดูพ่อแม่เจอครับแล้วเดี๋ยวค่อยๆส่งสายให้ลูกนะครับคนอื่นๆเชิญใช้ให้ดูก็ได้ครับโอเคไม่เคยเห็นว่าแสงแล้วกด2ทีมเป็นแสงศึกษาครับแล้วเดี๋ยวคุณพ่อแม่ต่อตรงนู้นนะครับจะได้ดูทุกคนนะ
แม่ดู
เราอย่าไปเคาะเป็นท็อป
นี่คือตัวอะไรครับพี่กวีแมงป่องแซ่ครับแมงป่องแซ่พี่เรียกว่าอะไรนะจำชื่อไม่ได้วิปสกอร์เปียนแปลว่าแซ่โอเคครับ there's another whip scorpion here they seem to attach to you like likes me a lot he likes you a lot
อันนี้ไม่สะท้อนแสง
whip scorpion
นี่ UV ใช่ไหมอันนี้ไม่ใช่ครับ UV
seems comfortable
ไม่สะท้อนแสงดีมากเลยผมมีของเล่นเยอะครับแม้กระทั่งตัวนี้ครับผมที่ช่วยในการขยายเลขทีวี
ที่มีเรื่องเล่าอะไรเกี่ยวกับตัว whip scorpion
ก็คือว่าเขาเวลารู้สึกไม่ปลอดภัยหรือว่าโดนรบกวน
Yeah, for the whip scorpion when once they're
ไอ้เส้นข้างหลัง
insecure
ที่ว่าเหมือนแซ่
not safe on the back of the tails
ปล่อยสาร
it's like a whip it can release some substances that smells like vinegar to scare the predators away. Thank you ครับ
ไม่นี่แต่ของที่มันครับไม่หาครับไอ้นี่ผมมีเงาเมื่อกี้มันเดินมาหน่อยใช่ครับหลบไปแล้วครับจริงๆพวกนี้มันเจอเรามันหนีหมดนะครับมันไม่ได้แบบพุ่งเข้าใส่ไม่ได้บ้าพลังขนาดได้ได้ครับแต่จริงมันก็โดนไก่จิกมันก็ตายเลยครับนกเอี้ยงก็กินครับ
This kind of scorpion and this poisonous animals sometimes I mean actually most of the times they're scared of us and actually if they got picked by chicken they can already be dead so we're actually having to kill them once we see them all the times. Okay, now we're moving on to some other places.
ไปนัดมายังนัดกลับมาใช้ได้เจ้าลมไม้โว้
Now the kids trying to find something around here for themselves. If we're lucky, there will be some more of the mammals flying up around here. We're also trying to look for the bats as well.
Okay. Oops.
Right now, we are trying to find fruiting bats that tend to like to stay around the palm tree, like the tree that has quite a wide range of like leaves up high. There are lots of kids trying to look for some animals around the roads and also asking their parents of whether this hole or that tree that have some animals or something for them to observe as well. So they're quite curious and interested about the activities. That's some good.
เป็นนกยาวที่
For some birds, like the night birds.
background night heron
Background night heron. Background. Background night heron. They're mostly going out hunting. At the night, they're also looking for eating fish and also the reason why they look for food at the night time because they try to balance, like some of the other bats will try to find food in the daytime, but this bird they'll try to find food at the night so that they can have like a lot more chance to get some food for themselves. In Thai it's called nok quack because their voice sounds like a quack like that.
ตามกรณีที่มันเกาะนอนนะครับนกยางไวท์อีเกตนะครับพวกนกกระยางตัวสีขาวๆเนี่ยก็จะบินกลับรังนะครับไปที่รูทติ้งไซต์ที่เกาะนอนตอนเย็นตอนมืดนะครับแต่ว่าจะนกแขกก็จะบินสวนกลับมานะฮะเพราะว่าเป็น
like when we see the birds in the daytime around evening you will see them flying back to their nest at the big trees, and at that time the black crown night heron will start flying out from the nest and trying to go out hunting for their food as well. So that's something that you can observe as well. We found some rats on the tree as well. It's a bat's prey. Yeah, so something to look out for as well. For the bats, for us, I'm not sure. Some of us might have heard that bat is like rat that has wings, but actually the real house rat doesn't have wings. Those are some comparison that we use in Thai, like rats that have wings for the bats. Actually, when we try to find the bats on the tree, we can actually try to find some of the part of the tree that has some hole, got bitten, and that could be the place the bats trying to make their home and try to hang themselves while asleep over there.
เดี๋ยวในระหว่างที่คุณครูทอมหาว่าเจ้าค้างคาวเกาะนอนอยู่
So
ไหน
now, while Teacher Tom searching for the bats, whether they're sleeping around here, our team, we has found something. I have rice field rocks here. They're quite small as well as you can see. ภาษากลางคืนได้ไหมครับหรือว่าเป็นบอกไม่เป็นเลยผมคิดว่าได้หมดแต่พวกนี้กลางคืนดีกว่าอันนี้ชี้มาเลยครับนี่นะครับกบหนองนะครับจะเห็นขีดกลางตัวขีดตรงกลางตัวนะครับฝรั่งเขาเรียกว่าอะไรนะครับฝรั่งเลยนะครับ rice field เราจะเจอได้ในตามทุ่งหญ้าทุ่งข้าวนะครับเห็นแล้วทุกคนเห็นไหมครับ You can see they will have some stripe on the back as well ดูทางนี้ได้ครับลงไปเลยโอเคอันนี้ได้เลยทางนี้ได้เลย
หน้ามันมาที่เราแต่ว่าตัวเล็กเท่ากับเขานะครับบ้านจะนอนเป็นครอบครัวนะครับพ่อแม่เขานอนเป็นฮาวเวสนะครับแล้วก็
นี่คืออะไรครับ
ลูกๆนะครับในหนึ่งใช่นะครับอันนี้ที่ต้นกล้วยแต่ว่าจริงๆแล้วเขาจะกัด
Now we are showing the bats that actually live at the banana leaves. But around here, I think we might be able to find some like written hints for us to find that. Yeah, so this is the bats that we are looking for. It's called fruiting bats. Okay.
เก่งมากเลยนะคะตั้งใต้ที่เราทำได้นะคะแล้วก็เป็นของแต่วันนี้เขาไม่อยู่อะไรยังไปกินข้าวไม่ถึงนะ
Right now we are seems to not be able to find the fruiting bats because they're not full yet from the food they're trying to find at night, so they're not coming back to their home yet right now. What's gonna happen? What's happening here? Let's see.
Surprise you. One, two, three, surprise.
Frog. It's a frog.
อะไรคะ
It's a frog.
อะไร
I'm not sure common name.
พี่อาร์มแต่พี่อาร์มถือตุ๊กแกอยู่
Really? Oh my! Yeah. Just get anything like
Featherfield frog นะครับอินไทยกบน้องนะครับเขาอยู่ตามที่นะครับ
Featherfield frog, and that's the gecko. Oh my god!
ไม่ไหวความต้าน
ระวังนะครับอันนี้จะแย่ปลาไปแล้วกัดเอานะตุ๊กแกบ้านอันนี้โอ้ยเขาเหนียวมากปัดตรงตีนเขาเก็กโก้นะฮะมีฟันแล้วก็มีระวังเก็กโก้โอเคอันนี้คือตุ๊กแกบ้านเป็นสัตว์ในวงจิ้งจกที่ใหญ่ที่สุดในบ้านเรา
It's one of the species in the same category with the
ผิวหนังเขาจะเป็นอย่างนี้ครับตะปุ่มตะปากเลยเห็นไหม
gecko. Not sure what's the ring.
ระวังปากเขานะระวังปากเขา
ห้ามจับปากนะ
ห้ามจับปากตรงปาก
ถ้าจะจับตรงขาตรงคอไม่ได้นะ
จับตรงนิ้วก็ได้ลองจับดูได้
You must not touch their mouth.
เป็นไงเหนียวไหม
Touch their
เหนียวลองจับนิ้วเขาดูเหนียวไหม
คุณพ่อคุณแม่จังหวะนี้ถอยนะคะ เด็กๆนี่พุ่งเข้าหา
Yeah, because it's very interesting. But the parents are like running
ระวั
away.
งปากถ้าลงปากลงปาก
ทีนี้พอไปอยู่บ้านก็จะรอให้คุณพ่อคุณแม่จับให้ดูนะคะ
Sure that they're
นิ้ว
not
เขา
touching
จะ
their
เป็น
อย่าทำแรงนะ
ที่เราเห็นเป็นแผ่นนี้เนี่ยแต่ถ้าเราส่องในกล้องจุลทรรศน์เล็กๆนะครับเราจะเห็นเป็นเส้นขน
If we look at their feet through the microscope, we will see that there are lots of
ลอง
hairs.
รูปดูเหนียวไหมตรงนี้นิ้วเหนียวไหมปกแน่นมากเห็นไหมแล้วเขามีฟันเล็กๆเต็มไปหมดเลยนี่ฟันเขาเนี่ยนะเห็นไหมฟัน
You can see in the mouth there are lots of in their mouth.
like smooth เลยต้องขยายได้นะครับ
ควันเล็กๆเต็มเลย
must not touch them เห็นไหม
ไม่ปล่อยวันไหนเนี่ย
อ๋อเดี๋ยวปล่อยไปครับ
ได้ครับได้
we will release them after as well
เขามีหูด้วยนะครับนี่หู
they also have ears
ตอนนี้มือไม่จับตรงบริเวณคอเลยนะครับงับเลย
หู
นะค
เขา
รับ
ที่จะจับปากนะ
ไม่ได้เด็ดขาด
จับปากเขาไม่ได้นะครับ ปากเขาจับปุ๊บแล้วงับเลยโอเค
ทำไมเขาถึงอ้าปากนะคะ
เขารู้สึกว่าเขาโดนลุกคุกคามเขารู้สึกไม่ปลอดภัยถ้าเราจับเขา
the gecko is open near their mouth and the reason is that they feel threatened so yeah they acted that way
มันจับเลยนะ
แต่ว่าลายสวย
โอ้ย
เดี๋ยว
เอาไม่ออกเลยเดี๋ยวมากเดี๋ยวไหม
it's very very sticky
เอาเป็นทั้งที่บ้านเลยนะครับหางเขาเนี่ยเล็บยาวใช่ไหมเป็นตรงเล็บเลยเป็นคอนี่หางเขาเคย
they also have some claws as well
หางเขาสลับได้
as you can see the tail seems to
ตรงนี้
be
เห็นไหมเขาเป็นหางแสดงว่าเขาเคยหางขาดแล้วแล้วก็งอกขึ้นมา
as you can see that their tail
ตัวนี้น่าจะเป็นตัว
cut off and it grows back again
ตัวผู้เขาจะ
and this
คน
seems
หาง
to
ค่อนข้าง
be
วมใหญ่
female one
จะป่องเลยแต่ตรงนี้ตัวเมียเขาจะแบนหน่อยจะแบ
ใช่หนู
น
ก็สังเกตว่ามันเป็นแบบ
โอเค
this is female because it seems to be a little bit flat
เดี๋ยวเราไปปล่อยมันนะ
top of the tail
ใครอยากเป็นผู้ช่วยพี่อาไป
พ่อคุณแม่ไม่ได้จับครับผม
โอเคเดี๋ยวเราไปปล่อยกันนะเดี๋ยวที่ไปเอาเขามาจากตรงนู้น
so now we're releasing them back now
ตอนนี้ไง
เก็บเขาไงเก็บหางเขาใหญ่มาก
อยากเห็นพี่แม่โดนกัดครับอยากเห็นพี่แม่โดนกัดครับ
คือคุณเกลียดอะไรผมครับ
เตรียมพัดเลย
เขาคล้ายๆกระลามอ่ะ
คล้ายๆฉลามคล้ายๆจระเข้ไหมเนี่ยเป็นแบบชิ้นใหญ่ๆนะเขาเป็นสัตว์เลื้อยคลานเหมือนกัน
บ้างอ่ะไลโอแยยักษ์อ่ะ
โอ้ไรโอยยักษ์โอเคเดี๋ยวเราจะเอาเขาปล่อยเนาะนี่ก็มีทั้งตรงเล็กกันดูดบนนิ้ว
อันนี้ต้องอธิบายยังไงก่อนว่าพี่อาร์มเป็นผู้เชี่ยวชาญรู้วิธีในการจับเนาะถ้าเราไปเจอที่บ้านเองห้ามไปจับแบบนี้นะ
อย่าเดินเข้าไปจับเขาด้วย
warning that the person that is catching the gecko right now is a professional one so if the kids found the gecko at home please do not grab them or touch them by yourself because it's very dangerous or otherwise your fingers won't be able to get it out from the gecko's mouth
มีเพื่อนผมเคยโดนกัด
very sharp as well
เลือดไหลเป็นสายน้ำเลย
he said that he has one of his friends that got bitten by the gecko and the blood's just bleeding quite hard
จะเห็นว่าล็อกคอเขาแต่ไม่ได้ดีนะ
ไม่ได้ดี
วิ่งเลยเดือน
โอเคเดี๋ยวผมไปปล่อยกันนะ
โอเคใครอยากไปปล่อยกันพี่อาร์มบ้างที่ไฟที่ใหญ่เลย
or really you know this yourself and a little bit of a melody next to this okay let's move on what else we'll see today we'll see some more that or not let's give us some hope and give some pray for us to see more of them
ทุกคนเจออะไร
teacher Tom found something around here
ล็อกเขาจะปอกไม้ไว้เป็นแบบนี่จริงเลยจับได้ต้องจับบนตัวถ้าจับหางมันจะกระโปรงใหญ่เป็นหางใหญ่ที่สุด
ไม่ยากได้จับได้ไหมจิ้งจก
จับได้เป็นกระโปรงแหมก็คือสายพันธุ์เดียวกันแต่ว่าโอเค
ใช่เดือน
มาถึงแล้วดิ้งมาแล้วดูความ
ขยัน
โอ้นี่
แต่ถ้าไซส์นี้ก็คือมีลูกอยู่ได้เลยก็คือพวกนี้จะดีอย่างหนึ่งก็คือช่วยเราในการกำจัดพวกแมลงสาบ
We're just still like trying to get to
แกนะถ้าเกิดเราไม่ได้แบบ
Yeah, we are also
ตัว
talking
ของ
about
เขาหรือว่าแบบ
the
ของเขาไม่
the
ได้ออก
benefits
มา
of
แค่
those having geckos with like around a home as well. The gecko will like be able to eat some small snakes, some like cockroaches and insects. So that's how they help us controlling some pests or some insects around our house as well. But mostly people will be scared of the gecko. So yeah, that's something that we need to know about the gecko more as well.
ตัวอะไรนี่พี่จับฟัน
I have another kind of here.
มากเลยนะตอนนี้
เขายังไงไปยังไง
เดี๋ยวเราปิดด้วยไลฟ์วิดีโอ
Right now we found some
ใครรู้บ้างเหรอว่า
ปัดเรียกว่าอะไร
จับได้
ปัดเหรอ
จับไหม
ยากันยุงหัวอยากเลยโอ้ยเด็ด
ใครรู้บ้างว่าทำไมกบต้องเลือกครับ จับใหญ่เลย
Does anyone knows that why the frog has to have slime? The reason is they need to have that to maintain their moist. Yeah, so right now for today we have seen quite a lot of animals and we also see some bats as well.
แชร์วิดีโอได้เลยแล้วก็พี่ทอมก็พูดแล้วไปแล้วค่ะใช่ค่ะก็คือในลำดับสุดท้ายเราจะโชว์เป็นคลิป
At the end we will have some clip video
ซึ่งเป็นค้างคาวในเมืองไทย
which is the bats in Thailand. This is from Ayutthaya province.
ขนมได้อยุธยาเป็นท็อปพาร์ทออฟไทยแลนด์Flying Frog Colony. About 1,000 individual colony rooting fire at Wat Khanon Tai in Ayutthaya, central part of Thailand, in the near Bangkok. The same species you can see in the Bangkok flying frog, flying frog, the big one. And the dispersal and the function pollinator and seed dispersal. I will recall almond tree and something like that, the big tree, and the planting by big one, this species, like flying frog. Vulnerable species from IUCN Western, vulnerable species. Of this species you can occur in the central part and near Bangkok. In the Bangkok in the Meenburi, Nong Chau district of Bangkok. You can occur the rooting site of this species. And this time for the bus. The night coming and the bus go to searching for food thing and the nectar around Ayutthaya area. Okay. Many flying frogs in the soaring from rooting site at the Wat Khanon Tai in the Ayutthaya central part of Thailand. You see, and Lopburi, Bangkok and around Bangkok metropolitan area. You can see and spotting deep species live flying frog rooting site. Many thousands, but there's aใน in Thailand นะครับในประเทศไทย วัด temple เนี่ยก็
in Thailand at the temples it's like the place that we're not making any sense, so like forgivable places.
ก็เลยมี routing site หรือ
So
ว่า
there is some
เป็นกรณีของ
routing sites or colony of
lime flying fox ข้างเข้าแม่ไก่ภาคกลาง
live flying fox a lot in the central part of Thailand.
แม้ว่าประเทศไทยนะครับก็จะอยู่กับโควิด -19 อีก
Although Thailand has the COVID era for 3 years.
แล้วก็มีบางกรณีหมายถึงว่ามีบางจุดเกาะนอนของข้างคาวที่โดน destroy หรือว่าทำลาย
the bats are sleeping and living got destroyed.
เพราะว่าความเชื่อว่าข้างคาวเป็นผู้นำโควิด -19 มา
bats brings COVID-19.
ใช่ครับแล้วก็มีนักวิทยาศาสตร์ในไทย
There
แล้
are
วก็
some scientists
พยายามที่จะ
in Thailand and also our groups
raise awareness นะครับ
try to raise awareness
หรือว่าข้างคาวไม่ใช่ผู้ร้าย
that bats are not the bad guys that brings COVID-19.
ใช่ครับ
เก่าร้านนี้เราก็ปิดไลฟ์นี่คือปากเดี๋ยวทุกคนเดินตามที่เราไปก่อนได้นะคะก็พุ่งมาแบบนี้ก็เดี๋ยวก็จะต้องมีลิมิตอันที่เขาไปที่รถแบบไม่ต้องไปติดขัด
โอเค
Thank you.
Enjoy night walk from Bangkok area.
Yeah. I mean, we got to see a few bats, but also frogs and scorpions and whip scorpions and geckos, and yeah, it was great.
Night walk activity and also animals from Bangkok.
Yeah.
Urban wildlife in this area. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you from Bangkok and good night from Bangkok.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye. Thank you from Bangkok.
Thank you.
Okay, love bye. Goodbye.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Say goodbye. Bye.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Okay, can I leave
Yes.
Zoom now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank
See you
you.
next year.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So, hi everyone. I'm back. This was a bit noisy, but I guess that's always the case with public bat walks. And what's also quite often the case with bat walks is that we don't only get to see bats. There were geckos. I don't know if you got all the species names, but there was skink, there were a couple of whip scorpions, there were a couple of actual scorpions, a few frogs, a toad, geckos, gecko eggs, so quite a lot of diversity, a couple of owls as well, I think, and then bats, obviously. I didn't quite get the names of the bats that they saw, but it's always fun to see bats in an urban environment. They did mention kitty hog-nosed, the bumblebee bat. Now, it's not present in Bangkok, but it is also obviously the pride of Thailand because it's almost endemic to the country. And it's a well-known bat because it is the smallest mammal in the world. Where are we going now? Apparently we're going to Mexico now. So we're going... basically to the other side of the world compared to Thailand, and I just need to do this.
Hola, yo soy Carla García y soy parte de BOOM. En BOOM, Biodiversidad Urbana de México, somos un grupo de mujeres unidas por la ciencia. Nos dedicamos a la divulgación científica y a la conservación de murciélagos. Antes de comenzar les quiero preguntar, ¿ustedes saben dónde viven los murciélagos? Los murciélagos se pueden refugiar en muchas partes, pueden estar entre la vegetación, entre grietas, entre rocas, pueden estar incluso dentro de minas, en cuevas y en algunas ocasiones pueden también encontrarse en algunos asentamientos humanos como puentes o edificios. Sin embargo, debido al cambio de uso de suelo, los refugios naturales para los murciélagos se han ido perdiendo en los últimos años, causando una disminución en las poblaciones de estos.
¿Quieres contribuir a la conservación de murciélagos? Te voy a hablar de una alternativa en este video. Este es un refugio o casita artificial para murciélagos y hoy te vamos a enseñar cómo mantenerlo exitosamente. Es importante mencionar que antes de colocar tu casita para murciélagos, la comunidad cercana debe de estar enterada y de acuerdo. Además, deben de involucrarse en todo el proceso. ¿Sabes qué beneficios tiene esta iniciativa? Este proyecto resulta muy importante ya que los murciélagos cumplen un papel esencial en los ecosistemas, además nos brindan muchos beneficios. Por ejemplo, el control de plagas en los cultivos agrícolas e insectos que pueden transmitirnos enfermedades a nosotros los humanos. Mi intención con este video es que sepas que los refugios artificiales que estamos colocando no solamente benefician a los murciélagos, sino también a nosotros indirectamente. Criterios a seguir. Debe medir al menos 25 por 35 centímetros. El área de superficie de aterrizaje tiene que ser de al menos 5 centímetros, así como el espacio entre la madera posterior y frontal jamás debe pasar los 10 centímetros. No es recomendable colocar las casitas en árboles, puesto que los depredadores como algunos mapaches o gatos pueden alcanzarla. Es preferible colocarlas en postes de madera o ya sea pegadas a construcciones también de madera o de concreto. La temperatura ideal del sitio debe permanecer entre los 24 y 38 grados centígrados. Ya por último, te recomiendo que no las coloques tan alejadas de vegetación arbórea o de cuerpos de agua. ¿Por qué? Porque los murciélagos se van a ver atraídos por los insectos que están en esta vegetación o ya sea para bajar a tomar agua a estos cuerpos de agua. Al momento de instalar la casita debes evitar lugares con muchas ramas porque estas pueden representar un obstáculo al aterrizaje de los murciélagos.
Okay, so we've heard everything about how and where to place a bat box. Now, bat boxes are actually, yes, great ways to help the bats, but depends a lot on where you live. Not every area will benefit the same way. And never forget that you are dealing with wild animals, so they may or may not like your bat box. So if you put one up, be patient. It might take a few years before they use it, but as she said in the video, when they do use it, it also benefits you, so it's quite a useful thing to do. Also, I saw that she had lots of bat plushies, as you can see. I've got my own little collection there with a few. So this one's a long-eared bat from the Bat Conservation Trust. Not sure you can still get that one. It was the Adopt a Bat. So you could help the Bat Conservation Trust and get a cool bat in exchange, which I thought was really cool. And I will see lots that are custom made. One of them was made by my sister, and then some more mainstream ones, if I can call them that. So yes, I do have my little collection there, and I thought I'd mention it. Okay, so actually I've got more videos from Mexico. There is one I'm really excited about, which is the one I'm going to show you now. You might have seen him on Instagram. It's a video about making little paper models of bat heads. I think his work is fantastic, and actually there's a funny story because I contacted him to ask him if he wanted to present something for International Bat Night, and he replied that he was working with Pedro Aguilar to present something for International Bat Night. He hadn't quite understood that he was that we were both talking about the same event. So it was sort of a funny coincidence that he did happen to hear about my event, and he had already shot a video about his Batty models. So without further ado, here we go.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Mi nombre es Juan Elizalde, soy de Buenos Aires, Argentina,
y soy el creador del proyecto Amiguitos de la Oscuridad. Yo soy diseñador audiovisual y desde hace ya más de 10 años me dedico a hacer esculturas y kits de papercraft para armar junto a mi novia Carolina, con quien tenemos un estudio llamado Guardabosques, con el que hacemos básicamente todo lo que tengo atrás mío y muchas cosas más. El proyecto Amiguitos de la Oscuridad nació un poco sin querer. A mí me gusta mucho Ernst Haeckel, que sobre todo hace láminas de naturaleza, de cosas microscópicas, sobre todo marinas, pero dentro de todo su repertorio hay una que sobresale, que es de murciélagos, que es la única, junto con otra de ciervos, que hizo de mamíferos. Conocí esa lámina hace muchos años y no sé, creo que fue en marzo de 2019 que decidí investigar, a ver, porque me llamaba mucho la atención esas cabezas de murciélagos y esas morfologías tan extrañas, y abajo de la lámina decía los nombres de cada uno y decidí empezar a googlear a ver cómo eran estos murciélagos en la vida real. Un poco de ahí nació. Me acuerdo que hice uno solo, que es este de acá. Este fue el primero que hice, y a partir de ahí me acuerdo que hice 2, 3 más en los siguientes meses. Creo que pasó un año hasta que dije, bueno, no, hay un montón de murciélagos que me iba guardando en una carpeta de referencias que me daban ganas de retratar en papel, así que en un momento dije, bueno, vamos a empezar a hacer una serie. Yo soy el que hace todo en el proyecto, desde la investigación, el modelado 3D, el diseño de plantillas y el armado. Luego un fotógrafo amigo llamado Fede Lobianco hace, no sé, 6 meses me ayudó con las fotografías. Estuvimos casi 4 días fotografiando todos los retratos, y luego de eso yo estuve varias semanas más para cada uno retocarlo y hacer que quede lo más lindo posible. La información la empecé a sacar de Google principalmente. En el camino me empecé a dar cuenta que la mayoría de los retratos que encontraba y que me gustaban eran de Merlin Tuttle. Compré este libro, que este fue mi biblia del proyecto. De hecho acá se ven todos los índices que fui marcando a lo largo del proyecto. Tiene mucha información y muy buenas fotos de cada uno, así que eso me ayudó tremendamente. Y después de seguir investigando me encontré con los videos de Rodrigo Medellín, que es otro investigador mexicano, que por un lado descubrí especies nuevas que tenía ganas de retratar con él, pero también me sirvieron mucho sus videos porque muestra los murciélagos de todos los ángulos, y eso me sirvió muchísimo. El criterio que uso para elegir los murciélagos que retrato es puramente estético, y tratando de que dentro de las 88 especies que hice sean todas lo más distintas posibles. O sea, me llamaba mucho la atención ciertas estructuras, ciertas cabezas, ciertos colores, entonces fui eligiendo acorde a eso. También pasó que en muchos murciélagos tenían diferencias muy grandes y muy interesantes en cuanto al cuerpo, o en cuanto a las alas, o en cuanto a coloración del resto del cuerpo, pero como el proyecto se basaba solamente en sus cabezas, terminé no eligiéndolos porque no ayudaban al criterio. En cuanto al impacto, las repercusiones que tuvo el proyecto, hasta ahora, mientras iba haciéndolo e iba investigando, en mi cuenta de Instagram, en las historias, iba poniendo cosas que iba descubriendo, y la verdad que siempre tenía muy buena recepción. Eso estuvo bueno porque no es gente que tal vez esté en el ámbito de la naturaleza, y lo publiqué cuando salió en algunos grupos de murciélagos de Facebook, y también como que tuvo buena repercusión. Eso me gustó mucho. Le escribí, se lo mandé a Merlin Tuttle, que es de quien saqué casi toda la información, de Rodrigo Medellín, y, o sea, intercambié palabras con ellos, o con su equipo también, y eso estuvo bueno también, que haya llegado de vuelta a ellos de alguna manera. Ojalá que de alguna manera pueda impactar, o pueda por lo menos dar a conocer murciélagos, sus características, a gente que no está en el ámbito o que tal vez nunca se hubiese enterado de otra manera. En cuanto a planes para el futuro del proyecto, desde que empecé a trabajar en esto siempre tuve la idea de hacer una exhibición. Hasta ahora no obtuve el tiempo de encontrar un lugar que me gustara para hacerlo, pero es algo que tengo muchas ganas de que se dé. Una vez que tuve las fotos, que realmente me gustaron mucho cómo quedaron, me dieron ganas de hacer alguna publicación, un libro, algo por el estilo. Eso tal vez es un poco más difícil, pero ojalá llegue a darse. En cuanto a datos interesantes que descubrí haciendo el proyecto, fueron un montón. Creo que lo que más me marcó y lo que más me gustó fue la información sobre los vampiros. Si bien no creía que eran animales mortales, toda esa inteligencia que tienen, su cooperación, como que no clavan los colmillos en los animales, sino que hacen una incisión cuando duermen. Ese tipo de detalles me gustó mucho, y creo que mi murciélago favorito de la colección, o de los que encontré, es la Mystacina tuberculata, que es un murciélago australiano que tal vez me gusta por ser la excepción, pero es un murciélago casi terrestre con otras particularidades, como que excava y tiene otros comportamientos que además la carita es muy linda, que me gustó mucho. Para contactarme por cualquier cosa pueden escribirme al mail hola@guardabosc.es. También pueden seguirme en la cuenta @amiguitos de la oscuridad, que es la cuenta de Instagram del proyecto, y si no en mi cuenta, que es @holaautomne. Así que muchas gracias por la oportunidad, nos vemos.
So I hope you enjoyed this. I definitely did. I really like those paper models. I've asked him a few times already if we could buy some of them, and he has no current plans to sell them, but he's not ruling out the idea for the future. I'm hoping to get my hands on some of them because they are amazing, and yeah, I mean, I'm sure he'll run out of shelf space at some point, and then maybe I can lend him some of my shelves, because my shelves are empty. Anyway, I hope you enjoy this more artistic take on bat conservation. There is one more video from Mexico that we can watch before moving on to Pakistan. Would be the one after that. Let me just clean up a bit. There we go.
Se procede a la liberación de los individuos. Y ahora de este lado, nuestro compañero Axel también tiene otro individuo Queronectris mexicana adulto. Está en proceso de liberación, entonces cuando gustes. Sí, lo ideal es orientar. Hola amigos de murciélagos de Tlaxcala, el día de hoy nos encontramos trabajando en una localidad de Tlaxcala. Venimos en busca de estos amiguitos, Queronectris mexicana. Encontramos en esta cueva un refugio. Estamos procesando los datos para saber si es un sitio de descanso, si es un sitio permanente. El día de hoy tuvimos la dicha y la fortuna de poder encontrar a estos amiguitos regresando de su colecta de néctar, ya que estos animales son nectarívoros.
Lo que vamos a hacer es dejar otro sensor de temperatura y humedad similar al que tenemos en la otra cueva, porque ya vimos que esta cueva no solo es para alimentarse, al parecer también es una cueva de descanso. Entonces necesitamos saber la temperatura constante a la que se mantienen, ya que eso nos puede decir las características del murciélago y el por qué está aquí. Entonces lo vamos a ocultar y seguimos con eso. Esta información nosotros vamos a saber más acerca de la dinámica de población de estos bichos y el por qué están aquí. Procuramos que esté en un lugar invisible precisamente para evitar que los ladrones se la lleven, y en aproximadamente 2 semanas o un mes regresaremos para tomar los datos y comenzar con los estadísticos. Y eso sería todo. Estamos a punto de liberar, son cerca de las 7 de la mañana. Estos murciélagos regresan casi al amanecer después de alimentarse de néctar. Entonces a continuación verán cómo Hugo libera al murciélago.
Una vez obtenidos los datos que requerimos para poder identificarlos, se procede a la liberación de los individuos.
Y ahora de este lado, nuestro compañero Axel también tiene otro individuo Queronectris mexicana adulto. Está en proceso de liberación, entonces cuando gustes.
Sí, lo ideal es orientarlos hacia la cueva por si se quieren ir directo hacia allá, aunque pues igual son libres de elegir hacia dónde se quieren ir. Aquí se fue hacia la cueva.
Bueno, amigos de Murciélagos de Tlaxcala, los invitamos a que nos sigan en nuestras redes sociales y recuerden conservar a los murciélagos. Gracias.
Okay, again a short video from Mexico showing us Queronectris mexicanus, a small nectar feeding bat roosting in caves. Now this is it for Mexico. We're going to move on to Pakistan now with a presentation from Adil Kazam from Bat Conservation Pakistan. So I know we're traveling all around the world, but that's the nice thing about an event like this, is that we don't have to worry about jet lag. It's all instant, and I preferred introducing some diversity in the talks rather than having them organized by continent like I had last year. So enjoy.
Good afternoon everyone, hope so you all are doing well. I am Adil Kazam, a research scientist from Bat Conservation Pakistan, and my interest of field is wildlife and ecology. Today I will present my recent research work on bats. I recently worked as research assistant under a project titled Effect of Extreme Heat on Indian Flying Foxes in Pakistan. The principal investigator of this project was Dr. Tosif Ahmed, and under the guidance of Professor Tiga Kingston from Texas Tech University, USA. This project was funded by the Rufford Foundation, Bat Conservation International, and Texas Tech University, USA. According to Hassan et al., there are 52 species of bats in Pakistan. Indian flying foxes or fruit bat is one of the species which is our concern. Scientifically, it is known as Pteropus medius, which comes under the family Pteropotidae, order Cryptera, and phylum Chordata. Climate change has increased the intensity and frequency of extreme heat events in the last decade. Pakistan is the 5th most severely affected country by climate change worldwide, with over 150 extreme weather events in the last decade, which created wildlife conservation challenges, especially for flying foxes, large fruit-eating bats in the genus Pteropus and related genera. Why thermoregulatory behaviors of flying foxes are good to study? Because they can serve as a bioindicator of heat stress for other wildlife that are more cryptic or occur in smaller in numbers. They have sequential well-defined thermoregulatory behaviors. They have open roosting structures, no sweat glands, and they have low thermodynamic tolerance. Aims and objectives. The aims and objectives including the documenting various heat stress behaviors in Indian flying foxes, role of landscape variables in heat stress condition, and to observe conflict between humans and bats. Map. Our research project was extended at 7 sites in Punjab and KPK in Pakistan. The boundary of the Pakistan touches Iran, Afghanistan, India and China. But my concern site was Sargodha site, which you can see here. This is Sargodha site. The method which we used during the survey. First of all, documentary. 15 minutes of the video after every 2 hours from 9 am to 5 pm. The duration of the survey was from May 2021 to August 2021. We preferred hot sunny days to capture extreme behaviors. Sensors were installed to measure humidity and temperature, and thermometer was used to cross-check the temperature. Observation of dead bats, if any dead, at which temperature and humidity death occurred. Daily based roost counts on whether individuals are moving from one site to another site or not. This was also included the interviews of the locals if they see any dead bat and previous history of the site, and to observe disturbance to site. Results. The extreme temperature of Sargodha site was 44 degrees Celsius, and all the bats showed different behaviors at different temperatures, which included fanning, clustering, clumping, wrist licking, panting, and water bathing. Normal behavior, wing fanning and clustering. First of all, normal behavior, in which all the individuals are equally distributed on the plant. Wing fanning. Wing fanning is thermoregulatory behavior in which they start fanning with their wings. Clustering. Clustering is a phenomenon in which they get closer to each other at branches of the plant. Belly soaking. Belly soaking is a phenomenon in which they soak their belly in water. Clumping. Clumping is another thermoregulatory behavior in which they get closer to each other at trunk. And panting. Panting is a thermoregulatory behavior in which they open their mouth to release heat. This is the video scan sampling of the site. These bats are showing fanning behavior. Results. No death of the bat observed at an extreme heat at the concerned site Sargodha. No movement of the bat from this site to another site. And in summer, 300 plus bats stayed there for the whole period. Mating was also observed at this site, and disturbance by other species and human observed by throwing stones toward them. According to historic data and interviews to locals, 7,000 to 8,000 bats individuals were visit each year at this site. The more interesting fact is that no death of the bat at an extreme temperature at Sargodha site, while death of the bats and movement observed at other sites. These may be the responsible factor behind this, which included landscape variables. This site was situated on canal, and these bats preferred Bombyx ceiba, Figulus bengalensis, Bambusa vulgaris plant species, and there was high availability of the resources, fruit on every side of the roosting site. These fruits were Java, orange, mango, and Java plum. These are the picture of the plant species which mostly preferred by the bats at my site, Sargodha site. Firstly, you can see Bombyx ceiba, secondly Ficus bengalensis, and the third Bambusa vulgaris. Now, what locals think about Indian flying foxes in Pakistan, especially at my site, Sargodha site? They are pests to fruit. They throw stones at them just for the sake of seeing bats flying. They kill bats and provide their dogs as food. They prosecuted widely by traditional healers for various medicinal purposes such as to increase libido. Conclusion. What is the conclusion of this research project? This research project concluded that extreme heat is not the only factor behind the death of the Indian flying foxes. Landscape variable also have a major contribution. The natural habitat and bats are serious concern at Sargodha site. This is due to the less awareness among locals about the importance of bats. The future perspective of this project is to awareness to locals about the importance of bats and to conservation of natural habitat which is most suitable to bats and to reduce the conflict between human and wildlife. These are some of the pictures from field work. This is my field and lab team in Pakistan. Other working avenues. I also recently worked on the condition of Ramsar site Uchali Wetland Complex with reference to the avian diversity along with threats at Khushab, Punjab. A site refers to the Ramsar site when it gets international importance. I also worked on water and soil quality analysis of Uchali Wetland Complex and their impact on the species, and habitat suitability of avian species at Tremu Jhang, Punjab, Pakistan. These all studies were under the supervision of Professor Dr. Zulfikar Ali from University of the Punjab, Lahore. These are some of the references of the study. And to conserve wildlife and their ecosystem. If you have any query, you can contact to these mails. Thank you so much. At last, I would like to thank International Bat Night for giving me an opportunity to present myself at this platform. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Sorry, I just got my controls mixed up a bit. Okay, so that was it for Pakistan. There was some issue with the video apparently. I was not aware of that. Whether the slides just were skipped very quickly, but the sound wasn't following. So maybe an issue with PowerPoint there. I apologize for that. Before we take a break, I would like to show you a video from Southern England. Now, if you were there this morning, you might have seen it already, but it's a video about an interesting project that requires some financial support. So I would like to show it again. It is a short video as well.
Imagine thinking you found a safe haven to raise your family, but then everything starts falling apart. This tiny group of greater horseshoe bats, one of our rarest bat species, has chosen to raise their pups in a derelict stable block in West Sussex. And although, thanks to the huge generosity of individuals and groups, we have saved the building as a roost for this rare species, it is literally falling apart.
These are just completely rotten. It's just, yeah. All needs replacing, and it all costs money.
So these are actually one of our rarest species in the UK, and this is almost 100 kilometres away from where we typically find them. Their stronghold is in the southwest of England, so to find them over here in West Sussex is very unusual. They haven't been found here for 100 years. So by safeguarding this roost, fixing up the walls, fixing up the roost, making a safe haven for them, we can help this species to recover a huge part of their former range in this country. So unfortunately there's imminent risk that the roof may collapse, so that puts the bats at grave danger of destruction of the building, but also they're very vulnerable to predators at the moment. So cats and owls can get in, they may predate the young pups as they're learning to fly. So we urgently need to A, secure the roof, but make the building secure from predators and other disturbance.
This corridor that we're stood in is the main flight path out for the bats, and at this time of year the young bats are going to be taking their first flights out into the wide world. And the problem we've been having is a tawny owl's been coming in and either perching on the windowsills or perching on these old stable stalls, and the young bats could be easy prey. So we've put these little anti-perching devices in, just to keep the owl out of the corridor area. So this is a temporary measure. We really need to make this building secure, and for that we need your donations.
So we need to raise £200,000. £150,000 of that is just to put a new roof on it. That's our biggest expense. But really we don't have much time to do this because the winter's coming and this is when the time of year that we need to do the work, so we need to raise this money quite urgently. So we are very far away from the core range of this species, over 100 kilometres in fact. And the reason that's so significant is that these species were found here for probably thousands and thousands of years, but they haven't been found here in living memory. So if we can secure this site, that's a good breeding roost for them, and then they can slowly start to disperse out and recover a huge part of the range where they should be thriving.
You've been unbelievably generous in helping us raise the money to buy the building, but now we need to raise a lot more to restore it to make it safe and secure for the bats. Every donation really will help. £30 will buy us a few new roof slates, and £100 will help us to replace some of the rotten roof timbers. So please dig deep and help us if you can.
This is a really good conservation story. There's a really good chance that this is going to work, but we only have a short period of time to get the work done. The bats will leave in autumn, and then we have a few months to get the work done before they come back in spring. Please will you help us to safeguard this roost?
Okay. So if you are interested in supporting the project, they have a Just Giving page, and you can also find them on the Vincent Wildlife Trust website. So we are now going to take a break. It is going to be a 40-minute break. I should point out that unfortunately one contribution from Nigeria never got to me, so we've had to scrap that from the schedule, which is why I had to rearrange some things. Hopefully you will forgive me for that, and I hope you're excited for the next parts of this event. As a teaser, I can show you, this is what we'll be talking about later. It's going to be very exciting. We'll get to see some bats, and then Vicky will share with us some insights into how to bring bats to the classroom, essentially. So if you are a teacher or know teachers, this might interest you. If you do know teachers, you might want to share the stream with them so that they don't miss it. And I will see you there. Let me just...
do possess live animals,
Sorry,
so
Vicky,
I have stayed
Vicky,
in.
sorry, I'm interrupting you because I forgot to turn the sound on. So we were the only one who could hear this. So apologies to anyone listening. So yes, so I was saying that this was a challenging stream to monitor because there's a lot of things to keep in mind. But I do thank everyone who's provided feedback, and I hope everyone's been having a good time so far. And so we are with Vicky, who's from Alabama in the USA, and I'll let Vicky explain a little bit what she does when she's back.
Recorded.
Okay.
All right. Now I hear you.
Yes, and now we can start over because now the stream can hear us as well.
Terrific. Well, the other was just a practice run, right?
Exactly. That was absolutely the intention. Yes.
Perfect. Well, I'm so delighted to be here. My name is Vicki Beckham Smith. I run a business called A to Z Animals. I'm also a member of the Alabama Bat Working Group and the SBDN.org Working Group, and also a member of the AZA Bat Tag. So I do a lot of work, and most of it is education work. That is my passion. I am from Auburn, Alabama in the United States, that's in the southeastern part of our country. And in Alabama here, we do have 16 species of bats, 15 or 16, there's some debate there. But throughout the world, we have 1,400 plus species. And some of my favorite things is to go into classrooms or big events and teach people about bats. And I really love teaching teachers about bats so that they can share things with their students. So today what I want to do is talk about the unique adaptations of bats. They have some really cool characteristics, and I want to show you some crafts and some activities that will allow you to take that back in to your classroom or to a bat event if you're going to be holding one, and it gives you an opportunity to kind of see what I'm up to. So, they are the only winged mammal, and that makes them very unique. And so they're in their own order called Chiropteran. So when I show people my bats, I do have live bats, and hopefully we'll get a couple out today and let you meet those. I do hold state and federal permits here in the U.S. to possess these animals and to use them for education. My native bats actually come to me from rehabbers. They've been injured and they can't go back to live in the wild, so they come and live with me. I provide them a home for the rest of their lives. And if they are agreeable to working, and some of them are not, if they're agreeable to working, they go with me to these events. I have had a few over the years that just didn't enjoy people looking at them or having to travel with me, so those animals were just provided a home. So when I show these animals and show a wing, and you can see lots of bat mounts here behind me, look at those gorgeous wings. Well, a bat's wing is made up of its arm bone and its hand bone. The thumb sticks outside of the wing membrane, and then it's two thin layers of skin on either side of those bones. And they use those wings for their mode of locomotion. So people always want to know, what does that wing feel like? Well, here in the States, we're not allowed to let people touch our bats if they're not rabies vaccinated. So here's what it feels like. Take your ring finger and gently rub your eyelid. Feel how thin and fragile and even a little greasy that feels? That is what most bats in the world's wings are going to feel like, because they're all about the same size as the ones that we have here in Alabama, and most bats in the world are fairly small. So that's what they feel like. So let's teach kids a little bit more about the hand, the anatomy of the hand. So, have your children trace the hand, cut it out, draw a little face, and then you can assemble it, making sure the thumbs point up. Then they can use their artistic abilities and draw a face on it, either a fun face or a realistic face. And they can, draw the little ears in and Then they've got a bat that's got their wings that's made of their little hands. Children's hands are much cuter. This was one I made. So the smaller the bat, the cuter they are. So lots of times we like to take children outside into outdoor classrooms. So while you're there, think about making a bat wing. How would you do that? Have your students gather up sticks, and then either by laying it on the ground or a piece of cardboard, they can lay out those wing bones. Okay, so we've got the arm bone, the upper arm here, lower arm, there's your thumb, and the 4 fingers. So they can either lay it down and tape it to something or glue it to something if they want to keep it, or just out on the pathway in your outdoor garden there. You can construct that and teach children about those bones. We also like to teach about recycle often as teachers, don't we? Well, here's a real cute craft that is a recycled craft. This is made from an aluminum can. The body part is, the wings are cut out separate from a piece of fun foam is what I used, but I've also used cardstock. So you just want to stump the can down or mash it down, but you want to make sure you get the bottom of the can out front so that you can have that cute little bat face. And kids, of course, love the wiggly eyes, so I always have some of those available for them. And what adult doesn't too? So, the only winged mammal. That's some things you can do to teach your students about bats' wings. And what's another unique adaptation about bats? They hang upside down, like this one here. So, why is that a good adaptation? Well, it gets them up high and out of the way of predators in most instances, but it's also a great adaptation for flight. Now, when I first heard that, I thought, now that's just ridiculous. Birds fly just fine, and they don't hang upside down. Well, it was further explained to me that the bats don't have to have a lot of muscle in their legs. They don't have to be able to push off from the ground. They just drop, begin to flap their wings, and away they go. So it is a great adaptation. So just some fun crafts you can do with that. You can make little bats that hang. And by the way, in the comments at some point, Nils will be putting a link to some activities and crafts you can do. There'll be a lot more things than what we're going to cover here today. Just some information there and patterns and things for the crafts. But kids enjoy this. Again, you can take them outdoors and do this. You could even have them construct a bat using leaves and toothpicks or other little small sticks to tie the leaves together to make their own natural bat. Everything doesn't have to be ready-made. I actually prefer to have children use their imaginations and come up with things. And usually in the end, I end up having to borrow their ideas to share with other teachers and teach things. So hanging upside down is another great adaptations that bats have. So when you look at bats, and I don't know if y'all can see these well enough, but perhaps you can see there's various sizes, different colors. There are different sizes of bats, okay? And we end up dividing bats into 2 groups. We have micro bats and mega bats. Now, in scientific terms, we learned that mega means big and micro means little. Bats don't always follow the rules. See these 2 directly behind me? They're about the same size, and one of those is a mega and one of them is a micro. So how do we know the differences, and how are we going to reinforce that with children? Well, the mega bats usually are large, but not always. They're the ones that have the cute little dog-like faces. They have little ears and big eyes, because those are our fruit-eating bats, and they use those large eyes at night to find the food that they're looking for. Okay? The microbats, on the other hand, are usually fairly small, and there are echolocating bats. They sometimes have funny-looking little faces, and they send their echolocation sound waves either out of their mouths, or if they have a funny-looking leaf nose on their nose there, they send those sound waves out there. They have large ears because those bats use echolocation to find their food. Now, echolocation is easily taught by just using a slinky. This bat sends out the sound wave, it bounces off something, and it comes back. And the bat continuously sends out those sound waves even after he finds his bug, because he sends it faster and faster. Now, a lot of people thought that bats that echolocate were blind. Well, that is not true. They actually do see, and they often will use their eyesight when they get close enough to the bug to identify the bug, make sure it's one they want to eat, and then they're able to capture that prey. Now, bat scientists have sophisticated little machines called bat detectors, and mine's not as sophisticated as what the researchers have. But what it will do is it will take those echolocation sound waves that we can't hear and turn it into clicking noises. Now, I have a little toy here that a friend made that actually sends out sound waves. Now, we can't hear it currently unless I let it hit something. But if I have my bat detector turned on, can you hear those clicks? That's telling me that my little detector here is sending out sound waves. And if we had bats echolocating in the area, we would know it. Just a little bit ago, we had a video where they didn't catch a lot of bats, unfortunately, and that's the way it is when we sit out all night thinking we'll catch bats, and we end up studying and enjoying lots of other animals. However, if we're sitting out there and we haven't caught any bats, we can turn on the bat detectors and at least learn if bats are in the area. So you want to teach your children that bats echolocate. You can use another tool to teach with, just a ball, bounce it off the wall. Echolocation goes out, hits the wall, the echolocation sound comes back. So again, that is another way to teach echolocation to children. Now, let's look at some faces of bats, perhaps, because they do differ. Remember, this one is a microbat, and you'll find this line drawing pattern on that link that will be given to you in the comments. This is a horseshoe bat, one of my favorite bats. I actually got to meet one when I was over in England a few years ago. So the children can learn that they've got the funny looking noses and the big ears. And another feature that microbats have that megabats don't is a tragus. They have a little flap of skin. His is right here in their ear. And that tragus actually helps direct sound waves down into the eardrum, and it also, or into the ear canal, and it helps protect the eardrum. We have a tragus too, and I always point this out to children. Right here, I always tell them that, you know, the little thing you push in when you don't want to hear what somebody's saying, that's your tragus, and ours does the same thing. It helps funnel sound waves into our ear canals and protect our eardrums. So a couple of other masks you'll find is a fruit bat, one of the megabats. See, he's got much smaller ears with no tragus there and a cute little dog-like face. The large ones are often called flying foxes. And one of our favorite bats among kids always is the vampire bat. So we have a vampire bat with his cute little tiny teeth right there and its heat sensing pits in its nose. Now these were colored for the AZA bat tag. But children do a much better job, and you can size them to fit their faces. And I just use chenille sticks, or what we sometimes call pipe cleaners, to make little things that go over the ears like eyeglasses. So you can use yarn, you can use elastics to secure it. So kids really enjoy being bats. And so you can let them learn by which one they pick to color if they're coloring a microbat or a megabat. So let's look at a couple of cutouts I have, because the different sizes are phenomenal. This one is a Kitty's hognose bat, and Y'all were talking about that just a little bit ago, that Thailand's very proud of their Kitti's hognose bats. So this one's not traced from a live one. I've never had the opportunity to meet one, but hopefully one day I will. Most bats throughout the world are about this size. Okay, this is a big brown bat from southeast US. And here are two. They're about the same size again. And one of them's a micro and one of them's a mega. Now, one of the things I didn't discuss a minute ago when we were talking about the differences is this membrane that's between their legs. In the mega bat, the fruit-eating bats, it's kind of split. They look like they're wearing trousers. If you have an insect-eating bat, one of the microbats, they have a rounded membrane between their legs. See if I can get this stretched out here so that you can see. And that's because sometimes they actually use that membrane and turn it into a little basket. They fly up under the insect and raise their legs and make that membrane a basket, and they'll catch their prey that way. So now, this is our largest bat in the United States, and it was a little larger than those last. This is a Western Mastiff. I haven't met one, but I had a friend that had, and they traced the live specimen for me. Now, hopefully my wingspan is as large as this bat's. And it barely is. I'm not sure my screen's that large. But this is the largest bat in the world. This is the Malaysian flying fox. And as you can see from the membrane between his legs, he is a mega bat. I tell students he is a mega bat. Now, we often see these portrayed on movies as vicious bats. They're a fruit-eating bat. So I always laugh at the Halloween movies saying, you know, they're not horror movies, they're comedies because they got it all wrong. And I'm sure all you bat lovers out there who know a little bit about bats laugh at it as well. So, bats vary in weight as well. So how do you teach children about the weight of a bat when they're not allowed to hold or touch one? Well, you can do that in a couple of ways. I have containers that I use, and I'm going to tell you how old I am. These is what film used to come in. And this is a medicine bottle. So my film container, I put it on a gram scale, and then I begin to fill it with coins or rocks or gem clips or whatever your little thing of choice is. And you find out the weight of the bats, and then you make the entire container be the weight of that bat. This one is a Mexican free-tail bat, and they can weigh around 13 grams. So with my container, I ended up putting a dime and a penny in it. So that's what my Mexican free-tail bat's weight feels like. Now, a vampire bat, he weighs about 50 grams when he's just fed. And so the container plus 7 quarters and a penny equals what they would feel like in our hand. But kids love to know what it would feel like to hold one because they're not very heavy. Another thing you can do is just get little plastic baggies and set that on your gram scale. I used flour for mine. You can use sugar or take them outside and do this. You know, let them put seeds or acorns, which are seeds, of course, sand, dirt, whatever you have. They could even use leaves because some of our bats are so lightweight. So find out what bats are in your area, Google their weights, and start letting children feel what they're like, what it would feel like to have one in their hand. Okay? Now, another fun activity I like to do with children, again, to kind of just reinforce what the difference between microbats and megabats are. That's going to be differences in food. Okay? Our microbats are the ones that echolocate, but they eat a variety of food. Most of them do eat insects, and they have been found to be tremendous money savers for farmers and for our foresters as well, because they eat tons and tons of bugs that would harm those agricultural crops. They also eat, here in the United States, they can eat scorpions and centipedes. They're immune to that venom. They eat frogs, and this is throughout the world, some of the other things that they eat. They eat frogs, they catch and eat birds. This guy, the false vampire, he'll catch and eat birds or even other bats. Sometimes they will eat little lizards or mice, little tiny snakes. So bats have quite a variety of food, but insects are the main thing that most of them throughout the world eat. Then the ones, the megabats, we call them fruit bats, but they eat quite a variety of things. They will eat things like nectar and pollen. They'll chew and eat flowers or leaves, and they're very important to us. So let's look a little bit at a good way to teach what bats eat. These are things that eat bats because we all want to make sure that students understand the web of life, okay? That harm bats and things that bats eat. So let's take a quick look, and there will be a picture of this later in a little slide presentation at the end of this presentation, and there's also a list in that link. But what all do bats eat? Head down to your local variety store. Here in the U.S., we have Dollar Trees. They used to be $1, and now they're $1.25 for things, but they're still a pretty good deal. But I use a lot of things from there to teach with. So we just talked about fruit-eating bats. We have bats that eat insects. We have bats that even eat fish. There's bats that eat other bats, and this is a little bat that I found. Bats that eat frogs. Now this one looks like a poison arrow frog, and bats that live in the area where the poison arrow frog live know to listen for the croaks that they make and not to eat these frogs. They know that this species of frogs is poisonous to them, so they don't eat those. Centipedes, small lizards, another insect, beetles, birds, and don't forget those vampire bats. And my husband found this for me. It's candy, actually. Wouldn't eat it now. It's about 5 years old from Halloween that I was able to find. But before, I just used some food coloring in a little small colored jar. And a vampire bat typically takes about 2 tablespoons of blood a night. So I actually used 2 tablespoons so that children could see that all these movies that we see where vampire bats bite people in the neck and suck all their blood out is not true. As a matter of fact, there are 3 species of vampire bats. 2 of them prefer the blood from birds. 1 of them will take mammal blood. They always want to know, the children do, if vampire bats will take human blood. Yes, they will if they have the opportunity. So, moving on to things that eat and harm bats. And I think y'all have seen some owls tonight. And they are great predators on the bats, the hawks and the owls. They've got those great big talons, and they also have the same mode of locomotion. So they just fly right along with the bats and catch them with those talons. Snakes are another great predator of bats. And they'll often hang out in front of caves or in trees where they know bats have roosted. And they'll just hang there until a bat comes out, and then they just strike out and have their supper. Have another bat. Remember, sometimes bats will eat bats. Spiders, large spiders, can build webs that will catch a bat, and so they actually will have their meal off of a bat. Raccoons and possums that live here in the States will get into a baby bat roost and eat those babies. The domesticated cat kills and injures more bats here in the United States and probably around the world than any other animal. As I told you before, I take in rescued bats that can't be released back to the wild. I currently have 4 of those animals, or 5, and 4 of them are cat caught injured. So the cats will tear their wings, break their arm bones, and they can't be released. So, and then some of them end up with amputations of those wings and bones. So cats do quite a number on them. And humans. Sometimes humans kill bats because they're afraid of them. Sometimes they kill bats because they think they may take their crops, especially the fruit bats. They're often bats that people think are going to take their crops. Going into mines or caves, especially when the bats are hibernating, you might not even mean to harm them. But if they wake up too many times during this period of hibernation, they lose all of their fat reserves, and sometimes they just won't make it to spring. So even if you go into caves during the winter and you don't see the bats dying, that doesn't mean that that is not harming those animals. So we want to be real careful about going into places where bats are hibernating. Okay? So, lots of cool things here. I'm sure you might even find some other neat things you could add to your lunch boxes. So, just how many insects can an insect-eating bat eat in a night? Well, typically, they can eat about 3,000. And they do that by hunting for about 5 hours a night, eating 500 to 600 insects a night. So I have a little jar here that represents the number of bugs a bat can eat in a night. And I just wrote on the top how many insects can a bat eat in an hour or in one night. And then I wrote the answers on the inside. So this is a fun thing to let children gather items. I just used beads from the Dollar Tree again, but because they were already numbered in the little bag. I was lazy when I constructed this for a teacher workshop. So anyway, you've got things like this, you know. So there comes your math into your projects. So schools are always looking for different ways that you can incorporate other subjects when you're teaching bats. So let's see, what else fun do I have to show you? The bats that pollinate. So all you need for this is some flowers, or you can construct your own little flower pot. I do this with teachers and children, where you just take a flower pot and you draw your petals, and then you fill this up with, I often use the little shipping packages that we call popcorn, and fill that up. I usually make 2, and on one of them I sprinkle powder, and on the other one I leave it open. And that's what I'm going to do with the flowers. So I have a bat puppet here, and you can use a plastic bat, or you can use just a stuffed animal. But you know, all of us batty people have all kinds of crazy bats things. So, hello, I'm fixing to go hunting. I want some nectar to drink. So, he's going over to the flower, and he's going to get him some nectar. And as he does, he inadvertently begins to pick up pollen. Well, he drank all the nectar he wanted from that flower, so he goes to another one. And as he goes there and he gets that pollen, don't know if you can see it, but he begins to wipe that pollen onto the next flower. So they're moving pollen for us. They're great pollinators. So kids enjoy doing that. And it gives them a good visual to see how that pollen gets transferred, because we talk about pollinators in the classroom so often with hummingbirds and bees, and I'm not sure they always understand that the animals can get it on any part of their body. Some bats, if they're going to feed on a large flower, they just kind of get up on the flower and they get pollen all over them. Some of them just get it on noses. And bats that have the adaptation to feed in tube-shaped flowers often have elongated noses. So bats and flowers are built for each other. One more little activity that's fun to do with children is to make thumbprint bats. And again, as I told you, oh wait, no, I didn't finish. Bats that drink nectar. One more tool we have to show to help children understand. Bats' tongues, the ones that feed on nectar, are very long, and they have little projectiles on the edges that are like a paintbrush. Think about if you put this into paint, it's kind of going to soak up that paint, right? That's exactly the way the bat's tongue works. When he sticks his tongue down into the nectar in a flower, those little projectiles kind of absorb up the nectar, and then he pulls it all back into his mouth. So this is a really cool way to teach children about those bats. So now let's look at one more craft, and then we're actually going to start looking at a review of some of these and start to meet some live bats. So thumbprints, you can either get you a ink pad and let the children put their thumb on paper. You can use a marker that you can draw on their finger or their thumb and then press it onto the paper. And then you let them design their own bats. So this is a hanging bat. And then I have a flying bat. And for some reason, children usually like this one that says, "Don't bug me." They usually hang that on their door. So just some fun things. You will find lots of other ideas on our link there. And Nils, have you been able to add that yet?
Yes, sorry, I was just checking whether I was muted. Yes, I pasted the link a little while ago, actually the first time you said it. So it's been on there for a while, and I've been having a look while you were talking, and there's lots of really cool stuff on there. I might steal some of those. I'm not a teacher, but I do give the occasional bat walk, and there's definitely some stuff that I like.
Yep, and I like your terminology. See, I was polite a while ago and said I borrowed it. No, I'm like you. I just steal it when somebody has a great idea. I steal it and use it, and that's exactly what I want people to do, is to use what I've either put together myself or that I've stolen from someone else and I'm sharing. So why don't we go ahead and let you start my PowerPoint. And when you get to the big brown bat, if you will stop that, I will come back online. I'm going to turn off my video for a minute, and I'm going to get my big brown bat Duchess and let everybody see her.
Okay, so now your presentation is live, and yeah, I'll switch the slides for you.
Thank you. And just switch one right after the other. Just let people look a little bit, because I'm going to go off and get the bat.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
So the link that's on the screen now, the Google Drive link, that's the one I posted on the chat a little while ago. So it's not a dodgy link, you can click it. It's got lots of really cool Batty Bats and Crafts. Sorry, Arts and Crafts. Bats and Crafts. Arts and Crafts. Some activities, some resources. There's lots of really cool stuff there, which you can do with children, either in the classroom for a bat walk, with your own kids, with your neighbours' kids, doesn't really matter. The point is to involve kids in bat conservation, which is really important, because convincing adults that bats are important is one thing, but convincing the next generation's adults that bats are important is arguably sometimes easier and sometimes more efficient as well. There's many cases showing that kids are very good at convincing their parents that bats are beneficial as well, much more so than other adults. Okay, so here are some examples of those Batty Arts and Crafts that you can find on the Google Drive link. I think Vicky showed the crushed aluminium tin, can. And then I think that's a toilet paper roll bat, some thumbprints, and a hanging paper bat. I really like the thumbprints. No, they're not thumbprints. They're sort of inverted pins. Then the bat face masks.
I don't know if anyone can see what you're showing. I don't see it on my screen, but that may just be because I can't see it. But what I'm seeing play is part of my presentation replaying.
Yes. Well, I am playing your presentation.
My presentation? Okay. Well, maybe everyone else can see it, but what I'm seeing is the presentation, not the PowerPoint that I sent.
No, I am playing your PowerPoint, I think.
Maybe everyone else can see it, and for some reason I just can't. Sounds good. Go ahead, and when you get to the big brown, let me know, and I will have my bat show you.
So we've got the lunchboxes here, and then we've got the big brown bat now. Let's meet a bat that eats insects. Yeah.
All right.
So hang on, let me just go back to Zoom. Got to do this and cut to Zoom, and you should be live again.
Okay. So this is Duchess. She's a big brown bat, and they're very common here in this part of the United States. You can see her cute little teeth, but her big ears, her small eyes. So, and her nice large teeth there. So why does she need that adaptation? Why does she need such large teeth? Well, she's an insect eater. She's got to be able to crush the exoskeletons of insects as she hunts at night. So she has those, and she's wondering why she had to get up so early this morning. So anyway, this is Duchess, a big brown bat. I will see if she'll let me show you her wing real quick. See how thin it is there. And Duchess came in to me because she was picked up by someone who wanted to be very helpful, and they kept her instead of getting her to a rehabber, or as y'all often refer to them as bat carers. And she ended up with metabolic bone disease, and so her wings didn't develop quite like they should have, so she was never well flighted. Okay? And if you want to go on for the next slides there, I will get out a fruit bat.
So now we've got other bats of Alabama. There's obviously quite a lot of diversity there with, now I won't name all of them, but I can see Mexican free-tailed bat, I can see Pheomyotis, so there's probably a tricolored bat, there's probably little brown bat. Hang on, I've got the list somewhere actually. So we've got the evening bat, so from left to right, top to bottom. Evening bat, Mexican free-tailed, southeastern Myotis, red bat, silver-haired bat, which is a migrating species, little brown bat, northern long-eared bat, which is not that long-eared compared to European and Asian long-eareds, small-footed bat, grey bat, Indiana bat, hoary bat, which is the one that's not the last one, the one right before that. I really think it's a very cute bat, and the tricolored bat. She's also cute, but not quite as cute as the donut. Looks a bit like a donut. The hoary bat.
I agree with you. And it's our largest bat here in Alabama.
Okay, and you are live again.
Great. And I agree with you about the hoary. They are adorable. I'd say they have little teddy bear-like faces. But they are our largest bat here in the southeastern U.S. They're our largest bat here in Alabama. So I have in my hand a little protesting fruit bat, Ori. Everyone wants to meet you today. Ori was born in June. So here's her little face. And she's just now becoming a little independent and away from mom. Last time we did a program, she was still hanging on to mom. So y'all are getting a real treat today to get to meet her. And you can see she's twitching her little ears. Now, she is a megabat, and when she was born, she was about the size of the big brown. I know it's early, and I don't have supper ready for you. So she says, I'm going to use my big teeth and bite onto your glove for a minute. Now, the fruit bats also have large teeth, and they use those for biting into fruit. All right, Ori, can you let go? One more pretty picture, okay? Says, oh, no. Well, she's protesting, and since this is one of her first programs by herself, I'm not going to force her to do any more than she wants to. These animals have to learn to not be afraid of us and to do programs. So I'm going to just put her back. And I think there's one more slide there, or a couple of more. Mills. There you go, sweetie.
Yes, they're on screen now.
That's better, isn't it? Put you back. Okay.
So the slide is on screen right now. If you... I just don't have a way to show both you and the slide at the same time, but they can hear you. They can see the slide, yeah.
That's fine. Are we on the last slide there?
Yes.
Asking for questions. Well, I really do want to thank you for letting me hang out with you today. Hope everyone's had a wonderful time and that you've learned some things. Glad to hear that someone, an expert like you, Nils, is going to steal some of my things to use. And I'd love to hear what you change about them if you do, because like I said, it's always fun to see what someone takes and runs with. And have we had any questions or anything that I need to look at or take care of on the comments?
Well, thank you very much. So, you're back on the screen now. If there are any questions in the chat, do not hesitate to ask them. And because we've got a few minutes before the next speaker.
Did you see the one that someone wrote about incorporating the weight into the outline pieces? That sounds terrific. You could actually make two and enclose it inside, your weights inside the bat. And especially for the smaller bats, that would be an excellent way to show kids what they feel like. Let them feel the wings by doing the eyelid and doing that. Hey, Germany, Puerto Rico, Scotland, wow, thank y'all for tuning in today. And I hope you've had a great time. And Northwest Pat area, is that Evelyn? Is that the Northwest Pacific? So you're on the other coast from me, and yes, y'all do have the big brown bat as a common species out there too. And Duchess says hello back, Evelyn. All right. Well, Niels, did you have any other questions or anything you thought I should cover or say, or I think our time is up?
No, I think you covered it all. So Evelyn said that she's from Seattle.
Terrific. Yeah. And yes, no, I didn't cover it all. I could have done an entire day workshop for teachers.
Well, yes. But you covered a fair amount in the time that was given to you.
And I appreciate it, and I hope everybody's enjoying International Bat Night with you, and I intend to watch some more of it today. I was the one that was up at 4 a.m. this morning.
Yeah, I realized that. a bit late, but I did. I didn't. Yeah, I did get it eventually.
I woken up and I thought, well, let me see what's going on, and then I was like, yeah, I got to go back to sleep if I've got to present. I did stay up a long time with you last year.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. And
thank you, Vicky.
Come to Alabama sometime, and we'll go look at some Alabama bats.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone. I am back, and I just wanted to show you something before we move on to Donald's talk. Okay, so what I wanted to show you was this. So I saw this earlier on Twitter, and I really liked it. So it's it's 9 books about bats that were specifically written for children. It's always nice to see authors working on books for children. So sort of sticking with the theme of the previous talk. With content for children. So I know Amara and the Bats, so that's the blue one at the top. I really like that book. I think Emma Reynolds did a fantastic job with that book. I have not read or seen any of the other ones, but I believe they are equally good. So I would definitely recommend some of those for anyone who's got children or who knows children, which should be most of you. Okay. Great, so we've got a story of a bat rescue in the Commons, the most common type of bat rescue, which involves getting a bat out of your house. Which the reaction was perfect. Opening all the outside doors, keeping all the lights off, to avoid stressing it even more. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Good, like that, and we are live.
Hey, excellent. Hello. Good to be here. And happy International Bat Night. How are you doing so far?
I'm doing okay. Getting a bit tired, but it'll be fine.
That's good. That's good. You're a trooper, and thank you so much for doing this. We're all benefiting from this this wonderful event that you've been hosting the last 2 years now. So, thank you.
Thank you for joining this year.
Thanks for asking me. Woo, it's a love fest. Yes. So you invited me to talk about some new discoveries that have been made this last year, and some technology that I've been working with. But I guess before I jump into that, I guess I should say, first of all, I'm talking from Fort Collins, Colorado, in the U.S., where it is 9:20 in the morning. So our bats here are wisely sleeping off their insect benders. But we do still have bats flying around here. It's just the season's starting to wind down. But I just did have a big brown bat roosting on my porch the other day, which was really exciting. Because after many years of pursuing bats, one finally came to me, which was good stuff. I checked this morning; he's not there anymore. Otherwise, I would take this outside. So some more about me. So I've been involved with bat research for 26 years. I did my master's degree under Robert Barclay in Canada, and I've spent the last 15 years as an environmental consultant specializing in acoustic monitoring and echolocation species ID. I have had the fortune of being involved in hundreds of projects across, from Alaska to Costa Rica, and from Hawaii to Maine, and every place in between. So I now have my own consulting company called Vesper Bats Detection Services, and we specialize in acoustic ID, mainly working with government institutions where they might go out and survey their parks or forests, and then send us the data to find out what the heck they have flying around. So we do that, but we also offer trainings on how to, so these are online trainings for people who want to know how to identify bats of the US and Canada by their acoustics. I also lead workshops in Belize and Costa Rica, where we work, take people down there who want to work with tropical bats and learn how to identify their calls to species. And I'm now writing a book on the echolocation calls of Central American bats. So that's me. I'm going to go ahead and try sharing my screen here so I can share with you one of these discoveries that we've made in the last year. I'm going to make sure I share my sound so you can hear things, because that's going to be pretty important. And okay, I'm sharing probably my email.
Yes.
Let me get to, how about this? Does that say International Bat Night? Oh, hold on. I got multiple screens here. How's that?
It looks fine now. But yes,
Excellent.
you were sharing my email with the Zoom link. Hopefully it's fine, but yeah.
Yeah, nothing too compromising.
No, but I don't want everyone to join the Zoom link and just mess everything, because it's...
Oh, gosh. Yeah. Forget what you just saw. It didn't happen. Sorry.
Please follow the stream on YouTube. There's nothing more on Zoom anyway. So, actually, there's a lot less on YouTube, on Zoom. So there you go. Last year we had everything on Zoom, and this year there's just people talking on Zoom, because all the videos are streamed directly to YouTube via some other piece of software.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I was curious how it was being managed this year, but
it's complicated.
I bet it is. Again,
and it doesn't work exactly the way I'd like it to. So the one thing I haven't managed to figure out is sound pass through from Zoom to the software I use for streaming. So I'm recording my laptop with a microphone, which is very sketchy, and I mean, it works. The sound is not great, but at least there's sound.
That helps. That's what we need.
Exactly. So yeah, we'll do better next year.
Well, yeah, it's always going to be a work in process. Everything in life is. But yeah, speaking of sound, that kind of segues into the first thing I wanted to share with people. Was this kind of co-discovery that I made this year along with Dr. Corey Lawson in British Columbia and a number of other collaborators. And that discovery is that we found that silver-haired bats sing. And we'll talk more about the singing here in a second. But for those of you who aren't familiar with silver-haired bats, moving this thing around so you can see my screen. Silver-haired bats are found throughout most of the U.S. and into Canada. They get all the way up into southeastern Alaska and get a little bit into northern Mexico. They're a small-bodied bat, probably about 9-10 grams in size. And in the hand, they're very easy to identify. They have black fur with these silver tips on them, so they kind of have this silver-haired back, the silverback gorilla look, I guess. So very easy to identify in the hand. And this is one of our long-distance migrants here as well. During the winter, some of these silver-haired bats will hibernate over the winter, but others will migrate either to the coasts where it's more maritime and warmer and they can find insects to eat throughout the winter, or they'll get into the southern U.S. So that's their biology. And then this slide, this is something that I use in my trainings. And so what this is showing here is I've got a few representative echolocation calls for 3 different species. And I do this just so people can see them side by side and get a better feel for how to visually distinguish these species. But I mainly have this here for you to show that silver-haired bats, what their normal echolocation calls look like, are kind of these 2 pulses here on the far right. They'll make these very broadband, reverse J-shaped swoops, where they go through a lot of frequencies from around 60 kilohertz down to about 20 kilohertz-ish. And they'll also make very flat calls that are around 25 kilohertz. And of course, they'll do various gradations in between. So that's what their calls look like when they're just foraging and navigating. And this is what their songs look like, or at least what we're calling a song. And so this right here, this sequence of about 6 pulses is a phrase. And these bats are repeating this phrase over and over and over again. So for those reasons, that's why we're attributing this more as a song rather than as just a weird social call or a typical echolocation call. And I'm going to play this for you in a moment, but the phrases of the song all have this characteristic look where the first note is this louder, more broadband sound, and then there's a number of syllables, usually 6 to 8 syllables that follow it, that kind of ascend in frequency. And so if I were to read this, it would go kind of like cha, da 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 da, and then repeat cha, da 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 da, and so on. So that's what it looks like. What I'm going to try to do now is go into Sonobat, where I'm going to play this for you. Any questions so far before I do that? or while I do that.
I'll let you know if there's any in the chat. One thing I should mention is that there is about a 15 to 20 second delay between the Zoom call and the YouTube live stream. So when you ask a question, there's 20 seconds before someone can start typing.
That's convenient.
Yes, it's not ideal. I don't know why, because my internet connection is not bad. So I don't know what the issue is. Speaking of issues,
yeah, what's going on there?
Why is it frozen like that? Can you stop sharing and sharing again, please?
Yeah, let me do that. Stop sharing.
Yeah.
And now share again. That's weird. Well, I guess there's a delay here, so maybe I should wait a second. Darn.
So, I think I know what's going on here. Zoom does not like Sonobat.
Oh no!
I've had the issue during some of my courses when I was showing full screen sonograms, it just would not display them.
Huh. I've never actually had that issue, and I use Sonobat in a lot of my training.
Oh, so maybe it's not Zoom, maybe it's the switcher I'm using. This is really weird.
Yeah.
Can you? What happens if you minimize a bit? Yes, make the window smaller. That works. I don't understand. Can you keep it sort of half open like that?
Yeah. Let me. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Does that look better? I can't see it on my screen now.
I mean, it works. Now we can see Sonobat, which is an improvement. I really don't know what's going on. Maybe it's my switcher that doesn't like Sonobat. I need to investigate that because it makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, more to improve.
Yes.
There's always something.
But it's also the weirdest of issues, so it's not one that I can diagnose very easily. Because it is really just Sonobat. It's just spectrograms from Sonobat. They're the only issue I've ever had with this switcher. Videos, photos.
Joe Suzak, I think. Maybe he's the culprit here.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, you can show us your stuff now. Sorry.
Okay, perfect. So what we're now viewing, although on a smaller scale, is a compressed view of a silver-haired bat's song. And so if this were just to pop up on your screen and you're looking for other things in your data, it would be very noticeable. But you probably would look at this and go, I don't know what that is. Either that's just a lot of bats overlapping with different social calls, or it's not even as bad as other noise. We don't know. But when we look at this in real time, which I've now switched to real time, let's see if that ever catches up on your screen. Well, hopefully, you'll see that now we're looking at this in real time, and we have these very distinct phrases being repeated over and over and over again throughout this file. And what I'm going to do now, just to complicate things even more, is I'm going to zoom in on just a chunk of this. So hopefully you can eventually see that better. Oh yeah, okay, I can see it now on the screen. And I'm going to play it. First, I'm going to play this in real time, right now, which probably didn't sound very interesting. But now I'm going to play it in time and space. Oh, go ahead.
Can you play it 2 or 3 times just to make sure everybody can hear it?
Yeah. So here's real time again. And again. So, I mean, there's sound, but it's not very interesting or informative. But now if I play it in time expanded sound, so where I'm slowing things down so we can hear it a bit better, it sounds like this. Were you able to hear that?
Yes, it sounds really cool actually.
Yes, it does. It's so awesome. I'm very excited about this. So part of the reason we're excited about this is new to science, and fairly novel for bats in the U.S. and Canada. To date, there's only one other species that we know about, Tiderata brasiliensis, that will sing. And when they do that, they're in their roost, singing to mates and probably defending territories. As far as we know, we're pretty sure these bats are doing this song in flight. And again, this is like the only other species we know of in North America that really sings and sings in flight, which blows my mind. I mean, we've been studying bat echolocation for decades, so presumably these bats have been singing for decades, but we're just now discovering that they've been doing this whole time. I'm going to play that again because it is cool. And now what I'm going to do, the reason I'm sharing this particular file is because we've recorded, we now have examples of like hundreds, we have hundreds of files where we have bats singing in them. But this is the only one we have so far where there seems to be there's two bats singing at the same time. So I'm going to play this section of that file so you can hear that a bit better. So that's pretty wild. That second bat comes in at a higher frequency too. So we have no idea if those bats are singing together or if they're just singing over each other. We don't know, but it's pretty fascinating. And we don't know what they're saying to each other yet. We have some ideas, we're writing a manuscript on this right now, where we're going to describe these songs and put out a few theories as to why they're doing these songs. But one thing that's interesting to me is usually when bats make social calls, they make them at a lower frequency than their regular calls, and that's so that the lower frequency sounds will travel further through the air, so other bats can hear them further away. It's good for communication. These songs are weird to me in that they're still at the same frequency range that their regular echolocation calls are at. The F-min is around 20 to 30 kilohertz, and then it ascends. It gets higher in frequency, and so presumably the listener, for whoever this song is intended, the listener probably needs to be pretty close to even hear this. So what that means we're not sure, but it does sort of suggest that maybe this might have a mating function. But I'm gonna switch back now to PowerPoint. Actually, let's minimize this Sonobat here. Can you see my? Hold on. Switch. Can you see my PowerPoint again?
All good now. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So Corey, myself, and several other colleagues, we've documented these songs in our data sets across a good chunk of Western U.S. and Canada, all the way from BC down to Arizona, Colorado, Utah, Idaho, Montana, Northern California. These are all just things we found opportunistically in our data sets when we decided to go back and look through them to find more of these songs. So right now the distribution is kind of interesting because it suggests that, well, maybe this is a Western silver-haired bat thing and not an Eastern thing. But two things there. One is we now know of at least a few calls from Wisconsin that have been sent to us. So at least silver-haired bats in Wisconsin are singing. And it could just mean that, we haven't looked at data sets in the East yet. So one of our hopes with our paper is that we're going to put this out there to let people know, hey, this is happening. You should look for it, and then hopefully we'll find more examples of them singing throughout their range. This figure here is it's showing the percentage of low-frequency bat passes that contain songs in the data sets that we looked at. And so this is for each of our sites that we found songs in, or looked for them anyway. So a few things here. First of all, they're not singing very often compared to their usual bat activity. Regardless where you're at, it seems to be a very low proportion of the number of other, bat calls that are being made. This figure also implies that there's, some site-specific differences, but some of these sites have more songs and others have less, but that's misleading. This figure doesn't take into account our survey periods. So this first really tall bar here at US2, that actually we only have data for like a month in the spring, and there's happened to be a fair number of songs in that particular data set. But some of these others, like US 8 and 9, those are from Montana, where we've looked through recordings for an entire year. So they're singing during that year, but overall it's a much lower proportion of the overall bat activity. So to take temporal stuff into it, this next figure shows all the months that we've recorded these silverhead bat songs, and these are showing. So it's the percentage of bat activity nights. So nights during our survey where the detectors were working and we're recording other bats. On average, between 7 to 25% of those nights contained songs in one form or another. And what's striking to me is that they're singing all year round. They seem to be singing a bit more in the fall and winter, which again could suggest this is related to mating, because temperate zone bats tend to mate in the fall and winter. But they're singing in the spring and summer too. And so this could mean that either this species engages in mating behavior year-round, or maybe in the summer they're just practicing, or this has nothing to do with mating, and there's some other function at play here that we're just not certain about. Another possibility is this has some sort of relation to group cohesion. It's just something they're doing these songs to kind of keep in touch with other roost mates or something. We don't know. That's part of the excitement. So that's all I had for that bit.
I have a question.
Good.
So, in Europe, the two bats that are well known to be to have actual songs fairly similar to what you've described here, except they are lower frequency than their respective typical echolocation calls, are Pipistrellus nethusi and Vespertilio marinus. And what's funny about these is that they're both migrating species, like Tadarida and like the silverhead bat. I don't know, maybe it's a sampling bias, but I think it's funny that the bat species where the most complex songs have been described are migrating species.
That is fascinating. And that's
because migrating species appear to have a slightly different way of a slightly different reproductive ecology, because they tend to have more pups per year and stuff like that. So there are some adjustments there. So maybe there's other adjustments elsewhere. I don't know. But I think it's a funny coincidence. That's all I'm saying.
Well, and in science we call that a pattern.
Yes, I think 4 is a pattern. Yes. What is it? 2 is a coincidence. 3 is, can't remember, and then 4 is a pattern. Yeah, something like that. I think it's interesting. I had never thought of that, but then when you mentioned, it's a migrating bat, I thought, this is interesting. Yeah, but as far as I know, Nethusi and Marinus only sing towards the end of the summer or in the autumn. But then they also hibernate. There is no significant winter activity. There's the same levels as every other bat in Europe, which is not much.
Right. Yeah, and the winter activity in our data, a lot of that comes from Corey's study outside their hibernacula in British Columbia. So again, these species, some will migrate and some will hibernate. Yeah. Because they don't, they don't make things easy for us. But but yeah, a lot of those songs come from outside these hibernacula. That's how we know that they're silver-haired bats making them.
Yeah. Okay. So that might be interesting to replicate in Europe with. I'm trying to think of hibernaculars of Marinus and Ethusia. I don't think they're known. So that might complicate things somewhat, but maybe that's something to work towards. So yeah. Okay, cool. Well, that's okay. Yeah, that's some interesting insights here.
I think so too.
Well, you're right to think so.
Yeah, I know.
What else did you want to talk to us about?
Well, before I just want to make. How much time do I have?
Honestly, you can have another 15 minutes if you want.
Ooh, yeah. I guess were there any questions or comments in the chat?
I didn't see questions, but Evelyn from Seattle said that she thought the silver-haired bat sounded like a bird, which is true. Yeah. But
yeah, when we slow these things down, they do kind of have a very sing-songy type of a bird quality to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'll do is I will share my screen again here. Try to. This one doesn't require sound and doesn't require Sonobat, so we're good there. Now I gotta. Oh, that's right. It's there. A different PowerPoint here, and now I'm going to. Oh, Lori. Hold on. Oh yeah. Sorry. All these buttons to click when you're sharing screens. Okay. Okay. So that's a very okay. Disclaimer. This is a webinar that I'm putting together for the National Renewable Energy Laboratory on Tuesday. So this is a draft, has not been released yet, and I'm also just gonna. I mean, this whole presentation only takes like 10 minutes, but I'm just gonna kind of race through parts of it because I don't need to be completely formal today. So, plus, I haven't really gone through this before. So.
Before we change topic, there is a question from Sweden asking if only the males are singing. Do you know that?
Don't know.
Okay.
Don't know. So far, this is all based off of acoustic data, passively recorded acoustic data. We haven't seen it. We haven't like pointed our detector at a bat and said, "Oh my gosh, that bat's singing," and then known its genitalia. But that would be it. That's one of our many questions. Is this males or is everybody getting in on the action? That would be very valuable to know.
Okay, well, feel free to go back to your draft.
Excellent. So a lot of words on the screen here. So what this is, I've been involved in this project with several other groups. Their symbols are here at the bottom of the screen, their logos. We were awarded money from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory to study bat behavior at wind turbines, because as we know, wind turbines kill a lot of bats, and we're still trying to wrap our brains around what's going on there. And so we put in a bid to quantify bat interactions with wind turbines and trees to assess potential attraction hypotheses to these structures. Wind facilities alter air currents, and this is shown really nicely in this photo of a wind farm. It's an offshore wind farm in Europe, actually, and this is during a period of fog. And so, what you're seeing here is these wakes that are created in the airstream downwind of the spinning blades. So this is happening on a pretty large scale. They're creating these different air conditions. And so to see that more graphically, here on the left, this is that same wind farm where they've taken Doppler radar information of wind speeds. And so blue are areas of calmer air, and red is areas of more rapid air, I guess. Can you tell this is a draft? Anyway, we're going to refine it by Tuesday. But the point here is that when the wind is blowing, in this case from the southwest, it's going past these turbines, or going through these turbines, and behind the turbines are these wakes that are being created. And these wakes are areas of lower turbulence and lower wind speeds. And they extend for quite a ways past them, a good kilometer or 2 kilometers past them. Now, a few years ago, Paul Cryan and others, they did some thermal videography of bats at turbines in Indiana. And they found that 80% of the detections that they had of bats were on the leeward or the downwind side of the turbines, which would put them in the wake, the turbines that we just saw. And so, you know, being in the wake of a turbine or another tall structure could have a few benefits. One is there's probably more favorable conditions for flying if you're a small mammal. You can get into those areas of less turbulent, slower air and be less buffeted. Also, insects. If you're an insectivorous species, insects could congregate on the leeward side of structures in this calm area of air. So if you want to find food, that's probably the best place to find food. And then, or maybe you're looking for a roost. And so it just so happens that the main bats killed at wind farms in the U.S. are tree roosting species. And so maybe they're able to detect these wakes behind tall structures, and they interpret that as, oh, there's a roost tree, maybe I should go check that out. And so one possibility is that these bats, as they're migrating south or whatever direction, they detect these wakes, and they follow them to find out, oh, look, I'm going to check this out to see what kind of roost tree we have here, or look for insects, or just because it's more economical for flight. And so our goal of our research was to determine if bats are attracted to specific wake turbines and at trees under different conditions. And we approached this using 3-dimensional thermal videography, acoustics, and modeled wake patterns created by the wind. And our team is made up of all these people who are various experts in bat behavior, 3D thermal imaging, machine learning, and wake modeling. And acoustics, that's where I come in. I'm the acoustics guy. So we're doing this study in south central Iowa, at this red dot there. And we selected 2 turbines at this site to do our survey. And the reason we selected these 2 turbines is because there's another project going on there right now by the Department of Energy where they're testing the effectiveness of smart curtailment on reducing bat activity, or bat fatality, sorry. And so smart curtailment is where they put a bat detector on top of the nacelle of a turbine, and if that detector detects a bat, it will shut down the turbines for a period of 30 minutes until there's no more bat activity, and then it'll resume. So that's a way, the idea there is, if bats are in the area, you shut down the turbines, that lowers their risk of collision and fatality, and then, when the bats are gone, you can continue generating energy. And at this site, we're also doing searches for carcasses using dogs at those turbines. So in late July, we went out there and we assembled a lot of equipment. We had to put out, build and assemble solar panels and solar panel arrays to power all of our equipment. We put out thermal cameras, detectors, and we had a number of laptops in the field to just download the data directly to the laptops, which is helpful, but also makes things more complicated. And so, so we spent a lot of time trying to get the configurations of these things just right. Let's see here. Any questions before I keep going? Okay, cool. So, what I'm showing here now is a schematic of of one of our turbines, and this is a bat's eye view of this 160 by 160 meter cleared plot. And this gray oval here is the it represents the rotor swept zone of a turbine. And this particular turbine is oriented towards the southeast because in this area most wind comes from the southeast, and that's what's being shown by this blue arrow. And so what we did is, oh, actually, we also have a side view here, showing the same sort of idea, but just at the profile view of the turbine. And so one of the things we did is we took these FLIR cameras. I have the question marks here because I don't know the model number, and again, this is a draft. But anyway, these are higher quality FLIR cameras that can detect things at a much greater distance. We estimate that we can detect bats about 200 meters away from where they're placed. In this case, we placed them at the base of the turbine, facing to the northwest, which is where we predict the wake is most often going to be at this site. And we have two cameras that are slightly offset with overlapping fields of view, so we can use that to then construct a 3D imagery of bats as they come into these overlapping fields of view. So there's a bat. This is what one of our thermal cameras looks like. The other one is off screen here. They're connected, but they're separated by about 30 meters. And this kind of orange rectangle approximates where the field of view is going to be. This red arrow shows where some of our acoustic detectors are, which I'll talk about more in a second. So we also, we weren't satisfied with just two cameras. We got 2 more sets of cameras. So we have 6 total cameras at each turbine. And these other 4 have been placed about 80 meters away, facing the turbine, both from the downwind direction and from the upwind direction. So we're creating, so we should be able to detect bats, hopefully as they come into the area, and then as they get closer to the turbine, we'll get a lot more information about their interactions. And this is supposed to be a photo of those other cameras. Again, work in progress. Okay, so we've also got acoustics out there, and one of the detectors we have is the timer rebat, which I mentioned a little bit earlier. These are the detectors that are on top of the nacelle of the turbine, and they're detecting bats in roughly this airspace. We also have deployed 3 Anabat Swifts, and their detection zones are represented by these green squares and triangles. And we also decided to pair those with 2 sets of Acrobats. And these are a new detector that's been recently developed by Binary Acoustics Technology. And they're unique in that they have 7 sensors. And in addition to detecting bats, those sensors can help track their movements in 3D by recording the individual calls and then doing some complicated math to figure out the various angles and distances and telemetries to reconstruct a flight path of an acoustic bat. We didn't really need this for this study, but it's a new toy, and we thought it would be interesting to use it and play with it. I know you're really interested in this technology.
Yes, I have lots of ideas. Quite a few of them involve wind turbines as well. But mostly, either migration or wind turbines. Those are the topics I'd like to use Acrobats for. But I'm letting you toy with them first, and then I can learn from your mistakes.
Which is a very good reason, because what we're finding so far is, we're having a hard time getting them to work. So you will benefit from our failures. But we will get these things to work by the end of the season, and then you'll reap the benefits, hopefully. But yeah, lots of cool applications for that particular device. Oh, and when they do work, they have a hemispherical detection zone, about 50 meters high and to the side. So basically, we blanketed this predicted, we blanketed this azimuth of airflow with all these devices, so that ideally we'll be able to detect bats as they, about 200 meters away, and then possibly get them as they turn into the wake, if they are indeed attracted to it. And then as they get closer, we can identify them to species using our acoustics. And of course, get a lot of interesting information of how they're interacting with these turbines in 3D. So here's the acoustics we're using. On the left here, the rebat is up on top of the nacelle, which we can't really see. This shorter detector is the Acrobat on a 2-meter pole, and this taller one is the Swift on a 7-meter pole. And so this is what they look like when deployed. We also deployed weather stations to help us with our wake modeling. We're going to be getting weather data from the turbines themselves and creating historical analytical wake models, but these on-site weather stations will help us calibrate our models and validate them a bit as well. And so here, the schematic again, where the weather stations are basically in the corner of our cleared fields. And then we're also doing this at several trees in Iowa. It's surprisingly hard to find isolated tall trees in this landscape, but we did. On the right, we had to settle for a clump of trees. But the idea here is, there's a hypothesis out there that bats are attracted to tall trees on the landscape. And so we wanted to, document that if it does actually happen, and then just see how it compares to how they interact with turbines. And maybe they're interacting in a very similar way. Maybe they're approaching from, downwind and interacting them in a similar way. And so, similar schematics here, and clearly I need to fix my animations a bit, but here we're just using 2 sets of these shorter range cameras, basically blanketing the tree with videography, and then we've got our 2 sets of detectors also in this area. So in theory, we should be able to, detect and identify most bats that fly into this field of view if they're coming to and flying around the trees. And we have weather stations. And those are these pictures of the trees, which again, anyway, that's the end of the work in progress presentation.
Well, thank you. I really enjoyed that. I'd heard a bit about the project from you, but it's nice to see all these schematics and the photos as well. I mean, a lot of them look a bit white, but the photos are. The missing photos are a bit annoying.
Oh,
a bit disappointing, yeah.
Yes, they are. Well,
yeah.
My team is supposed to be getting me those photos this weekend.
Okay.
And this webinar will be public, so I can send you the link.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sure it'll be recorded.
I'm actually taking time off next week, so I will not be watching it.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't taken time off in ages, and I need it because this streamer has driven me crazy. I mean, crazier than I was before. Yeah, so there was someone in the chat, Caldera Zuva, saying that you have to present your results at next year's International Bat Night. And I will add to that by saying, please do not present a draft. No, I'm joking. I'm happy for you to I mean, I told you this could be informal, and I'm very happy with what you presented. I'm just joking here.
Yeah, well,
I know you know, but I'm not sure everybody in the audience knows. So yeah.
Well, thank you for making that more widely known. And yeah, no, I would love to. And in theory, the funding we got, it's got a pretty tight schedule. I mean, we only got this one field season, and then basically by around this time next year, we should be writing up a draft for NREL. So I might very well have something. It's probably still going to be kind of drafty, but it will. It should be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, even just getting an update. I mean, I'll be in touch anyway, and then we'll see what we can, what you can put together, because I won't be doing any of that.
That would be great. I would love that.
Cool.
So,
I'm not seeing any questions, but I did see your next speaker. But she has to leave for mic issues. So, I mean, if you've got something else to say.
oh gosh, now. No, that's it.
No,
That's all I know.
Yeah.
I will ponder that for a second.
Just got a BRB from next speaker, so that's fine. We can just
dance a little.
Chat. Well, I can't dance. If you can, just feel free to do so. Yeah.
Gotta keep the energy up, you know. Some people have been pulling all-nighters for this. I was not one of them, but I do look forward to the recordings.
Is that why you got into sound analysis? Because it's all daytime work?
Yeah.
Yep. I know the feeling. I know the feeling.
Yeah. Although honestly, I'm a creature of the night, so it's all good. But and honestly, I am up pretty late at night doing acoustic analysis too. So
yeah,
it doesn't matter.
But I usually enjoy late night work as well. It's usually the late night commitments that I struggle with. So having daytime commitments, but then choosing to be out when I have energy for bats late at night, that works better than someone expecting me to stay out in the field until 4 a.m. and it's not.
It's on our own terms. That's the important part.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so Abby is back. I think.
I see her on my I see her name there. I think she's trying to do a video, but I'm not seeing anything.
I think I might not be the only one who ran into sound issues here.
Oh dear.
Well, to anyone who is watching, please bear with us while we sort this out. I'm not sure what's going on. Give it a couple more minutes. So, in your wind turbine project, are you working on like any bat species, or are you focusing on some of the species that may be more vulnerable to wind turbines?
Yeah, I mean we're happy to collect data on any species that happens to fly into our zone of cameras.
Sounds like you haven't had too many so far.
Well, we started data collection on August 1st, so we have been getting data, and it'll go through October 7th.
Okay.
So we do have some. Yeah, that's another thing I hope to throw into that presentation by Tuesday is some example of video of bats, and then the Through Tracker software and the artificial intelligence we're using to identify them and track them as they fly through the frame. But that also is not quite ready yet. But yeah. So but yeah, I mean in theory, the main species we'll find are eastern red bats, hoary bats, and silver-haired bats. I mean, those are the main fatalities we have at wind farms in that part of the country.
Okay.
But there's other species that could meander through too. We pick up a lot of dead big brown bats and eating bats as well. So.
Right. Okay.
Oh, there's Abby.
I'm here.
Oh, the sound.
Had to swap computers because of unclear technology reasons.
Thank you for persisting and trying to find a solution, which is what I had to do this morning because there was no sound in the live stream. Well, thank you, Donald, and I'll be in touch about the Acrobat.
Excellent. Well, thank you again. Thanks for having me do this. This is fantastic, and looking forward to seeing what Abby has to say. I'm tuning out.
Cheers. So, Abby, whenever you are ready, you can...
All right, I'll go ahead and share my PowerPoint and we'll get started if that's good. Can you see the full screen?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Let me get back to the beginning because I swapped computers very quickly. All right, thank you all for coming, and apologies for the fun technical difficulties on a Saturday morning, afternoon, evening, depending on where you are around the world. But I am really excited to be here and talk about a portion of my work which has to do with bat hunting and bat hunting for medicinal use. So bat hunting very broadly. Bat overexploitation, which is what we're going to call hunting, and for both food and medicine, and then also for things like souvenir trade. And in some cases, we will throw persecution under this umbrella just because it's very similar sort of behavior. It's understudied and under-recognized, basically. We know it's a big impact on a lot of bats. At least 10% of bat species assessed by the IUCN has it listed as a threat. So that's not just that it's happening, but that it's happening at a level that might cause the population to decline dangerously. Like I said, 10% of assessed species, that means it's frankly probably many more. And I do have the the YouTube chat open, so feel free to be popping questions in there and I'll try and glance over there every once in a while. Or, Nils, you can break in and ask things as we go along, since I know this is a pretty informal sort of a stream.
Yes. One thing I should note is that there is about 15 to 20 seconds delay between our Zoom call and the live stream. So when you ask a question to the audience, expect a significant delay before you get a response.
That's all right. Thank you for letting me know. So bats are highly susceptible to overhunting, and that's a little surprising to people who aren't bat researchers and aren't bat nerds because they're small, and small things are supposed to have short lives and lots of babies, and we think of things, mice and rats and other rodents, and that's in our minds the top comparison we tend to make between bats and another mammal. But that's not the case. We know most bat species, the vast majority, have one baby a year. A couple have two, I think one has four, but either way, those are not high rates of reproduction. And it takes a long time for bats to reach sexual maturity, so they don't start having babies right away either, like many rodent species. They're very long-lived for their body size. Did a quick search yesterday, and the oldest known bat, so could be older, but we know it's at least 41 years old. Many live into, many species have been documented to live at least 20 years. They're these very long-lived animals. They tend to live in colonies, which makes them easy targets. Once you find where all the bats are roosting, you can go and kill a lot of them at once. And to top it all off, we can't just put a bunch of bats in captivity and use farm bats to replace hunted bats, because it's both difficult for all the life history reasons I just explained, and as we have learned, throwing a lot of wild animals into a very confined space can lead to potential disease transmission risks. So it's dangerous for people and it's dangerous for bats. It's not really a valid solution. And why do we care? Okay, bats are in danger, but so what? We're all bat nerds, we care, but it's useful to sometimes explain. Bat extinction and exploitation have cascading events on mammal diversity and ecosystem services. So bats are one of the most diverse mammalian orders. I think we're up to 1,456, I want to say, species of bats at this point in time. But they do things like pollinate flowers. They are the reasons we have mangoes and durian and tequila and all of these different things. They can be keystone species on islands where they are the only mammal present or the only remaining mammal present, depending on previous extinction events. And again, the more we are in contact with any wild animal, but we know this to be true of bats, the more people and bats are interacting, and especially interacting in ways that, will break skin. So there will be blood-to-blood contact or close contact with fluids. That increases the risk of disease transmission. And we don't want that for people, and we don't want that for bats, because we can always give diseases back to bats. We have to remember not only do we do things like we have corona, which is probably bat originated, but not necessarily. But white nose syndrome here in the United States, that was brought by human beings from Europe into a cave in the United States, and it's now had a huge impact on North American bat populations. So bat goes both ways, and we have to be mindful of it. So today I'm specifically talking about bats in medicine, because that's the bit of the research we've already published, and it's quite interesting and a little unexpected. We know bats have been used medicinally for a really long time. The first recorded, documented version we could find was in a paper, and it was from 3,400 years ago in Egypt. And to put that in perspective, that's like about 300 years after Tutankhamun. So that's a really long time ago. And that's when it got written down by someone. And then we know bat hunting for medicine occurs around the world and across cultures, so there's a really wide variation in what they're used for. And we don't know quantitatively how those stack up. Is it consistent? Or is everyone using it for one ailment or one human organ system? Is it all respiratory? Is it all digestive? Or is it all over the place? And then finally, just want to reiterate this here early at the beginning, there is no evidence that bats are an effective treatment for any illness. And the amount of ethical boundaries that would have to be crossed to properly test this is really high, but I have some evidence later on that I'll sort of go into and show that probably not effective any more than any other meat or mammal consumption would be. Wrong mouse. So what don't we know? I said some of this is reported, some of it's not. Things that we're interested in learning more about are medical condition, what actual ailments are being treated, what human organ system, what bat body part, and how people are using it. So to go into a little bit more detail, sometimes in the scientific literature, medical condition is reported, sometimes it is not. It's not really been quantified. Usually these are side reports in a paper about some other kind of exploitation or even just bat surveys, and it'll say bats were also used for traditional medicine or medicine in this area. So we don't have these big global comparisons to look for patterns. And organizing by organ system means that while maybe it's used for different conditions around the world, there is some commonality between them. But we don't know, that's the question. The bat body part, maybe that has an impact on whether it could be effective or not, and it's just an interesting piece of information to know. Are people eating the meat? Are they using the fluids? Are they putting the fat on rashes topically? And that gets to this route of administration idea. So are people eating them? Are they smearing some kind of substance on their arm? Who knows? It's not often reported, and we wanted to know more. And this could potentially impact how we choose to intervene if this seems to be a risk for, when it is in most cases for disease or for bat persistence, bat populations in the wild. And it has, again, implications for this disease interface. If you're eating a bat, it's going to have a different impact in your body and on what you're in contact with than if you're topically applying it. And those are the two main ways. So how do we collect these data? I've made some allusions to previously published work, but we could talk a little more. So first of all, we went through the IUCN Red List, the Red List assessments of all the bat species, and we pulled out any reports of medicinal use from the Red List or the papers that were cited by the Red List. We then went and added an additional scientific literature search on Web of Science, pulled out all of those hunting papers that we hadn't already found in the Red List, and then finally, because science is not done universally around the world, there are gaps, there are places where we just aren't doing as much research. We went through and did some social media site searches, so looking on Facebook and Instagram in multiple languages with hashtags like bat, bat meat, bat hunting, bat soup, all of these things that we iteratively realized were useful terms for figuring out whether bats were being hunted and whether they were being used for medicine. What did we find? This is the fun part. I get excited. So as expected, we found that food was more often used than medicine. Bats were going to be consumed for nutrition, not just medicine. But medicine was actually still pretty high, and especially it was high in a few places like Southeast Asia, where medicinal use actually trumped food use, and places like South America, where they were almost equal, and also West Asia. And we think some of these might be tied to cultural things, maybe religion, or access to other sources of medicine. It's an interesting hypothesis that we still need to test. But out of all of this, we know bats are used for food in at least 71 countries. We know they're used for medicine in at least 37 countries. And often there's a lot of overlap, but not exclusively. You can see that there are some regions of the world where only one or the other is being used, food or medicine. What are bats used to treat? Here's the fun part again for me. So many things. 42 different medical conditions. Asthma is the most common, but you can also get things like cough and kidney conditions, all the way down to just vague and general illnesses. Sorry about that. The lab doesn't realize that I'm a person and decided to turn off the auto light. Human organ systems, so again, this is that combination of like, okay, asthma and cough are both respiratory. They both affect your lungs. So are there broader patterns in not just the conditions, but the parts of the body that are being used, that bats are being used to treat? And again, respiratory is coming up most commonly, reflecting how strong asthma was in that original ailment data. But also we're seeing interesting things like nervous system, which can do with mental health or pain or fatigue, things like that. Reproductive, things like virility or fertility have come up a few times. It's really interesting to see this very wide variety of uses people have for bats around the world. And again, all these data are global. This is every paper, every social media post that we could find from all over the world. And it's a really interesting mix of things. And then bat body part. So what bit of the bat are people doing? And it's meat, then fluids, then the whole bat, bat liver, which is particularly common in Southeast Asia, burned bat, so ash of bats, bat bones, feces, wings, hair, and feet. So those are all of the different things. And fluids includes things like blood, but also fat and oil, and even bile from the liver. So it's a very wide variety of different substances. And looking at this really wide variety of things indicates to us, to me and my co-authors, that without having this ability to actually empirically test effectiveness because of bat life history traits, because it's dangerous to keep them in a close captivity, and doing a actual controlled scientific study on whether bats are effective for treating asthma will not get past an ethical review board because we have asthma treatments available. But because they're used for so many things, and some of those things are even contradictory, it probably means they're not effective for the vast majority, if not all, of these conditions. And to highlight a couple of the contradictory things, they can be used as a hair removal treatment in some parts of the world and as a cure for baldness in other parts of the world. And those are exactly opposite. And so it seems unlikely that they're actually doing all of this huge variety of things bats are said to do. And then from a chemical point of view, bats are mammals. There's not a lot of wide variation in the substances our bodies produce. So even if bats are effective at treating some of these things, it's unlikely they're any more effective than a different animal, like a cow or a chicken, that could be farmed far more safely and protect these bat populations in the future. Clearly, I forgot to get to this slide, but we had many different species from many genera, and I think 7 families of bats in this study. We actually added 25 new species to the list of hunted bats, which brings a total to, I think, 46 bats that are hunted for food, I should say. Bats hunted for medicine. Bats hunted for food, there are even wider numbers, and there is a lot of overlap. But a couple of the new species we added are shown on this slide, this little Eonycteris and Pteropus empirus. And so they're not just being used for food, they're being used for medicine, and we have a lot of them. This is impacting a good chunk of our bat species, and especially on certain islands or areas of the world where it's more prevalent, that number is going to go higher as a proportion. So again, getting back to this, what are bats used for? What are the different species? Here we have the families of bats that we found in our research. We had 6 separate families and then a lot of unknowns, because frequently in research, not everything will be reported. So we'd know that bats are used to treat asthma, but we don't know which bats. Or we'd know that fruit bats, Pteropotidae, are used to treat something, but they wouldn't be specific about what. So the real takeaway from this slide is that there is a wide variety of uses, not just for all bats, but for the different taxonomic groups of bats. And you can see that based on the left, which is the organ system. So for example, blue is respiratory, and then the right column, all of those blues are different respiratory ailments being treated with bats. Similarly with purple, those are all the reproductive ailments treated with bats. And again, some contradictions showing up where it is used both as a contraceptive and to aid fertility. So these strange, different combinations of things that should not both be possible in the same animal. Where are bats being used? All over. But predominantly Southeast Asia and South Asia have our largest numbers, but a significant number in South America as well. And you can see from these colors, which identically match the colors in the previous slide, that the varieties are across the scale pretty much. Southeast Asia, yes, it uses it for a lot of asthma, a lot of respiratory conditions, but there are many other conditions thrown in. And then similarly, South America tends towards the nervous system, where you have things like alcoholism and epilepsy and headache. Sorry, saw the chat. I am excited that bats are used in science. I think bats are very cool, and learning more about them is very valuable. But we can talk more about that when the talk is done. Does it work? No. My takeaway here is no, bats do not work. There are way too many contradictions. There are way too many challenges. And bats are culturally significant, especially in areas of the world like the Pacific. Bats hold a role in many cultures' views of the world and many significant ceremonies and things. So regardless of whether or not they are effective, if we continue to use bats at the rate we are using them, they will go extinct. At least 4 of the last 9 bat extinctions have had hunting play some role in the population's declines and eventual extinctions. So it doesn't matter necessarily whether they work or not. That's an interesting question, but it's not the main question. The main question is, what can we do to protect our bat species in this big changing world we live in now, with climate change and increased populations and land use change and all of these challenges that are facing bats? How can we protect their animals, their significance to people, and allow them to coexist? And of course, I do not have the answers, because that's a hugely broad question. But one of the things we can do is start trying to find ways to phase out bat use in this medicinal way, while allowing them to still be culturally important and useful in those traditions if necessary. Here's something for the scientists out there. What actually did we get from these data? So we had close to 500 different data points about bat medicinal use, but only 42% of those, less than 200, were actually specific. Most of them just said medicine or traditional medicine and left it. And some of that is because this isn't the focus of a lot of people's research. But there are just a few questions, and it's those categories that we went through before. What is it used for? What organ system is it treating? What bat part? And how is it administered? Is it put on your arm? Is it ingested? That we want people to understand and move forward with. And one of the things we know is that we can't go around the world and collect these data. We need other people to be collecting them while they're doing other work. And my call to action, among others here, is that if you find bat medicinal use or bat hunting and you choose to publish it, please be specific. Please tell us what's actually happening. Because right now, the majority of what we know is that we don't know. It's not being reported, and that's something that needs to change. So beyond medicinal use, I've been going on about medicine and medicine and medicine and a little bit of hunting, but bats aren't just used for medicine, obviously. They are used for food. As we saw from that first graph, they are predominantly used for food when we're talking about hunting. They're used for trade. As you can see, this is from Etsy, a common craft and seller website in the United States. You can buy Caravula picta, painted bat, or some people call it a Halloween bat, for sale, mounted as a specimen. And this trade is potentially risking species populations and persistence over time. And then finally, they're persecuted. This is a project sort of on the side, but in these social media searches, we found not just hunting and medicinal use, but in this case, this is a place in North Africa where the local authorities are spraying an abandoned building that fruit bats were using in order to kill them at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic because of years of human-bat transmission. All right. What can you do besides just telling us what's happening if you're a scientist and you're publishing a paper? So we are all around the world in this stream. That's one of the really cool and exciting parts of Bat Night. One of the things I'm trying to do is collect all these observations. You're walking through a market, you're talking to someone, a friend of a friend's cousin's hairdresser told you that they saw bats for sale, or that they know bats treat asthma, or any of these different things. So we actually created a survey that can capture that. It's online, it's at the gbatnet.org, which is the Global Union of Bat Diversity Networks. It's a project, and you can see both our data collected so far, which is that central map, and contribute your own. And this is going to be a long-term data repository. Hopefully we can actually look at trends over time and see if things are changing, increasing, decreasing, all of that fun stuff. And these data are not publicly available because they're sensitive, specific locations where people are doing specific potentially risky actions, but we are open to collaboration if people are interested and I'll reach out. And then what can you do if you don't see bats for sale in a market, or you don't know about bat hunting, or you haven't run across Etsy and want to forward a link to a bat for sale? First, as in medicine, so in science, do no harm. Communicate effectively. A lot of the time, we as nerds and as scientists think the more information we can provide, the more likely people are to understand and believe us and change their minds. And unfortunately, some of the tools we use are not effective at doing that, and in some cases can actually reinforce negative stereotypes. So things, and I will freely admit I am guilty of some of these things. Things like a familiarity backfire event, where if you repeat something often enough, people will believe it even while you're telling them that it's not true. People say this, but that's not true. But the fact that you've said that thing means that people are more likely to believe it. There's a fantastic paper by McFarland and Roca. It's out. It's couldn't figure out if it was open access, but there is a free version, a PDF version available on ResearchGate if you want to know more. It has this fantastic infographic. So as you're moving forward and you're nerding about bats to other people, give this paper a skim. It's really useful for making sure we don't make it worse. And then the other things are big science nerd things that I love to talk about, which is talking and sharing. So good public-facing science communication. Again, look at the paper, it's fantastic. And communicating with stakeholder groups. So not just scientists, but rehabilitators and science communicators and members of the public and legislators and policymakers, all of those different people. People who are affected by bats in negative ways, who might choose to persecute them, or who are afraid of the bats in their church belfry, literally. And then finally, we need to collaborate. We need to collaborate with the public, with citizen scientists. We need to get people interested and engaged. We need to work across disciplines as researchers, for those of you who are researchers out there, and then we need to work across stakeholders, for those of you who are not researchers, but you're rehabilitators, science communicators, just people who are interested. These are communications and collaborations that need to happen because you know stuff that I don't know, and I know things that you don't know. But together, we know so much more, and that's what makes me excited about science. So I know I'm a little over because of technical difficulties, so I'm not sure if we have much time for questions, but I would like to highlight all of the fantastic people and undergraduate research assistants and co-authors who helped me with this work. If you want to read our actual paper on bat medicinal use, it is open access. Click the link with the QR code, or just search global medicinal use of bats, or message me. I'm on Twitter, I'm on the email. And then if you want to report bat exploitation, we have a nice shiny portal and a new fantastic landing page with information on the data portal and bat hunting. And with that, I will take any questions if we have time. Thank you.
Yes, we do have a few minutes for that. I was going to take a break, but I don't think that break is going to happen. So we have time. I pasted the link to your paper in the chat, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. But I do like the QR codes. That's a really good idea.
The fewer barriers we have to getting data to people, the better. That's my take.
I really enjoyed your talk, especially the bits about how scientists could communicate better, because I don't think everyone is willing to admit that could be done better. But I also think that there's lots of great scientists who are terrible communicators and lots of communicators who aren't very good scientists. So it would be nice to have those work more closely together. And this is sort of the point of an event like this, is to bring people who are better at communicating and people who are better at science together, so that hopefully better science and communication can come out of this.
Absolutely.
I didn't really see questions. There was a comment saying that it was a bit sad seeing all those bats being used as they were, which is absolutely fair.
No arguments from me. I study this because I think it's important, and one of the reasons I think it's important is because we see pictures like this a lot. And sadly, this is a small sample of the pictures I have from this research, and I'm sure this research is a small sample of what's actually going on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I want to highlight that it's understudied and in some ways underappreciated as a threat. Hunting and exploitation in general, and medicinal use specifically. We are starting as a scientific research community to really understand that this is a problem. But there's a lot of gaps we need to bridge in order to really understand these issues and to get the research to a good place, because I'm an ecologist by training. That's what I did my undergraduate in. My PhD is going to be in biology. All of that has to do with me thinking about trees and plants and animals and how all those things interact. But we always forget to throw in people. And we're not trained in human social sciences. We're not trained in how people's brains work and psychology and the best ways to both understand why people are making the choices they're making, and also how to make those choices less dangerous to our animals and maybe change them or find ways to mitigate them. So it's sad, but if no one studies it, it's going to be sad and the bats will be gone. And that's where I come from.
Actually, there is an interesting question in the chat now.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
I can't, because I tried to reply to a chat and
it was just posted. So the question is, what about the cultural relativism / Western normativeness of a view like it is sad to see hunting without any knowledge of the culture, context, or poverty rates, etc.?
I think that's a complicated question, is the first thing. I think we're allowed to have feelings. As scientists, we're told we need to be empirical, we need to not have feelings. And if you deny as a human that you have feelings, then that's a whole different challenge. So you're allowed to feel sad while looking at pictures of bats. In the same way you're allowed to feel sad as someone who's from the US, looking at pictures of bison hunts from the 1800s and the stacks, those skulls that were piled up by railroad tracks, and knowing how negatively that overhunting impacted our indigenous communities here. That doesn't mean we can go in and just say, and I've tried at least to be very careful not to say, these people who are doing this are bad. They are, and you do see this online, there is a huge amount of vitriol and racism and occasional comparisons to Nazis, it's the internet, against people who hunt bats for food or use them for medicine. Not so much for trade, because that is through a Western lens, and that doesn't seem as gross to people from weird countries. That's Western, educated, industrial, and democratic. But it's out there. And so I think for me, as a scientist, I can't go through and look at all these pictures and proof these data and collect them without having feelings, because I'm an animal lover. That's how I got into all this in the first place. But I can also acknowledge that these are important to other people. Yes, poverty plays a role. Yes, culture plays a role. In order to protect the bats so that they can still be culturally important, in order to protect the bats or create interventions that stop poverty from forcing people to eat bats in the regions where that happens, I have to research it. And research is going to cause those feelings because I'm a person, not a robot. But those can exist at the same time. You can feel sad, you can understand that your feelings of sadness are not universal and they are not, there's not a right way to view this. Does that answer that question?
I didn't ask it, but I do believe that it covers it fairly well, yes.
Thanks. I'm sorry, I somehow closed the chat while trying to read the chat. So
No problem, no problem. I'm trying not to close any of the windows because I need all of them. And some of them are tricky to find again if you close them, because YouTube is weird. YouTube as a viewer is fine, but as a creator, it's apparently become terrible, and I only get the bad experience. I keep seeing YouTubers complaining how it's gotten worse, and I only see the bad stuff where it just buries important settings in 15 sub-menus. Someone's obsessed with the Batmobile. Yeah, okay, the Batmobile in the background. The one on the, is that window? Is that door?
that one over there or that one?
Oh.
Our office is full. This is the.
It's probably in the one on the back. I hadn't seen the one at the back, but it does look really cool.
Yes, we have a fully batted out office here at the Kingston Lab, and it's a very fun place to work and look around and see all the inspiration. I have no idea where it came from. It's been here since before I got here, but it's a nice mobile.
Well, thanks again for this talk. It was really interesting, and I was right to invite you for this. Because I hadn't personally seen your presentation in Texas, so it was nice to see your work now. And we'll move on to a presentation from Crete in Greece.
Thank you all for watching.
Thanks again.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
Hi, Liz. Fine. I'm really sorry, but I'm right now. I came yesterday in the island where I grew up, and I managed to have access to internet, quite well internet, because I'm in the office of Mr. Komineas, who is the mayor of the island, and he gave me his office so I can really do this presentation.
Okay, I mean that's fine, yeah. Tuning in for International Bat Night from the mayor's office, that sounds pretty good.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. So, should I start with sharing my presentation?
Sure, yeah. You
Okay,
should be able to do that now.
And give you a moment. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to make it work. So, can you see my screen? I see it is paused. So
I can see some of it.
Some of it.
It's frozen. It's mostly green.
Okay. Sorry. I will try again. I'm really sorry. So, is it better right now?
Yes.
Yes. So you can see the full presentation.
Yes.
So nice. So hello again to everyone, and I'm really happy that I will talk to you about the bat monitoring I ran in Lefkaori, in Chania, Crete, in Greece. I'm Artemis Kefkaleti DS, and I have studied forestry management of environment and natural resources, but the last years I'm expert on bats. I work on bats, and it's really my pleasure that Niels have invited me in this event. So first of all, let's talk a bit about bats in Greece. Okay, so we have here in Greece there are 36 bat species. You can see the list of the bat species that they are here in Greece, and some of them in the photos. But in Crete, there are 17 bat species have been found actually, and I could say that I have underlined the ones that are found here for you if anyone wants to see, and let's say that the most maybe spectacular one it is Pistellus hanaki, which it is you can only find it here in Crete and in Libya. So I think it is really unique, this, especially for Greece, that it is the only place where you can find it. So. And actually, the Pistellus hanaki, it is the smallest European bat, which makes it even more unique for me. But let's focus a bit on the project that I ran, the bat monitoring in Lefkaori. Crete is actually on the south of Greece. It's an island in the Mediterranean, and the area where now the bat monitoring is running, it is in west part of Crete, and actually it is Natura 2000 area, which is called Lefkaori Hyparaktia Zoni, which means, if I will translate it, it's like white mountains and the coastal area. And actually, it is an area that is really characterized by a great number of gorges, and I should say that it has a lot of altitude. It has 50 summits over 2,000 meters, and of course it is it's an area characterized by a lot of karstic forms. So you can find a lot of caves, dolines and plateaus, which all of these are forming a very unique landscape, or landscapes, where of course they are really suitable for bats. But and also I have to say that it's an area that it is from the sea level, so 0, until 2,453 meters. And what what is I think important is that as you can see a bit on the map that I'm showing to you, there are very few surface waters in this area. So there are only, if I can show you, I will try. Okay. No, I cannot show you. Anyway, there are really few places where is surface water, like in Omalos Plateau, where is a temporary pond, or now there is a water reservoir there. You can see it in the at the map, and very few rivers that they closed during summertime, and usually when bats are active, lots of rivers they get dry. So it is quite challenging for bats finding water or places where there's a lot of humidity. But however, because of all the gorges and all of this different landscape, it is quite humid, and still there are a lot of bats, and because of all of the caves that I said, really it's unique also for bats here. So let's see how I run this bat monitoring now here in Crete. What I didn't mention before that I should is that this bat monitoring, it is founded, it is running from the management unit of Samaria and Western Crete. And actually what we are really doing now for the bat monitoring is that we are surveying some of the known buildings and caves that we know that there are bat roosts. And of course we're doing recordings like transects or even point recordings, and of course some trappings. So let's see together a bit the methodology that we use. First of all, to survey caves, the most common is to enter a cave and observe if there are bats or not. And of course recordings are really helpful because it's sometimes caves can be really deep or very difficult to enter in some rooms of the cave or some other parts of the cave. And with recordings you can easily see if there are bats. And here in Crete it's quite easily to understand also, to identify actually the species. As you may saw before, for example in Europe there are 5 Rhinolophus species. In Crete there are 3 Rhinolophus, 3 species of Rhinolophus, and all of the 3 of them, they have really unique calls, the frequency where they call, so it's really easy to recognize them, for example. Myotis species are not even as they trouble us, but there are not so many species of Myotis here in Crete, so it can be more easy to see if this, what we have recorded are Marginatus or Myotis capucini, for example. Of course, during your observations in a cave, you will not only search for bats, but also you will see if there are guano around in some places, and if there are some marks on the roof that may show to you that there are places where some Myotis glyphi were, for example. And try to go further down. So some of the caves that are in this project now, it is Aradena cave that you see, and the Agios Adonios cave, or Drakolaki cave, where there are quite few bats have been found in these caves. but however, they are still used by bats. Of course, most of the caves, they are, let's say, not always easy to reach. Sometimes, yes, they are next to the road. Some other times you have to follow some paths that they will guide you through this through the entrance. And sometimes you have to go from the sea. And this one is the last one that I saw you. It was it's Drakolaki Cave. All of those caves that I saw you, let's say that I had to visit only once per year, not per year. The project that I run now, the bat monitoring in the Kauri, it is a 3-year project, and all of this, in the length of these 3 years, I have to visit once the caves that I showed you, that it is in the same period that it was running monitoring some years before again. It was the first bat monitoring that ran in the Kauri, and it was at this time Panagiotis Georgakakis was running this project, and he had found all of those bat roosts, even before the bat monitoring or during this bat monitoring. And like this, I had to visit those caves during the time that the cave is really used by bats. For example, if it was a maternity roost, I had to go during summertime, etc. So there were 2 other caves, Janis Cave and Lycos Cave, that we will see a little bit later, that because they are really famous for bats and the most important bat roosts here in the area, we decided that we will monitor, and I will visit these caves once per season in a whole year round. So for Janis Cave, because these are quite difficult cave, it is actually a sinkhole. Only a very small part of the cave it's really easy to observe and to check around. So I used bat detectors, but they stayed whole night out of the cave, out of the entrance of the cave to record. And we saw how important this cave was for bats. And of course, we saw that hundreds of bats were flying out every night, and we couldn't even see them because they were somewhere really deep and unreachable for someone who doesn't use ropes, etc. And another cave, which is, let's say, the most important cave for bats in the area of Lefkaori, it is Lycos Cave. It is in the south of the area, and it has a very small entrance, as you can see, but it is a very, very important also maternity roost for Rhinolophus blasi and other species, of course. So this cave, it was also surveyed for its season, once per season, and we recorded the bats that we could see there, and of course I also used their bat detector to record the exit of the bats when they emerge for the night. And this because though it is a quite, let's say, small cave, not really big one and not very deep, for a very long time we could only visit the one room of the cave, the first floor, let's say, the first level of the cave as you enter. And there is another level of the cave which it is underneath the level when you enter. So it was very steep and no way to go down there without ropes. And finally, we managed, with the help of cavers, and also Panagiotis Iliakakis was with us, to reach this other level and record what's going on really in both levels of the cave, in the whole cave, let's say. Now, let's go. That's all with caves, for example, but of course there are very important routes that they are in buildings. And of course, again, the methods that I use, it is the observation when I survey. I'm looking, of course, around, not only for bats, but also if I will see one left, maybe bats are not there, but in the season, and they are in a different season. And of course, again, with I record bats as it's easy to recognize the species. Sometimes you might see Rhinolophus phocoideros, which are the most common bats found in these caves, and you might lose one or two Rhinolophus ferrumarquinum. But of course, if you have a recorder, then it will be higher the chances to catch this bat. And sometimes it is even difficult to enter to a building, and then you have to wait until the bats will exit the building, so you have to, and you can count them. These are some of the buildings that are really famous, not famous, but they are bat roasts, important bat roasts. And of course, bats have been found again on this bat monitoring that is running now. But also there are some of the buildings, or let's say some of the churches, as you will notice now that here in Crete, it's really, churches are really used by bats, like Rhinolophus phocoideros mostly, but also Rhinolophus ferrumarquinum. Sometimes, if the windows or the entrances are quite larger for them. But for example, at the churches you see on your left, I found no bats, as all the entrances were closed with these iron nets. Let's say, I don't know the name, how you call them, but they cover the windows and they close the doors, and like this bats cannot enter. From one hand, it can be good, as it is quite often what happened with churches. When the church is celebrating once per year, of course they will celebrate, and they will go to clean the church before the celebration, and this means that if there are bats inside, they will swipe out the guano, and sometimes they have to swipe out the bats, which can be harmful for bats. But also, if the celebration happens during let's say early summertime, when bats have babies, then this is a problem. So it's from one hand, let's say it is good that sometimes they cover these entrances for bats, and the other hand that we are losing bat roosts. Of course, bats probably will find a different place to roost, but anyway, it's a really strange situation, I think. We should maybe discuss it. And of course, sometimes, as I told you, there are buildings that they are closed and you cannot enter, so you have to find another way how to count bats, and of course, waiting for them to exit and count them. And as I said before, we have, this is happening first time for the bat monitoring in Lefkaori. There are 50 different points all around the area. where we have made 10-minute recordings. As you will see at the map, if you can see, there are some places, as you see, that we don't have points, and this is because it is an area, a roadless area. It's an area with no roads, not easy access. Maybe some paths are there, but sometimes it's really difficult. You have to walk a long time, and then you have to stay on the mountains. It's not always so easy. Of course, all of these goals have been analyzed. I will not show you here results, as I'm preparing my report for to give to the management unit of Samaria. But hopefully I will soon be able to share it with you. And of course there were also some transects. There were 14 in total transects of kilometers each that they were established from the previous bat monitoring that was running during 2013-2015 all around the area. And some of them they are in gorges, some other they are in forested areas, and of course some others they are really in high altitude or even in shrubland. And like this we will of course check the activity of bats and what kind of species they are there, and we will sorry, I can't find the word. We will compare it with the previous recordings of 2013-2015. And last, we have been made some trappings in some of the places where you can find surface water, with of course the help of friends and volunteers. And here are some of the findings. Miotis Davidi and Sugosavi, Vistel Hanaki, and we got last time for Tadaritas Teniotis, which was really amazing. It was also for me the first time catching on nets Tadarita, and I was really amazed. So that's all from me now. Thank you very much, and I would like really to thank from here a lot of people that they have helped me. That's all from me.
Thank you. That was really interesting, and it has given me, well, it makes me want to go back to Crete now. Because when I was there, I didn't see that many bat species, so now I want to come back to see all the really cool ones.
Great, Niels. You are really welcome to come in Crete.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I saw some questions, but they were related to the previous talk.
Yeah.
I didn't see any questions for you, but maybe if you can look at the chat and answer anyone that could,
I will, yeah.
that shows up.
Exactly.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Exactly. So thank you so much.
Now I'm not seeing our next speaker, which is Kimberly from the US. I suspect there might have been some miscommunication about the schedule. This might be a time zone thing. This might have confused some of you, but all the times in the schedule are in UTC, which is Universal Coordinated Time thing. And it might have been some confusion there. But Kimberly did send me a pre-recorded version of her presentation, so maybe that works. Let me try that.
that. But also we're working in partnership with Bat Conservation International, which is based in Texas. They have an office here in the Washington, D.C. region. And so I'm coming in to represent our group, basically. And we're an open group, so if anybody would like to join in, I like to keep bats being celebrated throughout the year. So we don't like to just do it once per year. We like to keep the fun going. But also we're working in partnership with Bat Conservation International, which is based in Texas. They have an office here in the Washington, D.C. region. And so I'm coming in to represent.
You might need to mute YouTube.
We're an open group, so if you would like
Yeah.
to join in, Go ahead. I like to keep bats being celebrated throughout the year, so we don't like to just do it once per year. We like to keep the fun going. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to have to mute that. You let me know if I'm speaking over myself.
Yeah, it sounds fine.
Okay, great. Well, so here's what we've got going on. I'll go ahead and say next slide.
Yep.
Okay, and again, that delay I'm not going to see. I
Yeah, so
guess.
when you say next, you can just assume I've switched and start so that the audience doesn't get the delay.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So, looking at bats, you know, what we've been talking about for the last several hours is what's really scary is the status of global bats and what they're going through, and having so many that are critically endangered or even vulnerable and due to different causes. So I'm going to say next slide here. So many of the bats, we don't even realize, you know, what is going on with them, and we have not enough data. And so I'm on the threats to bats slide, just FYI. So threats to bats, you know, we discussed several of the threats to bats at a global scale, habitat loss being a really important one. But the one that I'm going to focus in on, since so much has been eloquently explained by our colleagues here today, is the poor public image. So here in the United States, we started up a thing called Bat Week in order to counteract the poor public image of bats and the Dracula vibe that has plagued poor bats' image for so many decades. And so I won't be talking about overharvesting for bushmeat. I know the previous presenter had a really good discussion about that, or even, you know, overuse of pesticides when they were getting sprayed during COVID, or even wind energy. We're going to talk about more or less some of the poor public image issues later in this presentation. But first I'm going to go, next slide, to the strategy that we have here in the Bat Week Coalition for trying to save bats. And since I work for the Forest Service, we do research and monitoring on bats. We follow that with some conservation action and education and outreach. And that's all of our coalition. So everyone that's engaged in Bat Week, it has this strategy underway for trying to save them. And so if any of you all would like to join us, you know, we can keep this running forward. I like to say that, you know, Bat Night isn't just one night, it's every night. So why don't we keep talking about it continuously and get a global community together to celebrate both Bat Night, you know, Bat Appreciation Days earlier in the year, Bat Week. You know, let's just keep the dialogue going so that this is in the forefront of the public's sphere for longer than just one day or 1 week. Next slide, please. So research and monitoring, what we're doing in terms of research and monitoring with our group, with Bat Conservation International, with Forest Service researchers and land managers across the United States. We're looking at white nose syndrome. So I'm on the white nose syndrome side. In North America, we've got several bat species identified with the diagnostic symptoms of white nose. And so it's really looking pretty rough for North American bats. And we've got quite a few species that have joined the rankings of being affected by white nose syndrome. So it's really quite devastating. Next slide, please. When we look at the research and monitoring for white nose syndrome, this map describes a little bit of the years in which we've been monitoring the progression of white nose syndrome from the east coast of the United States to the west coast of the United States. And so it shows, you know, the early years of white nose and how it's just moved. We thought it would be some way a barrier would exist in the Rocky Mountains of the West, and it didn't. So it has crossed over the Rocky Mountains, it's moved all the way out to the West Coast, And we're just keeping track of it and trying to find some solutions to it as we work with our scientists as well as with our wildlife biologists on the ground. Next slide, please. So part of what we're doing with the research and monitoring is using the North American Bat Monitoring System. So again, this is another coalition of folks who are doing acoustic monitoring, doing some surveys of bats, trying to figure out what species are out there. And then, of course, this map demonstrates in the blue an overlap with United States Forest Service managed lands, right? So we're managing. And so we're trying to get a grip on where are, the monitoring sets coming from. Many of them are coming from our wildlife biologists, but also how is that overlaying with public lands that can be protected or habitat that can be administered. Next slide, please. We also have scientists who are studying their seasonal movements, doing genome mapping of the northern long-eared bat, for example, looking at activity patterns and habitat use by Myotis species, and looking at how they're using their hibernacula. So with white nose affecting mostly bats in caves, mines, and other crevices, we're looking to see is there any movement within those caves that can help protect them against white nose, or what's happening with regard to climate change and the heating up of some of those caves. Next slide, please. Additional research and monitoring is going on to look at the response of individual bats to white nose syndrome, to understand their foraging and roosting behaviors, and to use this to inform our better habitat management plans on each of the national forests. And just for perspective, the United States Forest Service oversees 193 million acres. So that's a significant amount of forest in particular, and bat habitat, especially in western states, eastern states, and of course the south. So we're looking at a lot of habitat out there, including deserts, and we might be looking at quite a few 100,000 bats when we're doing that type of research and monitoring. Next slide, please. When we talk about conservation action, so moving from research and monitoring to what can we do, we really encourage both our land managers as well as the public at large to make a home for bats. So to allow them into spaces, to not be afraid. When COVID came out, we did a lot of public relations through the Bat Week group to try to offset some of the negative press that bats were getting. And so we're encouraging, solid forest management, allowing for snags, allowing for other habitat. For the public at large, nice projects they can do include building a bat roosting box if there isn't enough native habitat, and also gardening for bats. So gardening for pollinators is pretty hip and fun. Gardening for bats, people don't generally think about that. And when we were talking about outreach, that nice demo of the flower and how to, encourage kids that bats are pollinators too. Well, take that idea the next step and get them to garden at home for bats is also a really good choice. And so we look for the night blooming flowers. We have actually through the batweek.org and the pollinator.org websites, we have resources that can help people to understand what species in North America bats would be visiting. And also we encourage them to look at, things that are generally considered to be pests. And don't spray pesticides on them, just let the bats take care of them. So providing that prey food for bats is very important, as well as gardening for bats in ways that provide water and other habitat features. So these are some really easy ways to take, that knowledge into action and encourage the public to get on board with helping bats out. Next slide, please. And the whole key here is to change that narrative for bats. So while we all want to understand them better, if we don't take action and if we don't share that knowledge, then we're not really helping, are we? We're just understanding them better for ourselves. And so I'm on the slide changing the narrative for bats. I hope we are too. There's a little bit of a delay on my screen. So next slide. Back in 2017, we managed to get, and by we I mean the Bat Week group here in the United States, which includes nonprofit members, state agency people, bat lovers at large, federal government employees, including the Forest Service, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Department of Interior, Bureau of Land Management, and others. Got together, we decided, let's do Bat Week. Let's make Bat Week every year around Halloween to offset that negative image that bats have. Let's take Halloween and the week prior to take a look at bats as not scary, but as superheroes and super cool. And so every year, Bat Week falls on the same set of dates. We encourage everyone in the Bat Night community to pick up all these materials, use them, steal them, copy them, do what you want with them. This is all for us to share so that we can advocate for bats around a time when people see bats as scary and change that narrative. So we're flipping the narrative, and we want it to be fully international. But to date, most of the member groups of Bat Week have really just encompassed North America, and that's really more because we simply didn't have enough members or time to look around the world and encompass any other groups. We just haven't reached out, but I'm reaching out today to ask that everyone who wants to celebrate Bat Night also hop on board for Bat Week, and let's keep that dialogue going. And during Bat Week, we would love to point people towards Bat Night. So why don't we do a little cross-pollination with the enthusiasm of the groups that are really into bats and get those kids and families on board with celebrating Bat Night as well as Bat Week.
I love the idea.
I mean, hey, the more the merrier, right? Because bats need all of us.
Exactly.
So back in 2017, we got this, meaning I wrote it, and some of my colleagues and folks in the Bat Week group came up with a proclamation for bats. You know, whereas bats contribute to ecosystem services, whereas bats, you know, provide pest protection of crops, all those whereases. And we came up with a proclamation of National Bat Week. We got the Secretary of Agriculture to sign it. And then we proceeded to move on and try to get state governors here in the United States to sign bat proclamations. And quite a few of them also got on board. And that part is a little easier than doing it at the national level. Most people living in any state in the United States can go to their state governor website and see a little tab somewhere that says ask for a proclamation. You can use some template language that we provide on the Bat Week site and flip a whereas list over to your state governor and get them to sign on for Bat Week. Generally takes about 2 to 3 months for them to actually sign it, so you want to do it with some advance notice. I'm looking at 2 months out for Bat Week, so maybe some governors will do it, maybe some won't. But we've managed to get some pretty good public relations for bats because of these proclamations. And if nothing else, it keeps it in the mind of some of the government leadership that they need to do something for bats. Or they need to appreciate bats, or they need to put bats in the news a little bit and give themselves something good to say about what bats do for their state. Next slide, please. So I've been talking about it a lot. Here is the URL for the batweek.org website. Right now we've got a pretty easy navigation for the website with some decent content. We could use more, and I would love to share everything that folks are sharing here, or otherwise link to Bat Night or any of the resources that you would like to link to. You can place them on Bat Week. This is not any one organization that owns it. There are a couple of organizations that do most of the funding for it, so we welcome donations as well. But right now, we've got a ton of resources there for, you know, just trying to convince people why bats matter at all. So some simple language there. How to take action at home, school, business. Some of the events, we have a little events calendar on there, and we have some really great educational tools on there. So that includes videos and activities. It includes a lot of other pieces that I'm going to go into just a little bit of detail about here. The next slide. One of the contents available on the Bat Week side is EduBat, Project EduBat. This is something that some colleagues put together at the Forest Service as well as the Fish and Wildlife Service. Project EduBat is really just a trunk full of educational tools. So we compiled all of that. We put in books, we put in plans for how to make a bat box, we put in videos and all kinds of really neat demos. And so if anyone wanted to do a bat program and they weren't one of us who already kind of love bats, they could just take this, you could give it to a teacher, and they could open up the box, look at some of the curriculum included, look at some of the activities, and pick and choose what they would like to do with their audience. And so here in the United States, these Project EduBat trunks are available free of use. You just basically contact one of the people curating a Project EduBat box. They ship it to you, you ship it back, you use it, you make copies of any of the handouts, use the materials, and ship them back when you're finished. So it's really straightforward. And you can go online to Project EduBat and you can pull any of those resources. They're all listed. Buy them yourself, make your own trunk. So we really encourage everybody to take this idea and run with it. The ultimate goal here is getting the word out and making it easy on educators to do their programs. Next slide. Some of the other things that we have created with partners as part of the Bat Week group include the Bats of Eastern Woodlands poster, the Bats of Western Forests poster. There's some comic strip. There's brochures about bats as tropical pollinators. So I'm on the Education and Outreach print materials page here. Yeah, thank you. And so a lot of these materials, you can either take the PDF and print them at your local printer, make your own posters. You can try to get a hold of copies if there's a Forest Service office nearby, or if you want to, find some other way to get these printed and distributed, you're welcome to use the graphics. These are created by the federal government here in the United States. That makes them open to the public. So you can use them as you see fit. You cannot, the only stipulation is you cannot sell them for profit. And that's pretty much it. You just can't sell them for profit. So give them for free. Next slide, please. Another piece that we have that this one's a little older, Bats Live. It's a multimedia distance learning program that we did. It encompassed about a year's worth of curriculum and activities for students. So they would follow the progression of this Bats Live program through the course of an academic year. And then at the end, it culminated in this live broadcast hosted by kids and people from the Forest Service and people from then Bat Conservation, Organization for Bat Conservation, also some of our partners over at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And so they had live bats and the kids could ask questions live. And we also had kids in the audience. This is now a recorded presentation, so anyone's welcome to go on and just check it out and share it, use parts of it, do what you need to do with it in order to advocate for bats. Next slide, please. Another opportunity for youth to get engaged is to join the Bat Squad, Kid Ambassadors. That's a series of videos that were run by children who are really into bats. And so there's a certain set of videos that can be used by different youth groups. They can also decide to join their own Bat Squad or form their own Bat Squad. So this gives them some ideas on how to talk about bats, what's cool about bats, and then to become those ambassadors that get out there and do programming of their own. Kids talking to kids always is very, very effective. Next slide, please. So social media. We like to send out social media about Bat Night, and we like to do it about Bat Week. Once you hashtag bats, you're pretty good to go. But if you add on Bat Night, Bat Week to everything that we're putting out there for social media tools, then we'll get the dialogue to circulate. We'll get people to come back to each one of these offerings that we're putting out and really hear more about bats. And more information is always better than less. And we have memes and bat tweets and lots of social media that's already gone out that you're welcome to retweet, reuse, or otherwise modify to your needs. Next slide, please. I'm giving a little, just a little screenshot here of the latest in social media that streams on the batweek.org website. So, we have an upcoming webinar in August here that's going to happen. There's some coloring pages available on the batweek.org website. And then every now and then people add in a cute little photo, like this one says sleeping bat, do not disturb. So I'm trying to, just put in some fun on that social media and get people to use the resources on Bat Week, but also celebrate them. Next slide, please. One highlight of the Bat Week website that was a big hit last year was the Celebrating Bats cookbook. And it's not cooking bats, so we're not encouraging the eating of bats. We're encouraging the eating of fruits and other produce resulting from bat pollination, seed dispersal by bats or pest protection by bats. And so we created this nice little cookbook. It's got really great recipes. And then last year, several of our partners and friends out there from the United States, Canada, Mexico, the Caribbean, Central and South America contributed recipes. And we format them into these cute little cards that you can see in the lower left of this slide. And so you can actually print these out. It's done on a template from a program called Canva. You can print them out and you can take them out to events. You can distribute them to friends and you can contribute your recipes. So if you'd like to do that, I suggest you get in touch with me after this presentation and let me know what really awesome recipes you have, and let's give you a recipe card that you can use to create new recipes and add to our growing cookbook. We welcome new recipes every year. Next slide, please. Additional outreach that we can do includes the virtual experiences. Our friends over at Bat Conservation International have this really cool virtual reality called Batnado at Bracken Cave from Texas. And you can put on the virtual reality glasses and look around and you feel like you're in the cave watching the bats come out, Mexican free-tailed bats. Another feature they have is the video of flying through Bracken Cave like a bat, which is like a 3D experience. Both of these are available at the URLs at the bottom of the slide. So you can get kind of a feel for it, but without the 3D experience because you'll be watching that on YouTube. But those are both available and you're welcome to share those, use those, and get the word out so others can experience them. Next slide, please. And then, of course, I know earlier in the program they had bat watching walks. We're also encouraging that here in North America using those acoustic monitors to get out and just find our echolocating bats, because here in the US they're usually pretty small little bats, so it helps to be able to have something to identify what different species are out there. And in the night skies, we don't have those beautiful fruit bats so much here, so we encourage folks to do those bat watching walks in their neighborhoods and get people to understand, you know, that you do have bats flying around. Those aren't all birds, and also just to appreciate them. So next slide, that's the end of my presentation here. I hope it wasn't too choppy. We are just talking about, you know, every bat needs a superhero. We've got a lot of stuff that we've created as a group for the Bat Week collaborative, and we're just happy to share all of this with anyone. We have things in Spanish, we have some items in French, and we're hoping that we can get the Bat Week website with a little kind of Google Translate or something so that it can go into any language easily. So that's our goal for next year. But right now, our goal is just to get everybody aware of Bat Week. Hope to celebrate it in 2 months, and hope we can do a little cross-pollination with Bat Night and with all the efforts that you're doing. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate your time, and happy Bat Night.
Thank you very much. And well, I guess we'll see you for Bat Week.
Thank you.
I've posted many of the links that were in your presentation in the chat so that people can immediately click them. Yeah, just makes it a bit easier for people watching. And I think it's already time for our next talk. Dilly, if you... Yes.
All right. What is this?
I hope you can share your screen because Kim wasn't able to. So I'm hoping that it works now.
Oh, give me 1 second.
Sure, just take your time. So for those who haven't been following the schedule, we've sort of flown through a few presentations now, and we'll be talking about bats, wildfires, and urbanization now.
Okay. Host disabled participant screen sharing. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've got this. Sort of.
Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, we ready to roll?
Yes.
Great. Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, folks from all around the world. I'm Dilly, and I'm currently based in California. Although, as you can tell from my accent, I'm from the UK, but I've lived out here for the last 3 years. Today, I'm going to be talking about my master's research, which looked at investigating the effects of wildfire and urbanization on bats in the Mediterranean-type ecosystems of Southern California. So this was part of my master's research through the University of Exeter, and I got to spend the summer out here in 2020 and fell in love with the state, which is why I'm still here. So, what are Mediterranean-type ecosystems? So, they encompass 5 regions in the world, as highlighted in orange on this map, and they're pretty dry and arid climates that are usually quite fire adapted. And so, although they represent less than 5% of the Earth's unglaciated landmass, they contain about 20% of the world's flora. So this is the Mediterranean-type ecosystem, or MTE, as I'll now refer to it, that I was conducting my research on for my master's. So this particular MTE that I was doing my research on was prone to many threats and stresses, one of which is that it's approximately 90% of the land of this MTE has been reduced over the years from its historic distribution. It's prone to a lot of drought, and is projected to only worsen as climate change progresses, and this leads to the dieback of lots of woody shrub species. And grazing is quite a big problem. So here you'll see a photo of a chaparral habitat, and on the left-hand side is an area that's been grazed with livestock, and on the right-hand side is an area that's been fenced off from grazers. And so you can really see the catastrophic effect that that grazing can have on these vegetation types and communities. But arguably the biggest stressor of all to this MTE is wildfire. And so although wildfire is really important in maintaining the structure and functions of this ecosystem, it's projected that by the mid part of this century, wildfire would increase from 24 to 169% in the west coast of the United States. And so this can pose a really huge problem to these areas where repeated wildfire can really degrade these habitats. And so this photo really encompasses what I'm trying to get at. It's what we call type conversion. So you're seeing a lot of these woody habitats like chaparral and scrub communities are actually slowly transitioning over to grassland communities, because grassland regenerates at a much faster rate. What we'll also be finding is that a lot of invasive grassland species are actually inhabiting these areas as these habitats are becoming more and more prone and less resilient. We're finding alien species encroaching on the area in addition to this land conversion. And so in the back here, you'll see a pretty pristine or healthy chaparral habitat that was affected by wildfire once in 1970. And then if you kind of move closer towards the foreground in the center, you'll see this habitat here, which was affected by wildfire twice in the last 35 years. And you'll see it's less healthy. It definitely has a lot more species that shouldn't be there. But in the foreground, in this orange patch here, you'll see that this area was affected by wildfire 3 times in the last 35 years. And you can really see by the vegetation community, or lack of vegetation, what effect repeated burning can have on a landscape. And so this really interested me, and so I decided for my master's to have a little closer look at what effects this could have on biodiversity. And I decided to use bats as models to assess this, because they're the second most diverse mammal group. They comprise of over 1,400 species. I stopped counting because we probably have a new species already this week. And they're tightly linked with high trophic levels, which make them really good bioindicators that show measurable responses to environmental change, like wildfire. And so wildfire can have lots of really positive effects on landscapes and on bats. They can create potential roosting sites by creating snags and peeling bark and cavities. There have been studies that have shown increased insect abundance after a fire. And in addition to this, wildfire can also really open up landscapes that were previously quite cluttered and closed in, like forests and dense forests. And so by opening up the canopy, you're then allowing other bat species that are less adapted to these cluttered environments to come in and forage too. So in some instances, we find that there is higher both activity and species richness in areas that have recently been burned by fire. Of course, there are negatives to fire too. We find that mortality from smoke inhalation has been recorded. And in addition to this, roosts have been destroyed from fire. And so, as part of my master's, the questions that I was really interested in exploring was what effect does time since the last wildfire have on bat activity? How does repeated burning affect bat activity? Do roads influence bat activity? And how important is habitat type in determining bat activity? And so the research site that I used was really an ideal place for me to explore these questions, as it was 21,000 acres of globally rare MTE, and it was right adjacent to the city of Irvine. And so it had quite a big road, a highway running through it, you'll see kind of here. So that allowed me to explore the road question, and whether roads have an effect on bats. And then in addition to this, we also have very, very detailed fire records that date back to 1914 of the fire history of the landscape. And as you can see, it's been repeatedly burned over the years from wildfires. So in the areas in the dark red, those are areas affected by wildfire in the last 5 years. In orange, those are areas affected by wildfire in the last 6 to 15 years. And in yellow, you'll see areas affected by wildfire more than 15 years ago. And so this study site kind of created a perfect site for me to explore my questions on what effects does time since wildfire have on bat activity. So I split my study design into 3 fire classes, and within those fire classes, I then looked at habitat type too. So I selected many of my sites, or all of my sites, based on the habitat type and the year since wildfire. So the main habitats I was looking at was woodland, chaparral, scrub, and grassland. And so that was all done, and that was my master's. And I finished that, and then that winter, or that kind of summer, my advisor then sent me an email and said, Dilly, you'll never believe this, a giant wildfire went through the area and has actually was present in 12 of your acoustic sites. And it's probably the only time I'll ever celebrate there being a wildfire in California, because then it meant that I got to redeploy my detectors and create another study, which is something I'm still currently processing and looking at the moment. So this is the footprint of the latest fire, called the Silverado fire. And so what my text then did was put the detectors back out again, and we then had a sampling design of my burned sites, which were all represented all of my vegetation categories, and then a control sites as well. So I had 12 burned and 12 non-burned sites to look at. So in total, I had 40 unique sites across 4 fire classes. So 1 year post-wildfire, 2 to 5 years post-wildfire, 6 to 15 years post-wildfire, and more than 15 years post-wildfire across all of my habitat types. I then calculated, using all of the fire history data that we have, fire return intervals, which is the average time a wildfire occurs on the land. And so a short fire return interval, so 5 to 10 years or whatever, means that it's being burned very frequently, and a longer fire return interval means it's not being burned very frequently. And so in total, I had 413 survey nights using acoustic detectors, wildlife acoustic bat minis, and I had them record 30 minutes before sunset and 30 minutes after sunrise. I then analysed all these calls, put them through Sonobat software, and I looked at 10% of the calls of each of the species, just to check that they were what the software was saying they were. And so I had 12 potential bat species, but for my masters I put them into 5 phonic groups. And this is because many bat species, Myotis in particular, in this area of California, have very similar calls, echolocation calls and call structures. So it's pretty difficult to confidently say that it's one species or the other. So I put them into species groups, and these phonic groups is what I'm calling them, comprised of 5 different categories. So we had my large-bodied bats, which were the Lazarid species, Aptescus fuscus, and the Mexican free-tailed bat, T. brasiliensis. Then I had my Myotis 50 category, which comprised of the Yuma Myotis and the California Myotis. Then the Myotis 40 group, which was the long-legged Myotis and the small-footed Myotis. And then my last 2 groups were bats that I was able to confidently identify using acoustics. And so with this, I hypothesized that bats that were highly adapted to cluttered environments, so those with what we call low wing loading, like my Myotis species and Parastralis hesperus, I hypothesized that roads would have a negative effect on these species in this phonic group. However, bats with high wing loading and were more adapted to foraging in open areas would have a neutral response to roads. And then in terms of fire class, I predicted that sites that had been affected by wildfire within the last 5 years would have an overall positive effect on bats, and that open area foragers would have a positive effect. And so high fire return intervals would overall have a negative effect. So we're seeing that if you're repeatedly burning a site, likely the habitat's going to be really degraded, and bats aren't really going to be using it so much. So sites that have been repeatedly burned often aren't going to be good. So what do we see? So in total, over 100,000 call files were recorded. Sites with the highest activity were woodland sites that had been burned 6 to 15 years ago, or more than 15 years ago. And then sites with the lowest activity were scrub and chaparral sites, so my woody sites that had been burned within the last 5 years. And we found that there was no significant differences in my kind of post-study looking at pre and post-wildfire. And so for now, we're kind of going to group them together. And so when looking at total activity, what we found is that bats overall, the highest activity is in woodland sites. And that is, significantly much higher, greater activity than in any of my other habitat types. And so this really goes to show the importance of these woodland communities. And they're really quite sparse in the area, and the site that I was actually conducting my research on has the largest intact coast live oak woodland within the county itself. But these woodland sites are actually also threatened by the gold-spotted oak borer beetle. And so what they do is they'll actually lay eggs on the bark, and then the larva will burrow into the oak itself and will limit the nutrient uptake of these woods. And so this is quite an important implication on bats, that we're seeing that, you know, the highest activity is within these woodland sites. And so when we're looking at fire class, what we see here is actually bats with low wing loading, so my Myotis species and Parastralis hesperus, their highest activity is within sites that were affected by wildfire more than 15 years ago. And we'll see here that this is statistically significantly different from sites affected by wildfire 2 to 5 years ago. And you'll also see that sites affected by wildfire a year ago was also, the average is lower than my sites more than 15 years ago. And here we'll see the Parastralis hesperus activity across the x-axis, which is the fire return interval. And so what you'll see is sites that were burned less frequently actually have higher bat activity for Parastralis hesperus. And this could also, you know, show pretty important implications on what effect wildfire has on these areas and the interaction between wildfire, habitat type, and bat. It's pretty complicated. And here, however, you'll see the inverse, where if we're looking at total activity within woodland sites, bats are actually have the highest activity overall in sites affected by wildfire, with a fire return interval, you know, of around 20 to 25 years or so, whereas they're less active in those woodland sites that were burned with a 40-year fire return interval. And so this also goes to show that, as I'd said earlier, this MTE, this Mediterranean type ecosystem, is quite, you know, fire adapted, and so these ecosystems do rely upon fire to regenerate these landscapes. And lastly, if we look at roads, we'll see that overall roads have a positive effect on bat activity, where you'll see the activity is highest closest to roads. And this could be due to the fact that roads have lots of lights, which might be kind of luring insects to the area, and thus, you know, be good kind of foraging ground for bats that will take advantage of these. It could also be because, you know, it's not a very cluttered area when it's a highway running through a site, and so bats that are adapted to open areas will, you know, still be foraging in the area. But when we actually take a closer look at this, we'll see that bats with high wing loading, so my bats that like foraging in open areas, we see this relationship with them where they are closest to roads. Their activity is highest at roads. But then when we look at low wing loading bats, so my forest adapted species and clutter adapted species, we'll see that this is also a significant relationship where their activity decreases with roads. And so overall what we see is that roads are significant in influencing bat activity. And more than anything, the interactions between wildfire, landscape, and bats are multifaceted and really complex. So it's really highly dependent upon which bat species you're monitoring, what habitat type you're monitoring, and also how frequently and with what intensity it has been burned. And so this kind of research is particularly difficult with wildfires because unlike prescribed fire burning, there is no monitoring the severity at which these fires burn. Especially within Mediterranean type ecosystems, they're very arid and very dry, and so what tends to happen is if they go on fire, it really does burn at a high intensity. And so in conclusion, we'll find that maintaining a heterogeneous and biodiverse landscape is key to promoting bat activity, and that too frequent fires can have negative influences on these bats. And so what can be done about all these fires? The Irvine Ranch Conservancy, who I partnered with this project, do a lot of work in invasive species removal. So they're taking a lot of these grasslands, these invasive grasses within these areas, and removing them. And they're also doing habitat restoration, and so they're replanting a lot of these chaparral and forest areas to try to increase the resiliency of these ecosystems to wildfire. And lastly, I just wanted to say thank you so much for everyone that's been a huge part of this project, and also to Niels for organizing such a wonderful event. If I have time, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, my pleasure. That was a really interesting talk. Thank you. I'm happy I invited you. I didn't see any questions in the chat, but they might show up later. I'm tempted to just start the next session now, just because that means that will be the first one we actually start on time today. And I think that will be a good achievement for today. But if you don't mind sticking around the chat just in case any questions pop up later.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks so much.
Okay, so I see our 4 panelists are here. I wanted to do something I didn't do last year, this year, and that is a panel discussion. Now, it's not going to be a technical panel discussion. This is more of a inspirational panel discussion with 4 people I personally find very inspiring. So I figured, hey, I might put them in the room together and see what comes up. So we've got Dana, Kristen, and Christina. Can I leave you to say a few words about yourself, and then maybe what got you into bats and all that stuff? Is that all right with you? Don't know who wants to start. Dana, I'm seeing you on the screen, so you can start.
All right. Well, hey everyone. My name is Dana Green, and I am currently a PhD candidate at the University of Regina in Regina, Saskatchewan. But my bat journey began when I was living back in Missouri in the US. So I've been working with bats. I probably got into it my 2nd or 3rd year of my undergrad, when most people were going to football games or out in the downtown area of our little university town. I decided to spend my weekends catching bats instead. I thought that was a lot more fun and interesting to do for me. Yeah, so I've been working with bats since